her rather than wed him. Royce swung around on his heel, fully intending to smash his fist into Graverly's grinning face. But behind him the liveried footmen were already pulling open the tall doors to the throne room. Restraining himself with the knowledge that Stephen's future, as well as his own, would not be improved by murdering Henry's most valued counselor, Royce turned away and strode through the doors the footmen were holding open for him. Henry was sitting at the far end of the room, garbed in formal robes of state, his fingers tapping impatiently on the arms of his throne. "Leave us," he ordered gravely, and then he turned his cold, distant gaze on Royce. Silence followed Royce's polite greeting, an unusual icy silence that did not bode well for the outcome of the interview. After several endless minutes of it, Royce said with cool politeness, "I understood you wished to see me, sire." "Silence!" Henry snapped furiously. "You'll speak to me when I give you leave to do it." But now that the dam of silence had been breached, Henry's own anger could no longer be held in check, and his words issued forth like lashes from a whip. "Graverly claims you had your men turn their weapons on my men. He further charges that you deliberately disobeyed my instructions and impeded his efforts to free the Merrick women. How plead you to this accusation of treason, Royce Westmoreland?" Before Royce could reply, his enraged sovereign shoved himself from his chair and continued, "You condone the seizure of the Merrick women, an act which has become an affair of state, threatening the peace of my realm. And having done so, you let two Scottish women, escape from your clutches, thus turning an affair of state into a joke that has swept all England. How plead you?" he said in a low roar. "Well," he roared again without taking a breath. "Well? "Which accusation do you desire me to address first, sire?" Royce replied with courtesy. "The accusation of treason, or the rest, which constitutes stupidity?" Disbelief, anger, and a twinge of reluctant amusement widened Henry's eyes. "You arrogant pup! I could have you whipped, hung, pilloried." "Aye," Royce quietly agreed. "But tell me first for which offense. I have taken hostages many times in the last decade, and on more than one occasion you've commended it as a more peaceful means of scoring a win than outright battle. When the Merrick women were taken, I could not have guessed you'd suddenly decided to seek peace with James, particularly not when we were defeating him in Cornwall. Before I left for Cornwall, we spoke in this very chamber and agreed that, as soon as the Scots were subdued enough for me to leave Cornwall, I was to take command of a fresh army near the Scottish border and install it at Harden, where our strength would be very visible to the enemy. At that time it was clearly agreed between us that I would then—" Yes, Henry interrupted angrily, not wanting to hear again what Royce intended to do next. "Explain to me," he ordered irritably, unwilling to admit aloud that Royce's reasoning in taking the two hostages had been valid. "What happened in the hall at Harden? Graverly claims your men tried to attack mine on your order when he placed you under arrest. I've no doubt," he said with a grimace, "your version will vary from his. He detests you, you know." Ignoring the last part of that, Royce replied with calm, indisputable logic. "My men outnumbered yours almost 2-1. Had they attacked your men, none of them would have survived to take me into custody. Yet they all returned here without so much as a scratch." Henry relaxed slightly. With a curt nod, he said, "Which is exactly what Judith pointed out in the Privy Council when Graverly told us his tale." "Judith?" Royce repeated. "I wasn't aware I had an ally in Judith." "You don't. He hates you too. But he hates Graverly more because he wants Graverly's position, not yours, which he knows he cannot have." Darkly he said, "I'm entirely surrounded by men whose brilliance is only exceeded by their malice and ambition." Royce stiffened at the unintended insult. "Not entirely surrounded, sire," he said coolly. In no mood to agree, even though he knew his earl spoke the truth, the king sighed irritably and motioned to a table, on which reposed a tray with several jeweled goblets and some wine. In the closest thing to a conciliatory gesture he was willing to make in his present mood, Henry said, "Pour us something to drink." Rubbing the joints of his hands, he added absently, "I hate this place in the winter. The cold dampness makes my joints ache incessantly. Were it not for this tempest you've created, I'd be in a warm house in the country." Royce complied, carrying the first goblet of wine to the king, and then pouring one for himself and returning to the foot of the steps which led up to the dais. Standing in silence, he sipped the wine, waiting for Henry to emerge from his brooding reflections. "Some good has come of this in any case," the king finally admitted, glancing at Royce. "I'll confess I've had many second thoughts about letting you fortify Claymore and keep your own liveried retainers. However, when you let yourself be taken into custody on charges of treason by my men who were obviously outnumbered by your retainers, you gave me proof that you will not turn against me, no matter how tempting it might be to do so." In a lightning-swift change of topic, designed to trap the relaxed and unwary, Henry said smoothly, "Yet despite all your loyalty to me, you didn't intend to release Lady Jennifer Merrick into Graverly's custody so that she could be escorted home, did you?" Anger raged through Royce at this reminder of his utter stupidity. Lowering his goblet, he said icily, "I believed at the time that she herself would refuse to go, and would explain that to Graverly." Henry gaped at him, open-mouthed, the goblet in his fingers tipping precariously. "So Graverly spoke the truth about that. Both women duped you." "Both?" Royce repeated. "Aye, my boy," Henry said with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. "Standing outside the doors to this chamber are two emissaries from King James. Through them I have been in constant contact with James, and he has been in contact with the Earl of Merrick and everyone else involved in this mess. Based on what James has somewhat gleefully reported to me, it appears to me that the younger girl, who you believe to be hovering at death's door, had actually put her face into a pillow filled with feathers, which made her cough. Then she convinced you it was actually a recurrence of an ailment of the lungs, thus duping you into sending her home. The older one, Lady Jennifer, obviously went along with the ploy, stayed behind for one day, then duped you into leaving her alone so that she could escape with her stepbrother, who'd undoubtedly managed to get word to her where to meet him." Henry's voice hardened. "'Tis the joke of Scotland that my own champion was duped by a pair of young maids. 'Tis also a story that's been well told and embellished in my own court. The next time you confront an adversary, Claymore, you may find he laughs in your face instead of trembling with fear." A moment ago, Royce didn't think he could be angrier than he'd been that day at Hardin when Jennifer escaped. However, the realization that Brenna Merrick, who cried at the sight of her own shadow, had actually duped him was enough to make him grind his teeth. And that was before the rest of Henry's words sank in. Jennifer's tears and pleading for her sister's life had been false. She had feigned all that. No doubt when she offered her virginity for her sister's life, she expected to be rescued before nightfall. End of Side 5. Side 6. A Kingdom of Dreams by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 209. Henry abruptly stood up and walked down the steps, beginning to pace slowly. "You've not heard the lot of it. There has been an outcry over all this, an outcry that has surpassed even my expectations when you first sent me word about the identity of your hostages. I did not grant you an audience until now, because I was waiting for your reckless brother to turn up, so that I could question him in person as to the exact location whence he snatched the girls. It seems," King Henry said in an explosive breath, "that there is every possibility he snatched them from the grounds of the Abbey, where they were staying, exactly as their father is claiming. As a result, Rome has been demanding reparation from me in every conceivable form. Then, besides the protests from Rome and all Catholic Scotland over the girl's abduction from a holy abbey, there's the Macpherson, who's threatening to lead every clan in the Highlands into war against us, because you despoiled his affianced wife." "His what?" Royce hissed. Henry glanced at him in disgruntled annoyance. "You were not aware that the young woman whom you deflowered, and then lavished your jewels upon, was already betrothed to the most powerful chieftain in Scotland?" Rage exploded in a red mist before Royce's eyes, and in that moment he was absolutely convinced that Jennifer Merrick was the most consummate liar on earth. He could still see her, her innocent, smiling eyes never leaving his, as she talked about being sent to the Abbey, leading him to believe that she'd been sent to remain, possibly for the rest of her life. She had failed to mention that she was on the brink of marriage. And then he remembered her poignant little story about planning a dream kingdom, and the fury inside him was almost past bearing. He had no doubt that she had invented it all. Everything. She had played upon his sympathies as skillfully as a harpist plays upon the strings of his instrument. "You are spoiling the shape of that goblet, Claymore," Henry pointed out with wry irritability, watching as Royce's clenched hand forced the silver rim of the goblet into an oval. "By the way, since you haven't denied it, I assume you did bed the Merrick woman." His jaw clenched tight with rage. Royce inclined his head in the barest sign of a nod. "Enough discussion," the monarch snapped abruptly. All casual friendliness vanished from his voice. Putting his goblet down on a richly carved table of gilded oak, he ascended the steps to the throne, saying, "James cannot agree to a treaty when his subjects are in an uproar over our violation of one of their abbeys, nor will Rome be satisfied with a mere gift to their coffers. Therefore, James and I have agreed there is only one solution, and we are in complete accord for once." Switching to the royal plural for emphasis, the king announced in ringing tones that brooked no objection, "It is our decision that you will proceed to Scotland at once, whereupon you will wed Lady Jennifer Merrick in the presence of diplomatic emissaries from both courts and in full view of her kinsmen. Several members from our own court will accompany you on your journey, their presence at the nuptials to represent the English nobility's full acceptance of your wife as an equal in rank." Having spoken, Henry kept his ominous gaze leveled on the tall man who was standing before him, white-faced with fury, a nerve jerking in his dark cheek. When he could finally trust himself to speak, Royce's voice erupted like hissing steam. "You ask the impossible. I've asked it of you before, in battle, and you've not refused me. You've no reason, and no right to do so now, Claymore. Moreover, he continued, reverting back to the royal plural while his tone grew more dire, we did not ask, we commanded. Furthermore, for not yielding to our emissary at once, when he conveyed our orders to release your hostage, we hereby fine you the estate of Grand Oak, together with all income derived therefrom during this past year. So, consumed with fury was Royce over the thought of wedding that scheming, deceitful, red-haired witch, he scarcely heard the rest of what Henry was saying. However, said the royal voice, gentling somewhat, now that its owner could see that the Earl of Claymore was apparently not going to voice foolish and intolerable objections. In order that the estate of Grand Oak will not be entirely lost to you, I shall grant it to your bride as a wedding gift. Ever mindful of the need to continue fattening his coffers, the king added politely, you shall, however, forfeit the income derived from it for the full year past. With his hand he gestured toward the rolled parchment resting on the table at the foot of the dais, beside his discarded wine goblet. That parchment will leave here within an hour, in the hands of James's emissaries, who will deliver it directly to him. It sets forth all I've told you, everything that James and I have already agreed upon, and I've set my hand and seal to it. As soon as he receives it, James will send his emissaries to Merrick, who will then inform the Earl of the marriage that is to take place at once between his daughter and you at Merrick Keep, a fortnight hence. Having said all that, King Henry paused, waiting for polite words of acceptance and a promise of obedience from his subject. His subject, however, spoke in the same infuriated hiss he'd spoken in before. Is that all, sire? Henry's brows snapped together, his tolerance at an end. I'll have your word to obey. Make your choice, he growled. The gallows, Claymore, or else your word to marry the Merrick woman with all haste. With all haste, Royce bit out between his teeth. Excellent, Henry decreed, slapping his knee, his goodwill completely restored now that all was settled. To tell you truly, my friend, I thought for a moment you actually meant to choose death over a wedding. I've little doubt I'll oft regret I didn't, Royce snapped. Henry chuckled and motioned with a beringed finger to his discarded wine goblet. We shall drink a toast to your marriage, Claymore. I can see, he continued a minute later, watching Royce toss down a fresh goblet of wine in an obvious attempt to calm his ire, that you regard this forced marriage as poor reward for your years of faithful service. Yet I have never forgotten that you fought beside me long before there was much hope for gain. What I hoped to gain was peace for England, sire, Royce said bitterly. Peace, and a strong king with better ideas for keeping that peace than the old methods, with battle-axe and battering-ram. I did not know at the time, however, Royce added with poorly concealed sarcasm, that one of your methods would be to wed the hostile parties to each other. If I had, he finished acidly, I might well have thrown my lot in with Richard instead. That outrageous piece of treason made Henry throw back his head and roar with laughter. My friend, you've always known I deem marriage an excellent compromise. Did we not sit up late one night by a campfire at Bosworth Field, just the two of us? If you think back on the occasion, you'll recollect I told you then I'd offer my own sister to James if I thought 'twould bring peace. You don't have a sister, Royce pointed out shortly. Nay, but I have you instead," he quietly replied. It was the highest of royal compliments, and even Royce was not proof against it. With an irritated sigh, he put his chalice down and absently raked his right hand through the side of his hair. "Truces and tournaments, that's the way to peace," Henry added, well pleased with himself. "Truces for restraint, and tournaments to work off hostilities. I've invited James to send anyone he likes to the tournament near Claymore later in the fall. We'll let the clans fight us on the field of honor. Harmless. Quite enjoyable, actually," he announced, reversing his earlier opinion on the subject. "Naturally, you needn't participate." When Henry fell silent, Royce said, "Have you more to say to me, sire? Or may I beg your leave to retire?" "Certainly," Henry replied good-naturedly. "Come to see me in the morn, and we'll talk more. Don't be too hard on your brother. He volunteered to marry the sister in order to spare you. Seemed not at all reluctant to do it, in fact. Unfortunately, that won't do. Oh, and Claymore, you needn't worry about telling Lady Hamill of your broken betrothal. I've done that already. Poor, lovely thing. She was quite overset. I've sent her off to the country in hopes the change of scene will help restore her spirits." The knowledge that Henry had proceeded with the betrothal, and that Mary had undoubtedly been subjected to tremendous humiliation as a result of Royce's notorious behavior with Jennifer, was the last piece of ill news he could tolerate in one night. With a brief bow, he turned on his heel, and the footman opened the doors. A few steps away, however, Henry called his name. Wondering what impossible demand he was about to make now, Royce reluctantly turned to face him. "Your future bride is a countess," Henry said, an odd smile lingering at his lips. "It is a title inherited by her through her mother. A title far older than your own, by the by. Did you know that?" "If she were Queen of Scotland," Royce replied bluntly, "I wouldn't want her. Therefore her present title is scarcely an inducement." "I quite agree. In fact, I regard it as a likely hindrance to marital harmony." When Royce merely looked at him, Henry explained with a widening smile, "Inasmuch as the young countess has already duped my most fierce and brilliant warrior, I think 'twould be a tactical mistake to have her outrank him as well. Therefore, Royce Westmoreland, I hereby confer upon you the title of Duke." When Royce emerged from the throne room, the antechamber was filled with staring nobles, all of them visibly eager to have a look at him, and thus assess how his interview with the king had gone. The answer came from a footman who rushed out of the throne room and loudly said, "Your Grace." Royce turned to hear that King Henry bade him convey his personal regards to his future wife. But the nobles in the antechamber heard only two things: "Your Grace," which meant that Royce Westmoreland was now a duke, the holder of the most exalted title in the land, and that he was evidently about to be married. It was, Royce realized grimly, Henry's way of announcing both events to those in the antechamber. Lady Amelia Willdale and her husband were the first to recover from the shock. "So," said Lord Willdale, bowing to Royce, "'twould appear congratulations are in order." "I disagree," Royce snapped. "Who's the lucky lady?" Lord Avery called good-naturedly. "Obviously it is not Lady Hamill." Royce stiffened and slowly turned, while tension and expectation crackled in the air. But before he could reply, Henry's voice boomed from the doorway, "Lady Jennifer Merrick." The stunned silence that followed was broken first by a loud laugh that was abruptly stifled, and then giggles, and then a deafening babble of denials and amazed exclamations. "Jennifer? Merrick?" Lady Elizabeth repeated, looking at Royce, her sultry eyes silently reminding Royce of the intimacies they had once shared. Not the beautiful one? The plain one, then? His mind bent only on getting out of there. Royce nodded distantly and started to turn. "She's quite old, isn't she?" Lady Elizabeth persisted. "Not too old to snatch up her skirts and run away from the Black Wolf," Gravely put in smoothly, strolling out from the midst of the crowd. "No doubt you'll have to beat her into submission, won't you? A little torture, a little pain, and then mayhaps she'll stay in your bed." Royce's hands clenched against the urge to strangle the bastard. Someone laughed to diffuse the tension and joked, "It's England against Scotland, Claymore, except the battles will take place in the bedchamber. My purse is on you." "Mine, too," someone else called. "Mine is on the woman," gravely proclaimed. Further back in the crowd, an elderly gentleman cupped his hand to his ear and called to a friend who was closer to the Duke. "Eh? What's all this about? What's happened to Claymore?" "He has to marry the Merrick slut," his friend replied, raising his voice to be heard over the increasing hubbub. "What did he say?" called a lady far back in the crowd, craning her neck. "Claymore has to marry the Merrick slut," the elderly gentleman obligingly called out. In the uproar that followed, only two nobles in the antechamber remained still and silent. Lord MacLeish and Lord Dougal, the emissaries from King James, who were waiting for the signed marriage agreement which they were to take to Scotland tonight. Within 2 hours, word had passed from noble to servant to guards outside and then to passers-by. Claymore has to marry the Merrick slut. Chapter 14. In answer to her father's summons, Jenny dragged her thoughts from the memories of the handsome, gray-eyed man who still haunted her days and nights. Laying down her embroidery, she gave Brenna a puzzled look. Then she pulled her dark green mantle closer about her shoulders and left the sala. Male voices raised in debate made her pause on the gallery and glance down into the hall. At least 24 men, kinsmen and nobles from surrounding domains, were gathered around the fire, their rough-hewn faces grim as death. Friar Benedict was there, too, and the sight of his stern, icy face made Jenny cringe with a combination of alarm and shame. Even now she could recall every word of his blistering tirade when she confessed to him the sin she had committed with Royce Westmoreland. "You shamed your father, your country, and your God with your uncontrollable desires for this man. Were you not guilty of the sin of lust, you'd have surrendered your life before your honor." Instead of feeling cleansed, which she normally did after confessing her sins, Jenny had felt dirtied and almost beyond salvation. Now, in retrospect, she thought it a little odd that he had placed God in the last position of importance when he listed those she had shamed, and despite her lingering guilt at having actually enjoyed the things Lord Westmoreland had done to her, she refused to believe her God would blame her for making the original bargain. In the first place, Lord Westmoreland had not wanted her life. He had wanted her body. And although she'd been wrong to enjoy lying with a man who was not her husband, the actual bargain had been nobly made for the sake of sparing Brenna's life. Or so she'd thought. The God whom Friar Benedict spoke of in such frightening terms of fiery vengeance and righteousness was not the same God to whom Jenny frequently poured out her heart. Her God was reasonable, kind, and only somewhat stern. Hopefully he even understood why she could not seem to permanently blot out of her mind the exquisite sweetness of the night she'd spent in Royce Westmoreland's arms. The memory of his passionate kisses, of his whispered words of praise and passion, kept coming back to torment her. And she couldn't prevent it. Sometimes she didn't want to try. Several times she dreamed of him, of the way he looked when that lazy white smile swept across his tanned face. Or Jenny jerked her mind from such thoughts and stepped into the hall, her reluctance to face the men assembled around the fireplace, growing with each step she took. Until now, she'd remained virtually secluded within Merrick, needing, somehow, the security of its ancient, familiar walls around her. Despite her self-imposed seclusion, she had no doubt the men in the hall knew what she had done. Her father had demanded a full accounting of her abduction, and part-way through Jenny's explanations, he had interrupted her to bluntly demand to know if the wolf had forced her to lie with him. Jenny's face had given way the answer, and despite her efforts to ease his fury by explaining about the bargain and assuring him that her captor had not been brutal, his rage was uncontainable. His shouted curses had rung to the rafters, and the reason for it had not been kept secret. Although, whether the men in the hall viewed her as a helpless victim or a common slut, she had no way of knowing. Her father was standing at the fireplace, his rigid back to his guest. "You wish to see me, Father?" Without turning, he spoke, and the ominous tone of his voice made alarm tingle up her spine. "Sit down, daughter," he said, and her cousin, Angus, quickly stood up to offer Jenny his chair. The swiftness, the eagerness of the polite gesture took Jenny by surprise. "How are you feeling, Jenny?" Garrick Carmichael asked, and Jenny stared at him in amazement, a lump of emotion filling her throat. It was the first time since Becky's drowning that Becky's father had spoken to her. I'm very well," she whispered, looking at him with her heart in her eyes, "and I thank you for asking, Garrick Carmichael." "You're a brave lass." Another of her kinsmen spoke up, and Jenny's heart began to soar. "Aye," said another, "you're a true Merrick." A fleeting thought passed her delighted mind that, despite her father's inexplicably black look, this was beginning to feel like the best day of her life. Hollis Ferguson spoke up, his voice gruff as he issued an apology on behalf of everyone for their past behavior. "William has told us all about what happened while you were in the clutches of the barbarian, about how you escaped on his own horse and attacked him with his sword and slashed their blankets. You've made him a laughingstock with your escape. A lass with courage like yours would not sneak about doing the sort of vile things Alexander accused you of doing. William has made us see that. Alexander was mistaken in you." Jenny's gaze flew to her stepbrother's face, and there was a world of love and gratitude in her eyes. "I only told the truth," he said, his smile gentle and inexplicably sad as he returned her gaze, as if his pleasure in what he'd accomplished was being dimmed by something else, weighing heavily on him. "You're a Merrick," Hollis Ferguson put in proudly. "A Merrick through and through. Not one of us has ever given the wolf a taste of our blades, but you did, small though you are, and a lass at that." "Thank you, Hollis," Jenny said softly. Only Malcolm, Jenny's youngest stepbrother, continued to regard her as he had in the past, his face filled with cold malice. Her father turned abruptly, and the expression on his face banished some of Jenny's delight. "Has something bad happened?" she asked hesitantly. "Aye," he said bitterly. "Our fates have been decided by our meddling monarch, not ourselves." Clasping his hands behind his back, he began to pace slowly back and forth while he explained in a harsh monotone. "When you and your sister were taken, I petitioned King James for 2,000 armed men to join with ours so that we could pursue the barbarian into England. James sent word back, commanding me to take no action until he had time to demand your release, as well as reparation for this outrage from Henry. He had just agreed on a truce with the English, he said. I should not have told James what I wanted to do. That was my mistake," he gritted, beginning to pace. "We not have needed his help. The sanctity of one of our abbeys had been violated when you were taken from its grounds. Within days all Catholic Scotland was ready, anxious to take arms and march with us. But James," he finished angrily, "wants peace. Peace at the cost of Merrick pride. Peace at any cost. He promised me revenge. He promised all Scotland that we would make the barbarian pay for this outrage. Well, Lord Merrick spat furiously. He's made him pay, all right. He's gotten his reparation from the English. For a sick moment, Jenny wondered if Royce Westmoreland had been imprisoned, or worse, but judging by her father's furious look, neither of those punishments, which he would see as fitting, had been meted out. What did James accept in the form of reparation? She asked, when her father seemed unable to continue. Across from her, William flinched, and the other men began to look at their hands. Marriage, her father gritted. Whose? Yours. For a moment, Jenny's mind went completely blank. My marriage to whom? To the spawn of Satan. To the murderer of my brother and my son. To the Black Wolf. Jenny gripped the arms of her chair so tightly her knuckles whitened. What? Her father jerked his head in a nod, but his voice and expression took on an odd note of triumph as he came to stand directly in front of her. You are supposed to be the instrument of peace, daughter, he said. But later, you will be the instrument of victory for the Merricks and for all Scotland. Very slowly, Jenny shook her head, staring at him in confused shock. The remainder of her color drained from her face as her father continued. Without realizing it, James has given me the means to destroy the barbarian, not on the battlefield by putting an end to his life, as I'd hoped to do, but instead in his own castle by ruining what is left of his misbegotten life. In fact, he finished with a sly, proud smile, you've already begun. What do you mean? Jenny whispered hoarsely. All England is laughing at him because of you. The stories of your two escapes, your wounding him with his own dagger, all of it, have been circulating from Scotland to England. His brutality has gained him enemies in his own country, and those enemies are busy spreading those same stories everywhere. You've made a laughingstock of Henry's champion, my dear. You've ruined his reputation. But his wealth remains, along with his titles. Wealth and titles he accumulated by crushing Scotland beneath his heel. 'Tis up to you to see he never enjoys those gains. And you can. By denying him an heir. By denying him your favors. By... Shock and fear combined to send Jenny surging to her feet. This is madness. Tell King James I wish for no reparation. 'Tis of no consequence what we want. Rome wants reparation. Scotland wants it. Claymore is on his way here even as we speak. The betrothal contract will be signed and the wedding is to follow immediately. James has left us no alternative. Jenny shook her head slowly, in silent, desperate denial, while her voice slid to a frightened whisper. Nay, Papa, you don't understand. You see, he trusted me not to try to escape, and I did. And if I've truly made him a laughingstock, he'll never forgive me for that. Anger turned her father's face a terrible shade of red. You do not want his forgiveness. We want his defeat in every way, large and small, that we can have it. Every Merrick, every Scot will depend on you to deliver it. You have the courage to do it, Jennifer. You proved that while you were his captive. Jenny no longer heard him. She had humiliated Royce Westmoreland, and now he was coming here. She trembled at the realization of how much he must loathe her, and how angry he must be. Her mind promptly presented her with frightening visions of the times she had seen him angry. She saw him as he had looked the night she'd been dumped at his feet, his black mantle billowing eerily, the orange flames of the fire giving his face a satanic look. She saw the expression on his face when his horse was dead, because of her. The fury that blackened his features when she cut his face. But none of that had been breaking his trust. Or, worse, making a fool of him. He must be deprived of an heir as he deprived me of mine. Her father's voice slashed through her thoughts. He must. God has granted me this revenge when all other paths were closed to me. I have other heirs, but he will have none, never. Your marriage will be my revenge. Reeling with anguish, Jenny cried, Papa, please, don't ask me to do this. I'll do anything else. I'll go back to the Abbey, or to my Aunt Eleanor, or anywhere you say. Nay, he would only marry another of his choice and beget his heirs on her. I won't do it, Jenny insisted wildly, voicing the first logical arguments that tumbled to mind. I can't. It's wrong. It's impossible. If the Black Wolf wants an heir, she corrected with a shamed, blushing glance at the other men. How can I prevent it? His strength is 5 times mine. Although, after all that's passed between us, I don't think he'll want me in the same castle with him, let alone in his. She tried desperately to think of a word to substitute, but there was none. Bed, she finished weakly, her gaze shying away from their guests. Would you were right, my child, but you're wrong. There is about you the same quality your mother possessed, the quality that stirs lust in a man when he looks upon you. The wolf will want you, whether he likes you or no. Suddenly he paused for emphasis, a slow smile on his face. However, 'tis possible you'll not be able to do much about it if I send your Aunt Eleanor with you. Aunt Eleanor? Jenny repeated blankly. Papa, I know not of what you mean, but all of this is wrong. Her hands clutching helplessly at her woolen skirts, she looked with desperate appeal at the men surrounding her, while in her mind she saw another Royce Westmoreland than the one they knew, the man who had teased her in the glade and talked with her on the parapet, the man who bargained her into his bed and treated her gently, when another captor would have raped her and given her to his men. Please, she said, looking around at all of them and then at her father, try to understand. 'Tis not disloyalty, 'tis reason that makes me say this. I know how many of our people have died in battle with the wolf, but such is the way of all battles. He cannot be blamed for Alexander's death, or you dare to exonerate him, her father breathed, looking at her as if she was changing into a serpent before his eyes. Or can it be that your loyalty is to him, not us? Jenny felt as if he had slapped her. Yet in some tiny part of her she realized her feelings for her former captor were a strange enigma, even to her. I only seek peace, for all of us. 'Tis obvious, Jennifer, her father said bitterly. You cannot be spared the humiliation of hearing what your affianced husband thinks of this peaceful union. And of you. Within hearing of everyone at Henry's court, he said he wouldn't want you if you were the Queen of Scotland. When he refused to have you as his wife, his king threatened to deprive him of all he possessed. And still he refused. It took the threat of death to finally make him agree. Afterward he called you the Merrick slut. He boasted he would beat you into submission. His friends began placing wagers on him, laughing, because he means to bring you to heel as he has brought Scotland to heel. That is what he thinks of you and this marriage. As for the rest of them, they've given you the title he conferred on you, the Merrick slut. Each word her father spoke struck Jenny's heart like a lash, making her cringe with a shame and hurt that was almost past bearing. When he was finished, she stood there, while a blessed, cold numbness came over her, until she felt nothing at all. When she finally lifted her head and looked about at the tired, valiant Scots, her voice was brittle and hard. I hope They wagered all their wealth on it. Chapter 15. Jenny stood alone on the parapet, looking out across the moors, the wind playfully tossing her hair about her shoulders, her hands clutching the stone ledge in front of her. The hope that her bridegroom might not arrive for his wedding, which was to take place in 2 hours, had been snatched from her a few minutes ago, when a castle guard had called out that riders were approaching. 150 mounted knights were riding toward the drawbridge, the light from the setting sun glinting on their polished shields, turning them to shining gold. The figure of a snarling wolf danced ominously before her eyes, undulating on blue pennants and waving on the horses' trappings and knights' surcoats. With the same unemotional detachment she'd felt for 5 days, she stood where she was, watching as the large group neared the castle gates. Now she could see there were women among them, and a few standards bearing markings other than the wolf. She had been told some English nobles would be present tonight, but she had not expected any women. Her gaze shifted reluctantly to the broad-shouldered man riding at the front of the party, bareheaded and without shield or sword, mounted atop a great black destrier with flowing mane and tail that could have been sired only by Thor. Beside Royce rode Merrick, also bareheaded and without armor, which Jenny assumed was their way of illustrating their utter contempt for any puny attempt Clan Merrick might make to slay them. Jenny couldn't see Royce Westmoreland's face at all from this distance, but as he waited for the drawbridge to be lowered, she could almost feel his impatience, as if he sensed that he was being watched. He lifted his head abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the roofline of the castle, and without meaning to, Jenny pressed back against the wall, hiding herself from view. Fear. The first emotion she'd felt in 5 days, she realized with disgust, had been fear. Squaring her shoulders, she turned and re-entered the castle. 2 hours later, Jenny glanced at herself in the mirror. The feeling of pleasant numbness that had vanished on the parapet had deserted her for good, leaving her a mass of quaking emotion. But the face in the mirror was a pale, emotionless mask. "It won't be nearly so terrible as you think, Jenny," Brenna said, trying with all her heart to cheer her, as she helped 2 maids straighten the train of Jenny's gown. "'Twill all be over in less than an hour." "If only the marriage could be as short as the wedding," Jenny said miserably. "Sir Stephen is down in the hall. I saw him myself. He'll not let the Duke do anything to disgrace you down there. He's an honorable, strong knight." Jenny turned, the brush in her hand forgotten, studying her sister's face with a wan, puzzled smile. "Brenna, are we discussing the same honorable knight who kidnapped us in the first place?" "Well," said Brenna defensively, "unlike his wicked brother, at least he didn't attempt to make any immoral bargains with me afterward." "That's quite true," Jenny said, completely distracted for the moment from her own woes. "However, I wouldn't count on his goodwill tonight. I've little doubt he'll be longing to wring your neck when he sets eyes on you, because now he knows you tricked him." "Oh, but he doesn't feel that way at all," Brenna burst out. "He told me it was a very daring and brave thing I did." Ruefully, she added, "Then he said he could wring my neck for it. And besides, 'twasn't him I tricked. 'Twas his wretched brother." "You've already spoken to Sir Stephen," Jenny said, dumbfounded. Brenna had never shown the slightest interest in any of the young swains who'd been pursuing her for the last 3 years. Yet now she was evidently meeting, in secret, with the last man in the world her father would permit her to wed. "I managed to have a few words with him in the hall, when I went to ask William a question," Brenna confessed, her cheeks stained hot pink. Then she suddenly became absorbed in straightening the sleeve of her red velvet gown. "Jenny," she said softly, her head bent, "now that there's to be peace between our countries, I was thinking I should be able to send you messages often. And if I included one for Sir Stephen, would you see that he receives it?" Jenny felt as if the world were turning upside down. "If you're certain you want to do that, I will. And," she continued, hiding a laugh that was part hysteria and part dismay for her sister's hopeless attachment, "will I also be including messages from Sir Stephen, with mine to you?" "Sir Stephen," Brenna replied, lifting her smiling eyes to Jenny's, "suggested just that." Jenny began, but she broke off as the door to her chamber was swung open, and a tiny, elderly woman rushed forward, then stopped in her tracks. Dressed in an outdated but lovely gown of dove-gray satin lined with rabbit, an old-fashioned, gauzy white wimple completely swathing her neck and part of her chin, and a silvery veil trailing down her shoulders, Aunt Eleanor looked from one girl to the other in confusion. "I know you're little Brenna," Aunt Eleanor said, beaming at Brenna, and then at Jenny. "But can this beautiful creature be my plain little Jenny?" She stared in stunned admiration at the bride, who was standing before her, clad in a cream velvet and satin gown, with a low, square-cut bodice, high waist, and wide, full sleeves heavily encrusted in pearls, and sprinkled with rubies and diamonds from elbow to wrist. A magnificent satin cape lined in velvet was also bordered in pearls, attached at Jenny's shoulders with a pair of magnificent gold brooches set with pearls, rubies, and diamonds. Her hair spilled over her shoulders and back, glinting like the gold and rubies she wore. "Cream velvet," said Aunt Eleanor, smiling and opening her arms. "So very impractical, my love, but so very beautiful. Almost as beautiful as you." Jenny raced into her embrace. "Oh, Aunt Eleanor, I'm so very happy to see you. I was afraid you weren't coming." Brenna answered a knock on the door, and then she turned to Jenny, her words abruptly choking Jenny's outpouring of delighted greeting. "Jenny, Papa desires you to come downstairs now. The documents are ready to be signed." A terror that was almost uncontrollable swept over Jenny, twisting her stomach into thick knots and draining the color from her face. Aunt Eleanor tucked her arm in Jenny's, and, in an obvious effort to distract her from concentrating on what awaited her, she gently drew Jennifer toward the door, while chatting about the scene that awaited her downstairs. "You shan't believe your eyes when you see how full the hall is," she jabbered in the mistaken belief that a crowd would lessen Jenny's fear of a confrontation with her future husband. "Your papa has 100 of your men standing at arms at one side of the hall, and he," the faint sniff of superiority in her voice made it clear he was the Black Wolf, "has at least that many of his own knights standing directly across the room, watching your men." Jenny walked woodenly down the long hall, each slow step feeling like her last one. "It sounds," she said tautly, "like the setting for a battle, not a betrothal." "Well, yes, but it isn't. Not exactly. There are more nobles than knights down there. King James must have sent half of his court here to witness the ceremony, and the heads of the nearby clans are here, too." Jenny took another wooden step down the long, dark hallway. "I saw them arrive this morning." "Yes. Well, King Henry must have wanted this to seem a special occasion for celebration, for there are all sorts of English nobles here, too, and a few of them brought their wives. It's very wondrous to behold. The Scots and the English, in their velvets and satins all gathered together." Jenny turned and started the short, steep descent down the winding stone steps to the hall. "It's very quiet down there," she said shakily, her ears picking up the muted sounds of male voices raised in forced joviality, a few coughs, a woman's nervous laughter, and nothing else. What are they all doing? "Why, they're either exchanging cold looks," Aunt Eleanor cheerfully replied, "or pretending they don't know the other half of the room is present." Jenny was rounding the last turn near the bottom of the stairs. Pausing to steady herself, she bit her trembling lip, then, with a defiant toss of her head, she lifted her chin high and walked forward. An ominous hush slowly swept over the hall as Jennifer came into view, and the spectacle that greeted her eyes was as foreboding as the silence. Torches burned brightly in stands mounted on the stone walls, casting their light on the staring, hostile spectators. Men-at-arms stood stiff and straight beneath the torches. Ladies and lords stood side by side, the English on one side of the hall and the Scots on the opposite, exactly as Aunt Eleanor had said. But it was not the guests who made Jenny's knees begin to shake uncontrollably. It was the tall, powerfully built figure who stood aloof in the center of the hall, watching her with hard, glittering eyes. Like an evil specter, he loomed before her in a wine-colored cloak lined with sable, emanating wrath so forceful that even his own countrymen were standing well away from him. Jennifer's father came forward to take Jennifer's hand, a guard on each side of him. But the wolf stood alone. Omnipotent and contemptuous of his paltry enemy, he openly scorned the need for protection from them. Her father tucked her hand through his arm as he guided her forward, and the wide path through the great hall that divided the Scots from the English widened yet more as they approached. On her right stood the Scots, their proud, stern faces turned toward her with anger and sympathy. On her left were the haughty English, staring at her with cold hostility. And straight ahead, blocking her way, was the sinister figure of her future husband, his cloak thrown back over his wide shoulders, his feet planted slightly apart, his arms crossed over his chest, inspecting her as if she were some repulsive creature crawling across the floor. Unable to endure his gaze, Jenny focused her eyes on a point just above his left shoulder, and wondered a little wildly if he meant to stand aside and let them pass. Her heart thundering like a battering ram in her chest, she clutched her father's arm. But still the devil refused to budge, deliberately forcing Jenny and her father to walk around him. It was, Jenny realized hysterically, only the first act of contempt and humiliation, to which he would treat her publicly and privately for the rest of her life. Fortunately, there was little time to dwell on that, because another horror awaited her directly ahead, the signing of her betrothal contract, which was spread open upon a table. 2 men stood beside it, one of them the emissary from King James's court, the other the emissary from King Henry's court, both of whom were here to witness the proceedings. At the table, Jennifer's father stopped and released her clammy hand from the comfort of his grip. "The barbarian," he enunciated clearly and audibly, "has already signed it." The hostility in the room seemed to escalate to frighteningly tangible proportions at his words, crackling through the air like a million daggers hurtling back and forth from the Scots side of the hall to the English. In frozen, mute rebellion, Jenny stared at the long parchment containing all the words that set out her dowry and condemned her irrevocably to a life and all eternity as the wife and chattel of a man she loathed and who loathed her. At the bottom of the parchment, the Duke of Claymore had scrawled his signature in a bold hand, the signature of her captor and now her jailer. On the table beside the parchment lay a quill and inkhorn, and, though Jenny willed herself to touch the quill, her trembling fingers refused to obey. The emissary from King James moved forward, and Jenny looked up at him in helpless, angry misery. "My lady," he said with sympathetic courtesy, and the obvious intention of showing the English in the hall that Lady Jennifer held the respect of King James himself. "Our sovereign king, James of Scotland, has bade me to extend his greetings to you, and to further say that all of Scotland is indebted to you for this sacrifice you make on behalf of our beloved homeland. You are an honor to the great clan of Merrick, and to Scotland as well." Was there an emphasis on the word sacrifice? Jenny wondered dazedly. But the emissary was already picking up the quill and pointedly handing it to her. As if from afar, she watched her hand slowly reach for it, grasp it, and then sign the loathsome document. But when she straightened, she could not tear her eyes from it. Transfixed, she stared at her own name, written in the scholarly script Mother Ambrose had made her practice and perfect. The Abbey. Suddenly, she could not, would not, believe God was actually letting this happen to her. Surely during her long years at Belkirk Abbey, God must have noticed her piety and obedience and devotion. Well, at least her attempt to be obedient, pious, and devoted. Please, God, she repeated wildly over and over again, don't let this happen to me. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Westmoreland's bold voice slashed through the hall, echoing off the stone walls. A toast to the Duke of Claymore and his new bride. His new bride. The words reverberated dizzily in Jenny's brain, jarring her from her recollections of the past weeks. She looked around in a dazed panic, not certain whether her reverie had lasted seconds or minutes. And then she began to pray again. Please, God, don't let this happen to me. She cried in her heart one last time. But it was too late. Her widened eyes were riveted on the great oaken doors that opened into the hall to admit the priest, for whom everyone was waiting. Friar Benedict, her father loudly proclaimed as he stood at the doors. Jenny's breath stopped. Has sent us word he is unwell. Her heart began to hammer. And the wedding cannot be performed until tomorrow. Thank you, God. Jenny tried to step back, away from the table. But the room was suddenly beginning to spin, and she couldn't move. She was going to faint, she realized with horror. And the person nearest to her was Royce Westmoreland. Suddenly Aunt Eleanor let out a cry of dismay as she recognized Jenny's plight, and she rushed forward, shamelessly jostling startled clansmen aside with her elbows. An instant later, Jenny found herself wrapped in a fierce hug, a parchment cheek pressed to hers, an achingly familiar voice bubbling in her ear. Now, babe, take a deep breath, and you'll feel right as can be in a moment. The voice crooned. Your Aunt Eleanor is here now, and I'll take you upstairs. The world tilted crazily, then suddenly righted itself. Joy and relief poured through Jenny as her father addressed the company in the hall. "'Twill only be a day's delay," he boomed, his back turned to the English. "Friar Benedict is only mildly afflicted, and the good man promises to leave his pallet and come here on the morrow to perform the ceremony, no matter how ill he may still be." Jenny turned to leave the hall with her aunt, and she stole a quick glance at her betrothed to see his reaction to the delay. But the Black Wolf seemed not to know she was there. His narrowed gaze was trained on her father, and though his expression was as inscrutable as a sphinx, there was a cold, speculative look in his eyes. Outside, the storm that had been threatening all day suddenly whipped itself into a frenzy, and lightning split the sky, followed by the first ominous, primitive boom of thunder. "However," her father continued, turning to address the entire hall, without ever actually looking at the English on his right, "the feasting will take place as planned this eve. 'Tis my understanding from the emissary of King Henry that most of you wish to return to England at once on the morrow. However, I fear you may have to remain an extra day, since our roads aren't fit for English travel when the storms come." A babble of voices burst out on both sides of the room. Ignoring the stares aimed at her, Jenny walked with her aunt through the crowded hall, straight to the stairs that led up 2 stories to her bedchamber, to sanity and solace, to a reprieve. When the heavy oaken door of her bedchamber closed behind her, Jenny turned into Aunt Eleanor's arms and wept unashamedly with relief. There now, my kitten," said her mother's elderly aunt, patting Jenny's back with her small hand, and talking in the eager, disjointed, determined way that was so much a part of her. "There's no doubt in my mind that when I didn't arrive yesterday or the day before, you gave up and thought I wasn't coming to be with you. 'Tis true, is it not?" Swallowing back her tears, Jenny leaned back slightly in her aunt's fond embrace and nodded sheepishly. Ever since her father had suggested Aunt Eleanor accompany Jenny to England, Jenny had been concentrating on that as the only joy on her gloomy, frightening horizon. Cupping Jennifer's tear-streaked face in her palms, Aunt Eleanor went on with bright determination. "But I am here now, and I've talked with your father this morn. I'm here, and I'll be with you every day from now on. Won't that be nice? We'll have lovely times together, even though you'll needs be married to that Englishman and reside with him, beast that he is. We'll forget him altogether and go about the way we used to do before your father banished me to the dower house at Glencairn. Not that I blame him, for I do chatter so, but I fear it's worse now than ever, for I've been deprived so long of loved ones who I can talk with." Jenny looked at her, a little dazed from her aunt's long, breathless speech. Smiling, she wrapped the small lady in a tight hug. Seated at the long table on the dais, oblivious to the din of 300 people dining and drinking around and below her, Jenny stared fixedly across the hall. Beside her, their elbows nearly touching, sat the man to whom the betrothal contract had bound her as irrevocably as the formal wedding ceremony which would follow tomorrow. For the last 2 hours that she'd been forced to sit beside him, she'd felt his icy gaze on her only thrice. It was as if he couldn't stand the sight of her and was only waiting to get her in his clutches so that he could begin making her life a hell. A future of verbal attacks and physical beatings loomed before her, for even among the Scots it was not uncommon for a husband to beat his wife if he felt she was in need of discipline or encouragement. Knowing that, and knowing the temper and reputation of the angry, cold man beside her, Jenny was certain her life would be filled with misery. The tightness in her throat that had nearly choked her all day almost cut off her breath now, and she tried valiantly to think of something to look forward to in the life she'd be forced to lead. Aunt Eleanor would be with her, she reminded herself. And someday soon, considering her knowledge of her husband's lustful nature, she'd have children to love and care for. Children. She closed her eyes briefly and drew a painful breath, feeling the tightness slowly lessen. A baby to hold and cuddle would be something to look forward to. She'd cling to that thought, she decided. Royce reached for his goblet of wine, and she stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye. He was, she noted sourly, watching a particularly comely acrobat who was balancing on her hands on a bed of sharp sword points, her skirts tied to her knees to prevent them falling over her head, a necessity that allowed her shapely, stockinged legs to be exposed from knee to ankle. On the other side of the room, jesters wearing pointed hats, with balls at the ends, cavorted before the table which ran the full length of the hall. The festive entertainment and lavish supper fare was her father's way of showing the hated English that the Merricks had pride and wealth. Disgusted with Royce's open admiration for the acrobat with the pretty legs, Jenny reached for her goblet of wine, pretending to sip from it, rather than face the malicious, scornful eyes of the English, who'd been watching her with derision all night. Based on some of the remarks she'd overheard, she had been judged and found completely lacking. "Look at that hair," one woman had sniggered. "I thought only horses had manes of that color." "Look at that haughty face," a man had said as Jennifer walked past him with her head high and her stomach in knots. "Royce won't abide that haughty attitude of hers. Once he has her at Claymore, he'll beat it out of her." Turning her gaze from the jesters, Jenny looked at her father, who was seated on her left. Pride filled her as she studied his aristocratic, bearded profile. He had such dignity, such noble bearing. In fact, whenever she'd watched him sitting in judgment in the great hall, listening to disputes that periodically cropped up among his people, she couldn't help thinking that God must look just like him, sitting on his heavenly throne and passing judgment on each soul who came before him. Tonight, however, her father seemed to be in a very strange mood, particularly given the awful circumstances. All evening, while talking and drinking with the other heads of the various clans in the hall, He'd seemed preoccupied and edgy, and yet oddly pleased, satisfied about something. Feeling Jennifer's gaze on him, Lord Merrick turned to her, his sympathetic blue eyes drifting over her pale face. Leaning so close to her that his beard tickled her cheek, he spoke in her ear, his voice raised slightly, but not enough to carry to anyone else. "Do not vex yourself, my child," he said. "Take heart," he added. "All will be well." That remark seemed so absurd that Jenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the panic in her widened blue eyes, he reached out and covered Jenny's clammy hand, which was at that moment clutching the edge of the table as if she were holding on to it for her life. His big, warm hand covered hers reassuringly, and Jenny managed a wobbly smile. "Trust me," he said. "All will be well on the morrow." Jenny's spirits plummeted. After the morrow it would be too late. After the morrow she'd be wed for eternity to the man whose wide shoulders beside her made her feel puny and insignificant. She stole a quick, worried look at her betrothed, to belatedly make certain he hadn't somehow managed to overhear the hushed conversation she'd just had with her father. But his attention was elsewhere. No longer idly watching the comely acrobat, Royce was gazing straight ahead. Curious, Jenny surreptitiously followed the direction of his gaze and saw Eric, who just re-entered the hall. As Jenny watched, the blond, bearded giant slowly nodded once, then once more at Royce. From the corner of her eyes, Jenny saw Royce's jaw harden. Then he inclined his head almost imperceptibly, before calmly and deliberately returning his attention to the acrobat. Eric waited a moment, and then casually walked over to Stephen, who was ostensibly watching the pipers. Jenny sensed that some sort of information had just been silently exchanged, and it made her intensely uneasy, particularly when her father's words were ringing through her mind. Something was happening, she knew it, though she knew not what. Some deadly serious game was being played, and she wondered if her future was somehow hanging on the outcome. Unable to endure the noise and suspense any more, Jenny decided to seek the peace of her bedchamber so that she could savor what little reason she had to be hopeful. "Papa," she said swiftly, turning to him, "I beg your leave to retire now. I would seek the peace of my bedchamber." "Of course, my dear," he said at once. "You've had little peace in your short life, but 'tis just what you need, isn't it?" Jenny hesitated a split second, feeling that there was some sort of double meaning in his words. But failing to understand it, she nodded, and then she stood up. The moment she moved, Royce's head turned toward her, though she could have sworn that he hadn't really known she was there all night. "Leaving?" he asked, his insolent gaze lifting to her bosom. Jenny froze at the inexplicable fury in his eyes when they finally lifted to hers. "Shall I accompany you to your chamber?" With a physical effort, Jenny willed her body to move and straighten to a full standing position, giving herself the momentary pleasure of looking down on him. "Certainly not," she snapped. "My aunt will accompany me." "What a dreadful evening!" Aunt Eleanor burst out the instant they reached Jenny's chamber. "Why, the way those English looked at you made me yearn to order them from the hall, which I swear I very nearly did. Lord Hastings, the Englishman from that odious Henry's court, was whispering to the fellow on his right throughout the meal, and ignoring me completely, which was more than rude of him, though I had no wish to talk to him. And, dear, I do not mean to add to your burdens, but I cannot like your husband at all." Jenny, who'd forgotten her aunt's habit of running on like a little magpie, grinned affectionately at the disapproving Scotswoman, but her mind was on a different matter. "Papa seemed in a strange mood at supper. I always felt he did." "Did what?" "Have strange moods." Jenny swallowed a hysterical, exhausted giggle, and abandoned any further attempt to discuss the evening. Standing up, she turned around so her aunt could help unfasten her gown. "Your father means to send me back to Glencairn," Aunt Eleanor said. Jenny's head jerked around and she stared at her aunt. "Why do you say such a thing?" "Because he did." Completely confused, Jenny turned and took her firmly by the shoulders. "Aunt Eleanor, exactly what did Papa say?" "This eve, when I arrived later than expected," she replied, her narrow shoulders drooping. "I expected him to be vexed, which would have been most unfair, for it wasn't my fault it was raining so hard to the west. You know how it is this time of year." "Aunt Eleanor," Jenny said in a dire, warning tone, "what did Papa say?" "I'm most sorry, child. I've been so long without human company, storing up so much conversation for lack of anyone to speak to, that now that I have someone to speak to, I cannot seem to stop. There were 2 pigeons who used to land on the window of my bedchamber at Glencairn, and we 3 conversed, though of course pigeons have little to say." At this, the most ominous time of her life, Jenny's shoulders began to shake with helpless laughter, and she wrapped her arms around the startled little woman, while mirth exploded from her chest, and tears of fear and exhaustion filled her eyes. "Poor child," Aunt Eleanor said, patting Jennifer's back. "You are under such strain, and I'm but adding to it. Now then," she paused, thinking, "your Papa told me at supper tonight that I should not plan on accompanying you after all, but that I could stay to see you married if I wished." Her arms fell from Jennifer, and she slumped dejectedly onto the bed, her elderly, sweet face filled with appeal. "I would do anything not to go back to Glencairn. It's so very lonely, you see." Nodding, Jenny laid her hand atop her aunt's snowy hair and gently soothed the shining crown, remembering years past when her aunt had run her own huge household with bustling efficiency. It was grossly unjust that enforced solitude, combined with advancing years, had wrought such a change in the courageous woman. "I will appeal to him on the morrow to change his mind," she said with weary determination. Her emotions were battered from the long, trying day, and exhaustion was beginning to sweep over her in heavy, crushing waves. "Once he understands how much I want you with me," she said with a sigh, suddenly yearning for the comfort of her narrow cot, "he'll surely relent." Chapter 16. Nearly every foot of floor space, from the great hall to the kitchens, was covered with sleeping guests and exhausted servants, lying upon whatever they had, or could find, to cushion the hard stones. A chorus of snores rose and fell discordantly throughout the castle, clashing and ebbing like confused, tumultuous waves. Unaccustomed to the peculiar sounds that disrupted the dark, moonless night, Jenny stirred fitfully in her sleep, then turned her face on the pillow and opened her eyes, startled into a somnambulant wakefulness by some unknown noise or movement in the room. Her heart racing in confused fright, she blinked, trying to calm her rapid pulse, and peer through the inky darkness of her bedchamber. On the low pallet beside Jenny's narrow bed, her aunt turned over. "Aunt Eleanor," Jenny realized with relief. No doubt Aunt Eleanor's movements had awakened her. The poor thing suffered quite often from a stiffness in her joints that made sleeping on a hard pallet preferable to a soft bed, and even then she tossed and turned, seeking comfort. Jenny's pulse returned to normal. She rolled onto her back, shivering from a sudden cold blast of air. A scream tore from her chest. At the same instant a large hand clamped over her mouth, throttling it. While Jenny stared in paralyzed terror at the dark face only inches above her own, Royce Westmoreland whispered, "If you cry out, I'll knock you senseless." He paused, waiting for Jennifer to recover her wits. "Do you understand me?" he snapped. Jenny hesitated, swallowed, then nodded jerkily. "In that case," he began, loosening his grip very slightly. The moment he did, Jennifer sank her teeth into the fleshy part of his palm and flung herself to the left, trying to gain the window and shout to the guards in the bailey below. He grabbed her before her feet left the bed and threw her onto her back, his wounded hand clamping down on her nose and mouth so tightly that she couldn't breathe. "That's the second time you've drawn my blood." he bit out between his teeth, his eyes alive with fury. "And 'twill be the last." "He's going to suffocate me," Jenny thought wildly. She shook her head frantically, her eyes wide, her chest straining, heaving for air. "That's better," he jeered softly. "'Tis wise for you to learn to fear me. Now listen to me very carefully, Countess," he continued, ignoring her terrified struggles. "One way or another, I'm going to lower you out that window over there. If you give me one more instant of trouble, you'll be unconscious when I do it, which greatly reduces your chances of reaching the ground alive, since you won't be able to hang on." He lightened the pressure of his hand just enough for her to drag air into her lungs. But even when she'd gulped down several heaving breaths, Jenny could not stop trembling. "The window," she mumbled against his muffling hand. "Are you mad? It's more than 80 feet above the moat." Ignoring that, he fired his most deadly weapon, the threat guaranteed to demolish her resistance. "Eric is holding your sister prisoner, not to be released until I give the signal. If you do anything to prevent me signaling him, I wouldn't like to think what he might do to her." What little fight Jenny had left within her drained away. This was like reliving a nightmare, and trying to escape it was pointless. Tomorrow she'd have been wed to the devil anyway, so what difference was one more night in what was bound to be years of misery and confusion? "Take your hand away," she said wearily. "I won't cry out. You can trust—" The last sentence was a mistake. She knew at the instant the words escaped her lips, and she saw his face tighten with furious contempt. "Get up!" he snapped, jerking her out of bed. Reaching out into the darkness, he snatched up the velvet wedding gown lying across a trunk at the foot of her bed and thrust it into her arms. Clutching the gown to her bosom, Jenny said shakily, "Turn your back." "Shall I fetch you a dagger to use as well?" he jeered icily, and before she could reply, he snapped, "Get dressed." When she donned gown, slippers, and a dark blue mantle, he pulled her toward him, and before she realized what he meant to do, he was wrapping a black cloth around her mouth, gagging her. Finished, he spun her around and pushed her toward the window. Jenny stared down in terror at the long, smooth wall that dropped straight into a deep, dark moat. It was like looking at her own death. Wildly she shook her head, but Royce shoved her forward, snatching the stout rope he'd left dangling over the window ledge and tying it tightly around her midriff. "Hold on to the rope with your hands," he ordered mercilessly as he wrapped the other end of the rope around his wrist, "and use your feet to hold your body away from the wall." Without hesitation, he lifted her off her feet and onto the sill. Seeing the terror in her enormous eyes as she clutched mindlessly at both sides of the window casing, Royce said curtly, "Don't look down. The rope is stout, and I've lowered far heavier burdens than you." A moan rose in Jenny's throat as his hands grasped her waist, relentlessly forcing her outward. "Grab the rope," he snapped, and Jenny obeyed. At the same moment he lifted her clear of the sill, holding her, dangling in a moment of breathless terror, high above the murky water below. "Push away from the wall with your feet," he ordered sharply. Jennifer, who was already out the window, twisting and turning helplessly as a leaf in the wind, groped frantically for the wall with her feet and finally managed to stop herself from revolving. Bracing her feet against the rough stones, with only her head and neck above the window opening, she stared at him, her breath coming in shallow, terrified gasps. And in that most unlikely and least desirable of moments, hanging 80 feet above a deep moat, with only a strong pair of hands and a stout rope to keep her from plunging to her death, Jenny was granted the rare opportunity to see the Black Wolf's face register total, blank shock. As Aunt Eleanor rose up from beside Jenny's bed like a ghostly apparition in white bedgown and demanded imperiously, "What do you think you are doing?" Royce's head jerked toward her, his face a mask of almost comical disbelief, as he realized the utter helplessness of his plight, for he could neither reach for his dagger to threaten her, nor dash across the room to silence her. At any other time, Jenny would have relished seeing him at such a complete loss, but not now. not when he literally held her life in his hands. Her last view of him was of his profile staring at Aunt Eleanor. And then the rope began to play out, and she was lowered joltingly down the endless wall, left to dangle and to pray and to wonder what in God's holy name was happening in her bedchamber, and why Aunt Eleanor had revealed herself at all, let alone at that moment. Royce was wondering the same thing as he stared through the darkness at the elderly woman who had, for some incomprehensible reason of her own, deliberately waited until this impossible moment to present herself. He glanced at the rope, biting into his wrists, automatically testing the tension, and then he finally answered her question. "I'm abducting your niece." "Just as I thought." Royce peered at her closely, uncertain whether Jennifer's aunt was simple-minded or devious. "What do you intend to do about it?" "I could open the door behind me and call for help," she said. "But since you have Brenna captive, I probably oughtn't do that." "No," Royce agreed with hesitation. "Probably not." For an endless moment their gazes locked as they assessed one another. And then she said, "Of course, you could be lying, which I cannot know." "I could be," Royce agreed cautiously. "Then again, you might not. How did you manage to scale the wall?" "How do you think I did?" Royce replied, shifting his gaze to the rope and stalling for time. His shoulders straining, his lower body braced against the wall, he continued slowly letting out the rope, hand over hand. "Perhaps one of your men came up here during supper, pretending he wished to use the guard rope, since there was a crowd outside the one in the hall. Then he slipped in here, anchored the rope to that chest beneath the window, and tossed the other end out the window." Royce confirmed her completely accurate conclusion with a slight, mocking inclination of his head. Her next words brought him another jolt, this time of alarm. "On further reflection, I do not think you're holding Brenna captive after all." Royce, who had deliberately misled Jennifer into believing he did, now had urgent need of the old woman's silence. "What makes you think not?" he asked, bargaining for precious time as he continued to let out the rope. "For one thing, my nephew was posting guards in the hall at the foot of the stairs when I retired this eve, undoubtedly to prevent something such as this. And so, in order to take Brenna, you'd have had to scale this wall once already this eve, which would be a great deal of needless trouble, since your only need for Brenna was to ensure that Jennifer left quietly with you." That summary was so concise and so correct that Royce's opinion of the old woman climbed another notch. "On the other hand," he drawled calmly, watching her closely, trying to judge Jennifer's distance from the moat below, "you can't be certain I'm not a very cautious man." "That's quite true," she agreed. Royce breathed an inward sigh of relief that turned into alarm as she added, "But I do not believe you have Brenna. Therefore, I shall strike a bargain with you." His brows snapped together. "What sort of bargain?" "In return for my not summoning the guards now, you will lower me out of that window and take me with you tonight." If she'd invited him to join her in bed, Royce would not have been more stunned. Recovering his composure with an effort, he assessed her thin, frail body and the danger of having to carry her with him down the rope. "It's out of the question," he snapped. "In that case," she said, turning and extending her hand to the door, "you leave me no choice, young man." Stifling an oath at his current helplessness, Royce continued letting the rope play out. "Why should you want to go with us?" Her voice lost its imperious confidence, and her shoulders drooped a little. "Because my nephew means to send me back into seclusion on the morrow, and I truly cannot bear the thought of it. However," she added with a trace of slyness, "'twould also be in your best interest to take me with you." "Why?" "Because," Aunt Eleanor replied, "my niece, as you well know, can be a troublesome woman. However, she will do as I tell her." A faint gleam of interest entered Royce's eyes as he considered the long journey ahead and the need for speed. A cooperative Jennifer could mean the difference between success and failure of his plan. However, as he considered Jennifer's rebelliousness, obstinacy, and cunning, he found it difficult to believe the red-haired she-devil would meekly acquiesce to her aunt. Even now he felt the imprint of her teeth in his bloodied palm. Frankly, I find that difficult to believe. The woman lifted her white-crowned head and looked at him down the length of her nose. "'Tis our way, Englishman. 'Tis why her father sent for me, and meant to send me with her when she left with you on the morrow." Royce recalculated the benefits of taking the old woman with him against the difficulties she'd create by slowing their pace. He had just decided against taking her, when her next words changed his mind. "If you leave me behind," she said piteously, "my nephew will surely kill me for letting you take her. His hatred for you surpasses his love for me, even for poor Jennifer. He'll never believe you could silence both of us. He'll think I put the rope there for you." Mentally cursing all Scotswomen to perdition, Royce hesitated and then jerked his head in a reluctant nod. "Get dressed," he gritted. The rope biting painfully into her ribs, her arms and legs smarting from wide scrapes on her skin where it slid against the stone wall. Jenny swallowed and glanced downward. In the murky darkness of the moat, she could just discern the figures of two men who appeared to be standing eerily on the surface of the water. End of Side 6. Side 7, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught, continuing on page 249. Firmly stifling that hysterical notion, she squinted her eyes and saw the outline of a flat raft beneath them. A scant few moments later, hands that were huge and rough snatched her out of the air, grasping her at the waist, indifferently brushing her breasts, as Eric untied the rope that held her, then lowered her onto the rocking insecurity of the makeshift raft. Reaching behind her head, Jenny started to untie the black cloth that gagged her, but Eric jerked her hands down and bound them roughly behind her. Then he shoved her, none too gently, toward the other man standing on the rocking raft, who caught her. Still trembling from her ordeal, Jenny found herself staring at the expressionless face of Stephen Westmoreland, who coldly turned away from her and stared up into the darkness at the window high above. Awkwardly, Jenny lowered herself to a sitting position on the raft, grateful for what little security it provided in a world that no longer made any sense to her. A few minutes later, the silence of the two men on the raft was broken by a low, startled whisper from Stephen Westmoreland. "What the hell?" he breathed, staring up in disbelief at the castle wall Jennifer had just descended. Her head lurched up, following the direction of their gazes, half in hopes of seeing Royce Westmoreland plunging helplessly toward the water. What she saw was the unmistakable figure of a man with a body thrown over his shoulder like a sack of wheat and tied to him at the waist. Shock sent Jenny halfway to her feet when she realized it was poor Aunt Eleanor he carried. But the raft pitched and Eric's head jerked toward her, his sharp gaze warning her to be still. In breathless tension, Jenny waited, watching the cumbersome outline moving with painful slowness down the ropes. Not until Eric and Stephen Westmoreland were reaching up and grasping their accomplice, helping lower him onto the raft, did Jenny draw a normal breath. Royce was still disentangling himself from his prisoner when the raft began to move with effortless stealth to the far shore. Simultaneously, Jenny noticed two things. Unlike herself, Aunt Eleanor was not gagged to prevent her from screaming, and the raft was being guided to the opposite shore with ropes that were being hauled in by men stationed in the woods on the opposite bank. Two bright flashes of lightning rent the sky with jagged blue light, and Jenny glanced over her shoulder, praying a guard on the castle wall might turn this way and see the raft, illuminated by the angry sky. On second thought, she decided wearily, There was no reason to pray they'd be seen, nor any reason for her to be gagged. One way or another, she'd have been leaving Merrick with Royce Westmoreland. She preferred leaving this way, she decided, as her fear began to subside, rather than leaving as his wife. Chapter 17. The storm that had been gathering strength for 2 days blew in with a vengeance, causing the sky to remain almost black for 2 full hours past the normal time for dawn. Rain pounded down on their heads and lashed their faces, bending stout saplings almost in two, and still the band moved doggedly onward, keeping to the protection of the woods whenever possible. With his shoulders hunched forward, Royce let the rain pelt his back, irritated that his posture was also providing a sheltering barrier against the rain for the exhausted woman who was responsible for all of this and who was now sleeping fitfully against his chest. With the sun completely vanquished by the dark clouds overhead, it seemed as if they'd been riding through a perpetual dawn. Had it not been for the rain, they'd have come upon the place he sought hours ago. Idly, Royce patted Zeus's shiny neck, well pleased with Thor's son, who carried his double burden with the effortless ease of his sire. The slight movement of his gloved hand seemed to stir Jennifer from her slumber, and she snuggled closer against the warmth of Royce's body. Once, not long ago, that same slight movement would have made him want to cuddle her close against his chest. But not today. No longer. When he had need of her body, he would use it, but never again with care and gentleness. He would permit himself to feel lust for the scheming little slut, but nothing more. Never. Her youth, her big blue eyes, her touching lies had fooled him once, but never again. As if suddenly realizing where she was and what she was doing, Jenny stirred in his arms. Then she opened her eyes, looking about her as if trying to understand what had happened. "Where are we?" Her voice was deliciously husky with sleep as she spoke the first words she'd said since he lowered her down the castle wall. It reminded Royce of the way she'd sounded when he awakened her to make love to her again during that endless night of passion they'd spent together at Hardin. His jaw hardened as he coldly rejected the memory, and he glanced down at her upturned face, noting the bewilderment that was currently replacing her normal hauteur. When he remained silent, she persisted with a weary sigh. "Where are we going?" "We're moving west by southwest," he replied uninformatively. "Would it be too terribly inconvenient to tell me our destination?" "Yes," he bit out between his teeth. "It would." The last numbing traces of sleep vanished, and Jenny straightened as the full realization of his night's work descended upon her. Rain hit her in the face as she moved from the shelter of his big body, her gaze flying over the cloaked figures hunched over their horses, moving stealthily through the woods beside them. Stephen Westmoreland was riding on their left, and Eric on their right. Aunt Eleanor was wide awake, sitting erect in her saddle, peering at Jenny with a reassuring smile, and an expression on her face which made it obvious she was pleased to be anywhere but the Dower House. Last night on the raft she'd managed to whisper to Jenny that she'd tricked the Duke into taking her along, but beyond that Jenny knew nothing. In fact, her gag had not been removed until after she'd fallen asleep. "Where is Brenna?" she gasped, her mind snapping into sudden focus. "Did you release her?" Now, when Jenny least expected an informative answer, she received one. In a tone reeking with sarcasm, Royce Westmoreland replied, "I never had her." "You bastard!" Jenny hissed furiously, then gasped in alarmed surprise as his arm coiled around her like a striking snake, squeezing the breath from her as he hauled her sharply against his chest. "Don't ever," he said, enunciating in an awful voice, "use that tone or that word to me again." Royce was about to say more when he caught sight of a long stone building nestled against a hillside ahead. Turning to Stephen, he raised his voice to be heard above the slackening rain. "That looks like the place." As he spoke, he dug his spurs into the stallion, sending the animal into a ground-devouring gallop. Beside and behind him, the band of 50 men followed suit, and a moment later they were all galloping down the rutted road, with Aunt Eleanor's protests about the jouncing she was receiving rising above the hoofbeats. He drew up before what was unmistakably a priory and dismounted, leaving Jenny to sit there and stare at his back in angry curiosity, longing to know her fate, and trying to eavesdrop as he said to Stephen, "Eric will stay here with us. Leave us the spare horse." "What about Lady Eleanor? What if she can't withstand the ride?" "If she can't, you'll have to find a cottage and leave her there." "Royce," Stephen said with a worried frown, "don't be more foolish than you have been. Merrick's people could be right behind you." "He'll lose most of today trying to convince Hastings and Dougal he's innocent of the plot. Then he'll have to guess our direction whenever he loses our tracks. That should cost him plenty of time. If not, our men know what to do. You ride for Claymore and make certain all is in readiness for a possible attack." With a reluctant nod, Stephen reeled his horse around and rode off. "Plot?" Jenny demanded heatedly, glowering at her uninformative abductor. "What plot?" "What a cunning little liar you are," Royce snapped, grabbing her by the waist and hauling her from the saddle. "You know what plot. You were a party to it." He caught her by the arm and began dragging her forward toward the door of the priory, heedless of the heavy weight of Jennifer's sodden mantle. "Although," he added bitingly, his strides long and angry, "I find it hard to imagine that a woman with your hot-blooded nature would actually commit herself to life in a cloister rather than marry a man. Any man, including me." "I do not know what you are talking about," Jenny cried, wondering wildly what form of new terror a peaceful priory could possibly hold, particularly one which looked quite deserted. "I am talking about the abbess from Lunduggan who arrived at the castle during our feast last night, escorted by a small army of her own, and you damned well know it," he snapped, lifting his fist and pounding imperatively on the heavy oaken door. "They were slowed by the rain, which was why your pious Friar Benedict was forced to pretend to an illness that would delay the ceremony." Her chest heaving with indignation, Jenny turned on him, her eyes shooting sparks of ire. "In the first place, I've never heard of Lunduggan, or an abbey there. Secondly, what difference would it make if an abbess arrived? Now," she ranted, "you tell me something. Am I to understand that you dragged me out of my bed, flung me down a castle wall, hauled me across Scotland in a storm, and brought me here because you didn't want to wait a day longer to wed me?" His insolent gaze roved down her bare, wet bosom, making Jenny mentally cringe at his look of distaste. "You flatter yourself," he said bitingly. "It took nothing less than the threat of death, added to the threat of impoverishment, to make me agree to have you in the first place." Lifting his arm, he pounded with impatient vigor on the oaken panel, which swung open, revealing the polite face of a startled friar. Ignoring the friar for the moment, Royce glared contemptuously at his future bride. "We're here because two kings decided we were to wed with all haste, my sweet. And that's what we're going to do. You aren't worth starting a war over. We're also here because the prospect of being beheaded offends my sensibilities. But most of all, we're here because I find it irresistibly appealing to thwart your father's plans for me." "You are mad," she snapped, her chest heaving. "And you are a devil." "And you, my dear," Royce imperturbably replied, "are a bitch." With that, he turned to the horrified friar and unhesitatingly announced, "The lady and I wish to be wed." A look of comical disbelief spread over the pious man who was garbed in the white robes and black mantle of a Dominican friar. He stepped back more from shock than courtesy, allowing them to enter the hushed priory. I must have misheard you, my lord," he replied. "No, you did not," Royce said, stalking inside, and hauling Jennifer with him by the elbow. He stopped, pausing to thoroughly inspect the beautiful stained-glass windows high above. Then he lowered his gaze to the paralyzed friar, and his brows snapped together impatiently. "Well?" he demanded. Recovering from his earlier shock, the friar, who appeared to be about 25, turned to Jennifer and said calmly, "I am Friar Gregory, my child. Would you care to tell me what this is all about?" Jenny, who responded automatically to the sanctity of her surroundings, dropped her voice to a more suitable hush than Royce's imperative baritone, and shakily and respectfully said, "Friar Gregory, You must help me. This man has abducted me from my home. I am Lady Jennifer Merrick, and my father is—"
"A treacherous, scheming bastard," Royce snapped, his fingers digging painfully into Jennifer's arm, warning her to be silent or risk having her bone broken. I see," Friar Gregory said with admirable composure. Lifting his brows, he gazed expectantly at Royce. "Now that we've discovered the identity of the lady and the supposedly tainted circumstances surrounding the birth of her sire, would it be too presumptuous of me to inquire as to your identity, my lord? If so, I believe I can hazard a guess." For a split second, a glimmer of amused respect replaced Royce's anger as he gazed at the undaunted young friar, whom he towered over, but who as yet showed no fear of him. "I am—" he began, but Jenny's angry voice cut him off. "He is the Black Wolf, the scourge of Scotland, a beast and a madman." Friar Gregory's eyes widened at her outburst, but he remained outwardly calm. Nodding, he provided, "The Duke of Claymore." "Since we've all been properly introduced," Royce told the friar curtly, "say the words and have done with it." With great dignity, Friar Gregory replied, "Normally there would be formalities to be met. However, from what I've heard at this priory and elsewhere, the Church and King James have already sanctioned it. Therefore there is no obstacle here." Jenny's spirits sank, then soared crazily as he turned to her and said, "However, it appears to me, my child, that it is not your wish to marry this man. Am I correct?" "Yes," Jenny cried. With only a momentary hesitation to gather his courage, the young friar turned slowly to the powerful, implacable man beside her and said, "My Lord Westmoreland, your grace, I cannot possibly perform the marriage without the consent of the—" He broke off in confusion as the Duke of Claymore continued to regard him in mocking silence, as if he was calmly waiting for Friar Gregory to recall something that would leave him no choice but to do as he'd been bidden. With a start of dismay, the friar realized what he should have considered from the very first, and he turned back to Jennifer. "Lady Jennifer," he said gently, "I do not mean to distress you with what must be a most humiliating circumstance. However, it is known to all that you were with this man for several weeks, and that he and you—" "Not of my own will," Jenny cried softly, consumed again with guilt and shame. "I know that," Friar Gregory soothed gently. "But before I refuse to perform the ceremony, I must ask you if you are certain you did not conceive as a result of that, time you spent as his hostage. If you are not certain, then you must permit me to perform this marriage, for the sake of any possible child. It is a necessity." Jennifer's face turned scarlet at this totally humiliating discussion, and her loathing for Royce Westmoreland escalated to unparalleled heights. "No," she said hoarsely, "there is no chance." "In that event," Friar Gregory said, courageously addressing the Duke, "you must understand that I cannot—" "I understand perfectly," Royce said in a silky, courteous voice, his grasp on Jenny's arm tightening painfully. "If you will excuse us, we'll return in about a quarter of an hour, and you can perform the ceremony then." Panic exploded in Jenny, and she stared at him, rooted to the floor. "Where are you taking me?" "To the hut I saw, right behind this place," he replied with implacable calm. "Why?" she cried, her voice rising with fear, trying again to free her arm from his grasp. "In order to make wedding us a necessity." Jenny had no doubt whatsoever that Royce Westmoreland could, and would, drag her to a hut, force himself upon her, and then haul her back in here so that the friar would have no choice but to marry them. Hope for reprieve died along with her resistance, and her shoulders drooped in defeat and shame. "I hate you," she said with deadly calm. "A perfect basis for the perfect marriage," Royce replied sarcastically. Turning to face the friar, he ordered curtly, "Do it. We've lost too much time here already." A few minutes later, bound by unholy matrimony for all eternity, with hatred instead of love or affection as the basis for it, Jenny was hauled out of the priory and tossed up onto Royce's horse. Instead of climbing up onto the spare horse, Royce turned and spoke rapidly to Eric, who nodded. Jenny couldn't hear what orders Royce had given the giant, but she saw him turn and begin walking purposefully into the priory. "Why is he going in there?" Jenny cried, remembering that Friar Gregory had said he was alone in the priory today. "He can be no threat to you. He said himself he was only stopping at the priory on a journey." "Shut up," he snapped, and climbed up behind her. The next hour was a blur, punctuated only by the pounding of the horse against Jenny's backside as they galloped headlong down the muddy road. As they neared a fork in the road, Royce suddenly reined the big horse into the woods and then stopped, as if waiting for something. A few minutes passed, and then a few more, while Jenny peered down the road, wondering why they were waiting. And then she saw it. Galloping toward them at a breakneck pace came Eric, his outstretched hand holding the reins of the spare horse, which was running beside him, and bouncing and jouncing upon the animal's back as if he'd never ridden before. Hanging on to the pommel for his very life was Friar Gregory. Jenny gaped at the rather comic spectacle, unable to believe her own eyes, until Friar Gregory was so close she could actually see the stricken expression on his face. Rounding on her husband, sputtering in her furious indignation, she burst out, You madman! You've stolen a priest this time. You've actually done it. You've stolen a priest right out of a holy priory." Transferring his gaze from the riders to her, Royce regarded her in bland silence, his utter lack of concern only adding to her outrage. "They'll hang you for this," Jenny prophesied with furious glee. "The Pope himself will make sure of it. They'll behead you, they'll draw and quarter you, they'll hang your head from a pike and feed your entrails to—" "Please," Royce drawled in exaggerated horror. "You will give me nightmares." His ability to mock his fate and ignore his crime was more than Jenny could bear. Her voice dropped to a strangled whisper, and she stared over her shoulder at him, as if he was some curious, inhuman being beyond her comprehension. "Is there no limit to what you will dare?" "No," he said. "No limit whatsoever." Jerking on the reins, he turned Zeus into the road and spurred him forward, just as Eric and Friar Gregory galloped abreast. Tearing her eyes from Royce's granite features, Jenny clutched at Zeus's flying mane and glanced sympathetically at poor Friar Gregory, who bounced past, his fear-widened eyes clinging to her in mute appeal and terrified misery. They kept up the breakneck pace until nightfall, stopping only long enough to rest the horses periodically and give them water. By the time Royce finally signaled Eric to stop, and a suitable camp had been found in a small glade deep within the protection of the forest, Jenny was limp with exhaustion. The rain had stopped earlier that morning, and a watery sun had put in its appearance, and then shone with a vengeance, causing steam to rise from the valleys, and adding tenfold to Jenny's discomfort in her damp, heavy velvet gown. With a tired grimace, she tramped out of the thicket she'd used to shield herself from the men so that she could attend to her personal needs. Raking her fingers through her hopelessly tangled hair, she trudged over to the fire and sent a murderous glance at Royce, who still looked rested and alert as he knelt on one knee, tossing logs onto the fire he'd built. "I must say," she told his broad back, "if this is the life you've led all these years past, it leaves much to be desired." Jenny expected no answer, nor did she receive one, and she began to understand why Aunt Eleanor, who'd been deprived of human companionship for 20 years, had missed it so much that now she eagerly chattered away at anyone she could find to listen to her, willingly or no. After an entire night and day of Royce's silence, she was desperate to vent her ire on him. Too exhausted to stand, Jenny sank down onto a pile of leaves a few paces from the fire, reveling in the opportunity to sit upon something soft, something that didn't lurch and bump and jar her teeth, even though it was damp. Drawing her legs up to her chest, she wrapped her arms around them. "On the other hand," she said, continuing her one-way conversation with his back, Perhaps you find much pleasure in galloping through the woods, ducking tree limbs, and fleeing for your life. And when that becomes tedious, you can always divert yourself with a siege, or a bloody battle, or an abduction of helpless, innocent people. 'Tis truly a perfect existence for a man like you." Over his shoulder, Royce glanced at her and saw her sitting with her chin perched upon her knees, her delicate brows raised in challenge, and could not believe her daring. After everything he'd put her through in the past 24 hours. Jennifer Merrick... No, he corrected himself. Jennifer Westmoreland could still calmly sit on a pile of leaves and mock him. Jenny would have said more, but just then poor Friar Gregory staggered out of the woods, saw her, and stumbled over to sink gingerly onto the leaves beside her. Once sitting, he shifted experimentally from one hip to the other, wincing. He began, and winced again. "Have not ridden much," he admitted ruefully. It dawned on Jenny that his entire body must be racked with aches and pains, and she managed to smile at him in helpless sympathy. Next it occurred to her that the poor friar was a prisoner of a man with a reputation for unspeakable brutality, and she sought to allay his inevitable fears as best she could, given her animosity for the man who'd captured them both. "I do not think he will murder you or torture you," she began, and the friar looked at her askance. "I have already been tortured to the full limit by that horse," he stated dryly. Then he sobered. "However, I shouldn't think I'll be killed. 'Twould be foolhardy, and I don't think your husband is a fool. Reckless, yes. Foolish, no." "Then you aren't concerned for your life?" Jenny asked, studying the friar with new respect as she recalled her own terror at her first sight of the black wolf. Friar Gregory shook his head. "From the 3 words that blonde giant over there allotted me, I gather that I'm to be taken with you to bear witness to the inevitable inquiry that is bound to take place on the matter of whether you are well and truly married. You see," he admitted ruefully, "as I explained to you at the priory, I was merely a visitor there, the friar himself and all the friars having gone into a nearby village to minister to the poor in spirit. Had I left on the morn as I meant to do, there would have been no one to attest to the vows you spoke." A brief flare of blazing anger pierced Jenny's weary mind. If he... She glanced furiously at her husband, who was near the fire, his knee bent as he tossed more logs onto the blaze, wanted witnesses to the marriage, he had only to leave me in peace and wait until today, when Friar Benedict would have married us. Yes, I know, and it seems odd he didn't do that. 'Tis known from England to Scotland that he was reluctant. No, violently opposed to the idea of wedding you." Shame made Jenny look away, feigning interest in the wet leaves beside her as she traced her finger on their veined surface. Beside her, Friar Gregory said gently, "I speak plainly to you because I sensed from our first meeting at the priory that you are not faint-hearted and would prefer to know the truth." Jenny swallowed the lump of humiliation in her throat and nodded, cringing inside at the realization that everyone of importance in 2 countries evidently knew she was an unwanted bride. Moreover, an unvirginal one. She felt unclean and humiliated beyond words, humbled and brought to her knees before the populace of 2 entire countries. Angrily she said, "I don't think his actions of the past 2 days will go unpunished. He snatched me from my bed and hauled me out a tower window and down a rope. Now he snatched you. I think the Macpherson and all the other clans may well break the truce and attack him," she said with morbid satisfaction. "Oh, I doubt there'll be much in the way of official retaliation. 'Tis said Henry commanded him to wed you post-haste. Lord Westmoreland, His Grace, has certainly complied with that, although there's bound to be a bit of an outcry from James to Henry over the way he did it. However, at least in theory, the Duke obeyed Henry to the letter, so perhaps Henry will be merely amused by all this." Jenny looked at him in humiliated fury, amused. "Possibly," Friar Gregory said, "for, like the wolf, Henry has technically fulfilled the agreement he made with James to the very letter. His vassal, the Duke, has wed you, and wed you with all haste, and in the process he evidently breached your castle, which was doubtlessly heavily guarded, and snatched you right from your family's midst. Yes," he continued more to himself than to her, as if impartially considering a question of dogmatic theory, "I can see that the English may find all this highly entertaining." Bile surged in Jenny's throat, almost choking her as she recalled all that had happened last night in the hall, and realized the priest was right. The hated English had been wagering amongst themselves, actually wagering in the hall at Merrick, that her husband would soon bring her to her knees, while her kinsmen could do naught but look at her with their proud set faces, as they bore her shame as their own. But they were hoping, depending upon her, to redeem herself and all of them by never yielding. Although, Friar Gregory said more to himself than to her, "I cannot ken why he would have put himself to such risk and trouble." "He raves about some plot," Jenny said in a suffocated whisper. "How do you know so much about us? About everything that's been happening?" "News of famous people flies from castle to castle, often with surprising speed. As a friar of St. Dominic, 'tis my duty and my privilege to go among our Lord's people on foot," he emphasized dryly, "whilst my time is spent among the poor live in villages, and where there are villages, there are castles. News filters down from Lord Solar to villain's hut, particularly when that news concerns a man who is a legend, like the wolf." "So my shame is known to all," Jenny said chokily. "'Tis not a secret," he admitted, "but neither is it your shame to my thinking. You mustn't blame yourself for—" Friar Gregory saw her piteous expression and was instantly consumed with contrition. "My dear child, I beg your forgiveness. Instead of talking to you about forgiveness and peace, I'm discussing shame and causing bitterness." "You've no need to apologize," Jenny said in a shaky voice. "After all, you, too, have been taken captive by that monster, forced, dragged from your priory, as I was dragged from my bed, and—" Now, he soothed, sensing she was teetering between hysteria and exhaustion. "I wouldn't say I was taken captive, not really, nor dragged from the priory. It was more a matter that I was invited to come along by the most enormous man I've ever beheld, who also happens to carry a war-axe in his belt with a handle nearly the size of a tree trunk. So when he graciously thundered, 'Come, no harm,' I accepted his invitation without delay." "I hate him, too," Jenny cried softly, watching Eric stroll out of the woods, holding 2 plump rabbits he'd beheaded with a throw of his axe. "Really?" Friar Gregory looked nonplussed and fascinated. "'Tis hard to hate a man who doesn't speak. Is he always so stingy with words?" "Yes," Jenny said vengefully. "All he needs to do," the tears she was fighting to hold back clogged her voice, "is look at you with those freezing cold blue eyes of his, and you just know what he wants you to do, and you just do it, because he's a monster, too." Friar Gregory put his arm around her shoulders, and Jenny, who was more accustomed to adversity than sympathy, especially of late, turned her face into his sleeve. "I hate him," she cried brokenly, heedless of Friar Gregory's warning squeeze on her arm. "I hate him. I hate him." Fighting for control, she moved away from him. As she did so, her eyes riveted on the pair of black boots, planted firmly in front of her, and she followed them the full distance up Royce's muscled legs and thighs, his narrow waist and wide chest until she finally met his hooded gaze. "I hate you," she said, straight to his face. Royce studied her in impassive silence. Then he transferred his contemptuous gaze to the friar. Sarcastically he asked, "Tending to your flock, friar? Preaching love and forgiveness?" To Jenny's amazement, Friar Gregory took no offense at this biting criticism, but instead looked abashed. "I greatly fear," he admitted ruefully as he awkwardly and unsteadily came to his feet, "that I may be no better at that than I am at riding horses. The Lady Jennifer is one of my first flocks, you see. I've only been about the Lord's work a short time." "You're not very good at it," Royce stated flatly. "Is it not your goal to console rather than incite? Or is it to line your purse and grow fat on your patron's good graces? If the latter is the case, you'd be wise to counsel my wife to try to please me, rather than encourage her to tell me of her hatred." At that moment, Jenny would have given her very life to have Friar Benedict standing here instead of Friar Gregory, for she would have relished seeing Royce Westmoreland receive the sort of thundering tirade that Friar Benedict would have launched at the insolent Duke. In that respect, however, she had misjudged the young friar again. Although he did not rise to the Black Wolf's verbal attack, neither did he retreat or cower before his daunting adversary. "I gather that you do not hold those of us who wear these robes in very high regard?" "None whatsoever," Royce snapped. In her mind, Jenny wistfully envisioned Friar Benedict in this clearing, his eyes bulging with fury as he advanced on Royce Westmoreland like the angel of death. But regretfully, Friar Gregory merely looked interested and a little puzzled. "I see," he said politely. "May I ask why?" Royce Westmoreland stared at him with biting scorn. "I despise hypocrisy, particularly when it is coated with holiness." "May I ask for a specific example?" "Fat priests," Royce replied, "with fat purses, who lecture starving peasants on the dangers of gluttony and the merits of poverty." Turning on his heel, he strode back to the fire where Eric was roasting the rabbits on a makeshift spit. "Oh, dear God," Jenny whispered a minute later, without realizing she had started fearing for the immortal soul of the very same man she'd just wished to perdition. "He must be a heretic." Friar Gregory shot her an odd, thoughtful glance. "If he is an honorable one." Turning, he stared at the Black Wolf, who was crouching near the fire beside the giant who guarded him. In that same preoccupied, almost amused voice, he said softly, "A very honorable one, I think." Chapter 18. All the next day Jenny endured her husband's stony silence, while her mind whirled with questions that only he could answer, until, in sheer desperation, she finally broke down just before noon and spoke herself. "How long will this interminable journey to Claymore last? Assuming that is our destination." "About 3 days, depending on how muddy the roads are." 10 words. That was all he'd said in days. No wonder he and Eric were so congenial, Jenny thought furiously, vowing not to give him the satisfaction of speaking to him again. She concentrated on Brenna instead, wondering how she was faring at Merrick. 2 days later, Jennifer broke down again. She knew they must be nearing Claymore, and her fears of what awaited her there were escalating by the minute. The horses were 3 abreast, moving down a country lane at a walk, with Eric riding in the middle and slightly ahead. She considered talking to Friar Gregory, but his head was bowed slightly forward, suggesting he might be at prayer, which is how he'd spent most of their journey. Desperate to talk about anything to take her mind off the future, she glanced over her shoulder at the man behind her. "What happened to all your men? The ones who were with us until we reached the priory?" she asked. She waited for some answer, but he remained coldly silent. Pushed past the boundary of reason and caution by his cruel refusal even to speak to her, Jenny shot him a mutinous look. "Was that question too difficult for you, Your Grace?" Her jeering tone pricked the cold wall of reserve Royce had carefully erected around himself, to guard against the inevitable result of having her body pressed intimately against his, for 3 endless days. Slanting her a heavy-lidded look, he considered the foolhardiness of opening up any sort of conversation with her, and decided against it. When he couldn't even be angered into speaking to her, Jenny suddenly saw a rare opportunity to enjoy herself at his expense. With childlike delight and well-concealed animosity, she promptly launched into mocking conversation without his participation. "Yes, I can see the question about your men has baffled you, Your Grace," she began. "Very well, let me find a way to make it simpler." Royce realized she was deliberately mocking him, but his momentary irritation soon gave way to reluctant amusement as she continued her charming, reckless, one-way conversation with him. "'Tis obvious to me," she remarked, giving him a look of false sympathy beneath her long curly lashes, "that 'tis not lack of intelligence which causes you to stare at me so blankly when I question you about your men, but rather that your memory is failing." "Alas," she sighed, looking momentarily crestfallen on his behalf, "I fear your advanced years are already taking their toll on your mind." "But fear not," she told him brightly, sending him an encouraging look over her shoulder. "I shall keep my questions very, very simple, and I shall try to help you recall where you've put your misplaced men. Now then, when we arrived at the Priory—" "You do recall the Priory, do you not?" she prompted, looking at him. "The Priory? You know, the big stone building where we first met Friar Gregory?" she prompted again. Royce said nothing. He glanced at Eric, who was staring straight ahead, impervious to everything, and then at the friar, whose shoulders were beginning to shake suspiciously as Jenny continued with sad gravity. "You poor, poor man. You've forgotten who Friar Gregory is, haven't you?" Lifting her arm, she glanced brightly over her shoulder at Royce, pointing her long, tapered finger at the friar. "There he is," she declared eagerly. "That man right there is Friar Gregory. Do you see him?" "Of course you do," she answered, deliberately treating him like a backward child. "Now then, concentrate very, very hard, because the next question is more difficult. Do you remember the men who were with you when we arrived at the Priory where Friar Gregory was?" Helpfully she added, "There were about 40 of them." 40, she emphasized with extreme courtesy, and to Royce's disbelief she actually held up her small hand before his eyes, splayed out 5 fingers, and politely explained, "40 is this many—" Royce tore his gaze from her hand, swallowing back his laughter. "And this many more," she daringly continued, holding up her other hand. "And this many more," she repeated thrice more, holding up 10 fingers each time. "Now," she finished triumphantly, "can you remember where you left them?" Silence. "Or where you sent them?" Silence. "Oh, dear. You're worse off than I thought," she sighed. "You've lost them completely, haven't you?" "Oh, well," she said, turning away from him in frustration at his continued silence, as her momentary delight at mocking him was demolished by a burst of anger. "Don't worry overmuch. I'm certain you'll find other men to help you steal innocents from abbeys and slaughter children and—" Royce's arm tightened suddenly, jerking her back against his chest, and his warm breath in her ear sent unwanted tingles up and down Jenny's spine as he bent his head and said softly, "Jennifer, you merely try my patience with your mindless chatter, but you test my temper with your jibes, and that is a mistake." The horse beneath them responded instantly to the slackened pressure from his master's knees, and instantly slowed his pace, letting the other horses move ahead. But Jenny didn't notice. She was so deliriously relieved by the sound of a human voice, and conversely furious that he'd denied her even that for so long, that she could hardly contain her ire. "Good heavens, Your Grace, I shouldn't wish to rile your temper," she said, with deliberately exaggerated alarm. "Were I to do that, I might suffer a horrible fate at your hands. Let me think now. What dire things could you do to me?" I know. You might compromise my reputation. No, she continued, as if considering the matter impartially. You couldn't do that, because you compromised it beyond recall when you forced me to stay with you at Hardin without my sister there. I have it, she cried, inspired. You might force me to lie with you. And then you could arrange it so that everyone in 2 countries knows that I shared your bread. But no, you've already done those things. Each barbed word she spoke pricked Royce's conscience, making him feel like the barbarian he was oft called. And still she continued hammering at him with her words. I have it at last. Having done all that to me, there's only one thing left to do. Unable to stop himself, Royce said with feigned unconcern, and that is, You could marry me, she exclaimed in pretended triumphant delight. But what had begun as a jibe directed at him now seemed to Jenny like a painful joke on her, and her voice shook with bitterness and pain, despite her valiant effort to speak in the same bright, satirical vein as she continued, You could marry me, and in so doing take me away from my home and country, and bind me to a life of public humiliation and scorn at your hands. Yes, that's it. It's exactly what I deserve, is it not, my lord? For committing the unspeakable crime of walking up a hill near an abbey and putting myself in the way of your marauding brother. With sham disdain, she said, Why, considering the enormity of my crime, having me drawn and quartered is much too kind. It would end my shame and misery prematurely. It would... She gasped, as Royce's hand suddenly swept up from her waist and gently cupped the side of her breast in a caressing gesture which shocked her into speechlessness. And before she could recover, he put his cheek against her temple and spoke in her ear, his gruff whisper strangely gentle. Cease, Jennifer. That's enough. His other arm went around her waist, drawing her back against his chest, clasped against his body with his hand caressing her breast. Surrounded by his reassuring strength, Jenny succumbed helplessly to the unexpected comfort he was offering her now, when she faced the terrors of an unknown and unkind future. Numbly, she relaxed against him, and the moment she did, his arm tightened, drawing her nearer, while the hand that had been caressing her breast slid forward to softly cup the other one. His unshaven jaw rubbed lightly against her temple as he turned his head and touched his warm lips to her cheek, his hand sliding slowly, endlessly, over her breasts and midriff, soothing and caressing, while the hand that curved around her waist clasped her tightly between his muscular thighs. Faced with a future that held nothing but misery and fright, Jenny closed her eyes, trying to hold her fears at bay, and gave in to the fleeting sweetness of the moment, to the poignant sensation of feeling safe again, of being surrounded by his body, protected by his strength. Telling himself that he was doing no more than comforting and distracting a frightened child from her woes, Royce brushed the heavy hair from her nape and kissed her. Then he trailed his lips lightly up her neck to her ear, nuzzling her there before he brushed his mouth against the creamy skin of her cheek. Without realizing what he was doing, his hand slid upward, over her breast to the warm flesh above her bodice. Then it delved down to cup the sweet breast beneath. And that was his mistake. Whether from protest or surprise, Jennifer squirmed against him, and the sliding pressure of her buttocks against his loins ignited the very desire he'd been fighting to control for 3 long days. 3 endless days of having her hips between his thighs, and her breasts tantalizingly exposed to his view, within reach of his hand. Now those 3 days of suppressed desire erupted, raging through his veins like wildfire, nearly obliterating his reason. With an effort of will that was almost painful, Royce dragged his hand away and lifted his lips from her cheek. But the moment he did, his hand, which seemed to have developed a will of its own, lifted to her face. Taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger, he turned her face and tipped it up to his, gazing down into the bluest eyes on earth, a child's eyes, filled with confusion and bewilderment, while the gist of her words revolved around and around in his brain, stabbing at a conscience that would no longer keep silent. I put myself in the way of your marauding brother by walking up a hill, and for that crime I deserve my fate. You compromised my reputation. You forced me to lie with you, and then you humiliated me in the eyes of 2 countries. But I deserve to be drawn and quartered. Why? Because I put myself in the way of your marauding brother. All because of that. Only that. Without thinking what he was doing, Royce tenderly laid his fingers against her smooth cheek, knowing he was going to kiss her, no longer certain he'd had any right to berate her. All because I put myself in the way of your marauding brother. A plump quail ran out of the woods, dashing across the road in front of the horse. Beside the road, the bushes parted, and a boy's round, freckled face peered out, his eyes slowly scanning the brush on his right for the quail he'd been illegally stalking through Claymore's woods. Puzzled, his gaze retraced the same path, moving slowly to the left now, along the road, directly in front of him, then a few feet further. His brown eyes riveted in alarm on the powerful legs of a great black warhorse just to his left, his heart thumping with fear that he'd been caught poaching. Tom Thornton reluctantly followed the legs of the stallion upward, past its wide satiny chest, praying hard that when he looked at the rider's face he'd not be staring into the cold eyes of the castle bailiff. But no, this rider wore golden spurs, which signified his knighthood. With relief, Tom also noted the man's leg was very long and very muscular, not fat like the bailiff's leg. Tom heaved a sigh of relief, glanced up, and almost screamed in terror as his eyes riveted on the shield hanging beside the knight's leg. A shield emblazoned with the dreaded symbol of a snarling black wolf with white fangs bared. Tom turned to flee, took a step, then checked the motion and cautiously turned back. 'Twas said the Black Wolf's knights were coming to Claymore, and the wolf himself was going to reside in the great castle there, he remembered suddenly. And if so, the knight on the horse might actually be. With hands that shook from a combination of terror and excitement, Tom reached for the bush and hesitated, trying to recall every description he'd heard of the wolf. Legend had it that he rode a huge stallion as black as sin, and that he was so tall men had to lean back to see his face. The warhorse in the road was definitely black, and the man who rode him had the long, powerful legs of a very tall man. It was also said, Tom remembered excitedly, that on his face, near his mouth, the wolf bore a scar in the shape of a C, put there by a wolf he killed with his bare hands when he was but a boy of 8, and the animal attacked him. Excited at the thought of the envy he'd enjoy were he to be the first to actually set eyes on the wolf, Tom parted the leaves and peered out and stared straight at the man's dark face. There, beneath the stubble, near the corner of his mouth, there was a scar in the shape of a C. His heart hammering wildly, he stared at the scar. Then he remembered something else and tore his gaze from the wolf's face. Glancing eagerly up and down the road, he searched expectantly for the fair-haired giant called Eric, the giant who was said to guard his master day and night, and who carried an axe with a handle thick as a tree trunk. Failing to catch sight of the giant, Tom quickly turned his gaze back for a longer study of the entire famous man, and this time he took in the entire picture before him, a picture that made his mouth drop open in shock and disbelief. The Black Wolf, the most fierce warrior in all England, in the world, was sitting atop his mighty warhorse, with a girl cradled in his arms, holding her as tenderly as a babe. Lost in his own reflections, Royce paid no heed to the slight sounds beside him as the branches of a bush snapped together and something raced off in the direction of the village. He was gazing at the stubborn, rebellious child woman who was now his wife. She was other things, too, like scheming and dishonest, but at the moment he didn't want to think about all that. Not when his mind was more pleasurably occupied with the kiss he was about to give her. Her eyes were nearly closed, her long curly lashes lying like russet fans, casting shadows on her creamy cheeks. His gaze dropped to her lips, soft and rosy, lips that beckoned to a man to kiss them. Generous, inviting lips. Drowsy and relaxed as she lay against his chest, Jenny scarcely felt his hand tighten on her chin. Jennifer. Her eyes opened at the odd husky note in his voice, and she found herself gazing into smoldering gray eyes, his finely chiseled lips poised just above her own. It hit her then what she'd let happen, and what was going to happen if she didn't stop it. She shook her head, trying to dig her elbow into his ribs and push away, but his arm held her fast. "No," she burst out. His hypnotic gray eyes held hers imprisoned as his lips formed a single, irrefutable command. "Yes." A moan of angry protest lodged in her throat, stifled by a hard, possessive kiss that seemed to go on forever, and only became more insistent the longer she resisted. His parted lips moved on hers, demanding that they part. And the moment they did, his tongue slipped between them and the kiss gentled. He kissed her long and lingeringly, forcing her to remember how it had been between them at Hardin. And Jenny's traitorous mind did exactly that. With an inner groan of surrender, she yielded and kissed him back, telling herself one kiss meant very little. But when it was over, she was shaking. Lifting his head, Royce stared down into her slumberous blue eyes, and Jenny saw the look of pure satisfaction mingled with puzzlement on his face. "Why is it, when you yield, I feel like the one who has been conquered?" Jenny flinched and turned her back on him, her slim shoulders rigid. "'Twas no more than a minor skirmish I yielded, Your Grace. The war has yet to be fought." The road to Claymore wound in a wide arc around the woods, a route that took them far out of their way, but eliminated the need to force their way through the dense forest. Had he been alone, Royce would have taken the shorter route, for now that they were so close, he was anxious for a glimpse of it. Suddenly he wanted Jennifer to share in his eagerness. For want of anything better to say to reduce the friction between them, Royce answered the question she'd asked him before, about the whereabouts of the men who'd been with them at the Priory. With a smile in his voice, he said, "In case you're still curious, the 50 men who were with us at the Priory left there in groups of 5. Each group then took a slightly different route, so that pursuers from Merrick would have to split up into smaller groups in order to give chase." Teasingly, he added, "Would you like to know the rest of what they did?" Jenny gave her red-gold hair a disdainful toss. "I know the rest. After choosing an advantageous spot for an ambush, your men then hid themselves beneath bushes and rocks like serpents, waiting to strike my father's people from their backs." He chuckled at her outrageous slur on his code of ethics. "A pity I didn't think of that," he teased. Although Jennifer did not deign to reply, the stiffness went out of her shoulders, and Royce could sense her curiosity to know more. Willing now to satisfy that curiosity, he continued his explanation as they rounded the last bend in the road. "Until a few hours ago, my men were about 10 miles behind us, fanned out across 5 miles in each direction. In the last few hours, they've been moving closer, and very soon they'll close ranks and move in directly behind us." Good-naturedly, he added, "They've been back there, waiting to be stabbed in the back by your father's men." "Which," she pointedly replied, "would not be necessary had I not been taken from the Abbey in the first place and brought to you." "Cease," he said, irritated at her continued hostility. "You were not ill-treated, all things considered." "Not ill-treated?" she burst out in disbelief. "Do you deem it a kindness, then, to force yourself upon a helpless maiden, destroy her honor along with her chances to wed a man of her choice?" Royce opened his mouth to answer her, then closed it again, frustrated because he could no longer defend, nor completely condemn, his actions. From Jennifer's irate viewpoint, he had acted dishonorably in holding her captive. From his own point of view, his treatment of his captive had been downright chivalrous. A moment later, they cantered round the last bend, and all such unpleasant thoughts vanished from Royce's mind. His hand tightened reflexively on the reins, inadvertently jerking Zeus to an unnecessarily sharp halt that nearly pitched Jenny out of the saddle. Recovering her balance, Jenny threw a dark look over her shoulder. But Royce was staring straight ahead at something in the distance, a faint smile playing about his lips. In an odd voice, he tipped his head in the direction he was staring and said softly, "Look." Puzzled, she turned to see what he was gazing at, and her eyes widened with pleasure at the incredible beauty spread out before her. Directly in front of them, decked out in golden autumn splendor, lay a wide valley, dotted with thatched cottages and neatly tended fields. Ahead, nestled into gently rolling hills, was a picturesque village. And higher yet, completely covering a wide plateau, stood a gigantic castle, with flags flying from its soaring turrets, and stained-glass windows glinting like tiny jewels in the sun. As the horse continued forward at a brisk walk, Jenny temporarily forgot her problems and admired the splendor and symmetry before her eyes. A high wall punctuated with 12 gracefully rounded towers completely enclosed the castle on all 4 sides. As Jenny watched, the guards along the castle wall raised trumpets and blew a long, double blast, and a minute later the drawbridge was let down. Soon liveried riders were clattering across it, their helmets shining in the sun, the pennants they carried undulating like small, excited dots. Up ahead, along the road, Jenny saw peasants running from the fields and huts, and pouring down from the village, hastening toward the road and lining up on both sides of it. Evidently, Jenny thought, the lofty personage who owned the place must be expecting them, and had planned this lavish welcome. "Well," Royce said behind her, "what do you think?" Her eyes were alight with pleasure as she turned to look at him. "'Tis a wondrous place," she said softly. "I've not seen the equal to it." "How does it compare to your dream kingdom?" he teased, grinning, and she could tell he was inordinately pleased that she appreciated the splendor of the castle and the beauty of its setting. His smile was almost irresistible, and Jenny hastily turned her head toward the castle, lest she start to weaken, but she was no test against the beauty spread out before her. Suddenly she became aware of the distant thunder of horses coming up from the rear, which she assumed must be Royce's men closing the gap that separated them from him. For the first time in days, Jenny felt acutely dismayed over her appearance. She was still wearing her wedding gown, which she'd worn the night Royce took her from Merrick, but it was soiled and torn from her unwilling descent down Merrick's wall and their breakneck rides through forests. Moreover, the rain had ruined the gown and her mantle, and the sun had dried it into a faded, splotchy, crushed mess. Now they were obviously about to stop at the castle of someone of great importance, and although she told herself she didn't care a snap of her fingers what an English nobleman or his villains and serfs thought of her, she hated the thought of disgracing herself, ergo her kinsman, before them. She tried to console herself with the fact that she'd at least had an opportunity to wash her hair this morning in the icy creek that ran near the place where they'd camped for the night. But she was morbidly certain her hair, which was her only real asset, was a mass of tangles strewn with twigs and leaves. Turning, she glanced a little apprehensively at Royce and asked, "Who is lord here? Who owns such a place as this?" His gaze shifted from the castle on the hill, which seemed to fascinate him almost as much as it did Jennifer, and he looked down at her, his eyes glinting with mocking amusement. "I do." "You do?" she exclaimed. "But you said it would be 3 days, not 2, before we reached Claymore." "The roads were drier than I expected." Horrified that his vassals were going to have their first glimpse of her when she looked such a fright, Jenny's hand flew automatically to her tangled hair in the gesture that universally signified a woman's worry over her appearance. The gesture was not lost on Royce, who politely halted the big destrier so that Jennifer could try to comb the tangles from her hair with her fingers. He watched her, amused by her concern over her appearance, for she looked adorable with her hair tousled and her creamy skin and vivid blue eyes glowing with health from her days in the sun and fresh air. In fact, he decided, his first official act as her husband was going to be to forbid her to hide that magnificent mass of golden red hair beneath the usual veils and hoods. He liked it down, falling about her shoulders in wild abandon, or better yet, spread across his pillow like thick, waving satin. "You might have warned me." Jenny said darkly, wriggling in the saddle, and trying ineffectually to smooth the wrinkles from her ruined velvet gown, while she glanced anxiously toward the people lining the road up ahead. The liveried retainers riding toward them in the distance were obviously an honor guard, coming to escort their lord home with appropriate fanfare. "I never imagined this was your domain," she said nervously. "You've been looking at it as if you've not set eyes on it before." "I haven't. At least, not when it looked like this. 8 years ago I commissioned architects to come here, and together we drew plans for the home I wanted when I was finished with battles. I kept meaning to come back here to see it, but Henry always had urgent need of me somewhere else. In a way, it's been for the best. I have amassed a large enough fortune now to ensure that my sons will never have to earn their gold with their own muscle and blood, as I have done." Jenny stared at him in confusion. "Did you say you're done with battles?" His eyes flicked to her face, and he said with amused irony, "Had I attacked Merrick, 'twould have been my last battle. As it is, I breached my last castle wall when I took you from there." Jenny was so dazed by these startling revelations that she actually entertained the absurd thought that he might somehow have made this decision on her account. And before she could stop herself, she blurted, "When did you decide all this?" 4 months ago, he stated, his voice harsh with resolve. "If I ever raise my arm in battle again, 'twill be because someone is laying siege to what is mine." He was silent after that, staring straight ahead. And then the tense muscles of his face slowly relaxed. When he finally pulled his gaze from the castle, he looked down at her with a wry smile and said, "Do you know what I'm looking forward to most in my new life? Next to a soft bed to sleep in at night?" "No," Jenny said, studying his chiseled profile, feeling as if she scarcely knew him at all. "What are you most looking forward to?" "Food," he stated unequivocally, his spirits restored. "Good food. No, not just good, but excellent. And served 3 times a day. Delicate French food and spicy Spanish food and wholesome English food. I want it served on a plate, cooked to perfection, instead of hanging off a spit, raw or else charred. And then I want desserts. Pastries and tarts and every kind of sweets." He shot her a look filled with amused self-mockery as he continued, "On the night before a battle begins, most men think of their homes and families. Do you know what I used to lie awake thinking of?" "No," Jenny said, fighting back a smile. "Food." She lost the battle to remain aloof, and burst out laughing at this incredible admission from the man the Scots called the son of Satan. But although Royce spared her a brief answering smile, his attention had reverted to the view in the distance, his gaze roving over the land and its castle, as if he was drinking in the sight of it. "The last time I was here," he explained, "'twas 8 years ago, when I worked with the architects. The castle had been under siege for 6 months, and the outer walls were in ruins. Part of the castle itself had been destroyed, and all these hills had been burned." "Who laid siege to it?" Jenny asked suspiciously. "I did." A sarcastic reply sprang to her lips, but she was suddenly loath to spoil their pleasant mood. Instead, she said lightly, "'Tis little wonder the Scots and English must always be at odds, for there's naught in common in the way we think." "Really?" he said, grinning at her upturned face. "Why so?" "Well, you will agree," she replied with polite superiority. "'Tis a very queer custom the English have of raising your own castles, as you've done for centuries, when you could be fighting with with other enemies," she corrected hastily, "and raising their castles." "What an intriguing idea," he teased. "However, we do try to do both." While she chuckled at his answer, he continued, "However, if my knowledge of Scottish history serves me, it seems the clans have been battling with each other for centuries, and still managing to cross our borders, and raid, and burn, and generally annoy us." Deciding it was best to drop the subject, she glanced back at the enormous castle shining in the sun and asked, curiously, "Is that why you laid siege to this place? Because you wanted it for yourself?" "I attacked it because the baron to whom it belonged had conspired with several other barons in a plot to have Henry murdered. a plot which nearly succeeded. This place was called Wilsley then, after the family to whom it belonged, but Henry gave it to me with the stipulation that I rename it. Why? Royce's glance was wry, because Henry was the one who raised Wilsley to baron and rewarded him with the place. Wilsley had been one of his few trusted nobles. I named it Claymore in honor of my mother's family and my father's, Royce added, as he spurred his horse, sending Zeus forward in a flashy trot. The riders from the castle had wended down the hill and were bearing down on them from the front. Behind her, the low, constant rumble that had been moving ever closer and louder became the distinct sound of galloping horses. Jenny glanced over her shoulder and saw all 50 men closing in on them from behind. "Do you always plan things with such precise timing?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with reluctant admiration. His heavy-lidded glance was amused. "Always." "Why?" "Because," he explained obligingly, "timing is the key to leaving a battle on your horse instead of stretched out on your shield." "But you aren't fighting battles anymore, so you don't need to think about timing and such." His lazy smile was almost boyish. "True, but 'tis a habit, and one that will not be easy to break. The men behind us have fought beside me for years. They know how I think, and what I want done almost without my saying it." There was no more time to reply, for the castle guard was almost on top of them, with Merrick in the lead. Just when Jenny was wondering if the guards meant to stop, all 25 of them suddenly executed a whirling turn with such precision that she felt like clapping. Merrick moved into position directly in front of Royce, while, behind them, 50 knights formed into precise columns. Jenny felt her spirits lift at the colorful procession of prancing horses and fluttering flags, and despite her determination not to care what his people thought of her when they saw her, she was suddenly filled with violent nervousness and uncontrollable hope. Whatever her feelings for her husband, these were going to be her people. She was going to live all her life among them, and the awful truth was that she couldn't help wanting them to like her. That realization was instantly followed by a fresh surge of terrible self-consciousness over her messy appearance and general physical shortcomings. Biting her lip, Jenny said a swift, impassioned prayer that God would make them like her. Then she hastily considered how she ought best to comport herself in the next few minutes. Should she smile at the villagers? No, she thought hastily. It might not be appropriate under the circumstances, but neither did she want to appear too aloof, for then they might mistake her for being cold or haughty. She was a Scot, after all, and Scots were regarded by many as cold, proud people. And although she was proud to be a Scot, under no circumstances did she want these people, her people, to mistakenly think she was unapproachable. They were within a few yards of the 400 or so villagers lining the road, and Jenny decided it was better to smile just a little than to be mistaken for being cold or too proud. Fixing a small smile upon her mouth, she self-consciously smoothed her gown one last time. Then she sat up very straight. As their entourage began making its decorous way past the spectators, however, Jenny's inner excitement gave way to bafflement. In Scotland, when a lord, victorious or otherwise, returned home from battle, he was met with cheers and smiles. Yet the peasants along this road were silent, watchful, uneasy. A few of their faces showed downright belligerence, while a great many more looked frightened as they beheld their new lord. Jenny saw it, felt it, and wondered why they would fear their own hero. Or was it her they somehow feared? She wondered nervously. The answer came a scant second later, when a loud, belligerent male voice finally broke the taut silence. "Merrick, slut!" he shouted. In an eager frenzy to demonstrate to their notorious master that they shared the Duke's well-known feelings about this marriage, the crowd picked up the chant. "Merrick, slut!" they shouted, jeering. "Slut! Merrick, slut!" Everything happened so suddenly there was no time for Jenny to react, to feel anything, because directly beside them a boy of about 9 rashly snatched up a clump of dirt and threw it, striking Jenny squarely on her right cheek. Jenny's cry of startled fright was muffled by Royce, who instantly threw himself forward, shielding her with his body from an attack he hadn't seen and hadn't anticipated. Eric, who had only glimpsed a raised arm throwing something that could as easily have been a dagger, let out a blood-chilling bellow of rage and hurtled out of his saddle, whipping his war-axe out of his belt as he launched himself at the boy. In the mistaken belief that Royce had been the boy's target, Eric grabbed him by his thick hair, lifted him several feet off the ground, and while the screaming boy's legs were flailing wildly in the air, the giant raised his axe in a wide arc. Jenny reacted without thinking. With a strength born of terror, she reared back wildly, dislodging Royce and drowning out whatever command he was about to give with one of her own. "No, no, don't!" she screamed wildly. "Don't!" Eric's axe froze at the top of its arc. And the giant looked over his shoulder, not to Jennifer, but to Royce for a judgment. So did Jenny, who took one look at the cold rage on Royce's profile and instantly knew what he was about to tell Eric to do. "No!" she screamed hysterically, clutching Royce's arm. His head jerked to her, and, if anything, he looked even more murderous than the moment before. Jenny saw the muscle jerking in his taut jaw, and in mindless terror she cried, "Would you murder a child for aping your own words? For trying to show you he supports you in everything, including your feelings about me? For the love of God, he's not but a child, a foolish child." Her voice broke as Royce coldly turned from her to Eric to issue his command. "Have him brought to me on the morrow," he snapped. Then he dug his spurs into the black horse, sending him bolting forward. As if by some silent signal, the knights behind them shot forward, forming into a moving curtain on both sides of Royce and Jennifer. No more shouts came from the crowd. In complete, utter stillness, they watched the caravan gallop past. Even so, Jenny didn't draw an easy breath until they were clear of all the villagers, and then she went limp, drained. Slumping against Royce's unnaturally rigid body, she let the whole scene replay in her mind. In retrospect, it occurred to her that his rage at the child had been on her behalf, and that he acceded to her wishes by giving the boy a reprieve. Turning in the saddle, she looked at him. When he continued staring straight ahead, she said hesitantly, "My lord, I would like to thank you for sparing." His gaze snapped to her face, and Jenny recoiled in shock from the scorching fury in his gray eyes. "If you ever," he warned savagely, "defy me in public again, or dare to address me in that tone, I won't be responsible for the consequences, I swear to God." Before Royce's eyes, her expressive face went from gratitude to shock, to fury, and then she coldly turned her back on him. Royce stared at the back of her head, furious because she actually believed he would let a child be decapitated for a misdeed that deserved a less harsh punishment. Furious because, by her actions, Jenny had led all his serfs and villains to believe the same thing. But most of all, Royce was furious with himself for failing to anticipate that such a scene as the one with the villagers might occur, and for not taking steps to avert it. Whenever he planned a siege or went into battle, he always considered everything that could possibly go wrong. But when it came to today, to Claymore, he foolishly trusted everything to chance, assuming it would all come out all right. On the other hand, Royce decided with an irritated sigh, in a battle, his smallest order was anticipated and carried out without question or argument. In a battle he did not have Jennifer to contend with. Jennifer, who argued or questioned him about everything. Blind to the beauty of the place he'd been yearning to see for 8 long years, Royce wondered grimly how it was possible that he could intimidate knights, nobles, squires, and battle-hardened soldiers into doing his bidding with a single glance, and yet he could not seem to force one young, stubborn, defiant Scottish girl to behave. She was so damned unpredictable that she made it impossible to anticipate her reaction to anything. She was impulsive, headstrong, and completely lacking in wifely respect. As they rode across the drawbridge, he glanced down at her stiff shoulders, belatedly realizing how humiliating the scene in the valley must have been to her. With a twinge of pity and reluctant admiration, he admitted that she was also very young, very frightened, very brave, and extremely compassionate. Any other woman of her rank might well have demanded the boy's head, rather than pleading for his life as Jennifer had done. The castle's huge courtyard was filled with the people who lived or worked within its walls, a veritable army of stable grooms, laundresses, scullions, carpenters, farriers, archers, serfs, and footmen, in addition to the castle's guards. The higher-ranking members of the castle staff, bailiffs, clerks, butler, pantler, and a host of others, were lined up formally on the steps leading into the hall. Now, however, as he looked about him, Royce did not fail to observe the cold hostility being directed at Jennifer by nearly everyone, nor did he intend to leave their reaction to her to chance, so that every single person in the crowded bailey would have a clear view of Jennifer and himself. Royce turned to the captain of the guard and nodded curtly toward the stables. Not until the last knight had disappeared into the crowd, leading their horses to the stables, did Royce dismount. Turning, he reached up and caught Jennifer by the waist and lifted her down, noting as he did so that her pretty face was stiff, and she was carefully avoiding meeting the eyes of anyone. She didn't try to smooth her hair or straighten her gown, and his heart squeezed with pity, because she'd obviously decided it didn't matter how she looked any more. Aware of the unpleasant murmuring rising from the crowd in the bailey, Royce took her arm and led her to the foot of the steps. But when Jennifer started to walk up them, he drew her firmly back. Then he turned. Jenny surfaced from the pit of shame she felt and shot him a desperate glance, but Royce didn't see it. He was standing without moving a muscle, his face hard and implacable, as he gazed steadily at the restless crowd in the bailey. Even in her state of numb misery, Jenny suddenly felt as if there was a strange power emanating from him now, a force that seemed to communicate itself to all. As if a spell were being cast over them, the crowd grew silent and slowly straightened, their eyes riveted on him. Then and only then did Royce speak. His deep voice rang out in the unnatural stillness of the bailey, carrying with it the power and force of a thunderclap. "Behold your new mistress, my wife," he pronounced, "and know that when she bids you, I have bidden you. What service you render her, you are rendering me. What loyalty you give or withhold from her, you give or withhold from me." His harsh gaze flashed across them for one breath-stopping, threatening moment. And then he turned to Jennifer and offered her his arm. Unshed tears of poignant gratitude and awed wonder shimmered in Jenny's blue eyes as she looked up at him and slowly, almost reverently, placed her hand upon his arm. Behind them, the armorer clapped his hands slowly, twice. The smith joined in. Then a dozen more serfs. By the time Royce had guided her up the wide steps leading to the hall doors, where Stephen and Friar Gregory were waiting, the entire bailey was thundering with steady clapping. Not the sort of uninhibited, spontaneous salute that marks heartfelt enthusiasm, but rather the rhythmic response of the spellbound, who are awed by a power too potent to resist. End of side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8, A Kingdom of Dreams, by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 290. Stephen Westmoreland was the first to speak after they entered the great cavernous hall. Clasping Royce's shoulder with warm affection, he joked, "Would that I could do that to a crowd, dear brother." Meaningfully, he added, "Can you grant us a few moments? We have something that needs discussing." Royce turned to Jenny, excusing himself for a minute, and she watched the two men walk over to the fire, where Sir Godfrey, Sir Eustace, and Sir Lionel were standing. Evidently they'd all come ahead to Claymore along with Stephen Westmoreland, Jenny realized, her mind still dazed by Royce's incredible thoughtfulness in making that speech. Jenny pulled her gaze from his broad shoulders and looked about her with dawning awe. The hall in which she stood was immense, with a soaring, timbered roof and smooth stone floor swept clean of rushes. Above, a wide gallery, supported by richly carved stone arches, wrapped around on 3 sides, instead of only 1. On the 4th wall was a hearth so large a man could easily stand in it, its chimney heavily embellished with scrollwork. Tapestries depicting scenes of battles and hunts hung upon the walls, and someone, she noted with horror, had actually placed 2 large tapestries on the floor near the hearth. At the far end of the hall, opposite where she stood, was a long table set upon a dais, and cupboards displaying goblets, platters, and bowls of gleaming gold and silver, many of them encrusted with jewels. Although only a few torches were burning in wall holders, it was not nearly as dark and gloomy as the hall at Merrick, and the reason, Jenny noted with a gasp of admiration, was a huge round window of stained glass, set high in the wall beside the chimney. Jenny's preoccupation with the stained glass window was abruptly cut off by a joyous semi-shriek from above. "Jennifer!" Aunt Eleanor cried, standing up on tiptoe in order to see over the shoulder-high wall that enclosed the gallery. "Jennifer! My poor, poor child!" she said, and disappeared from sight completely as she rushed along the gallery. Although Aunt Eleanor could not be seen, the echo of her happy monologue could easily be heard as she headed for the steps leading down to the hall. "Jennifer, I'm so very glad to see you, poor child." Tipping her head back, scanning the gallery, Jenny started forward, following the sound of her aunt's voice as she continued, "I was so worried about you, child, I could scarcely eat or sleep. Not that I was in any condition to do either, for I've been bounced and jounced clear across England on the most uncomfortable horse I've ever had the misfortune to sit upon." Tilting her head and listening closely, Jenny slowly followed the voice toward the opposite end of the great hall, searching for the body that belonged to the sound. "And the weather was perfectly abominable," Aunt Eleanor continued. "Just when I thought the rain would surely drown me, the sun came out and baked me alive. My head began to ache, my bones began to ache, and I surely would have caught my death had Sir Stephen not finally agreed to let us stop for a short while so that I could gather curative herbs." Aunt Eleanor descended the last step and materialized before Jenny's eyes 25 yards away, walking toward her and still talking, "Which was a very good thing, for once I convinced him to swallow my secret tisane, which he was loath to do at first. He did not get so much as a snuffle." She glanced toward Stephen Westmoreland, who was about to lift the tankard of ale to his lips, and interrupted him to insist on confirmation of her words. "You did not get so much as a tiny snuffle, did you, dear boy?" Stephen lowered his tankard of ale. Obediently he replied, "No, ma'am," bowed slightly. Then he lifted his tankard of ale to his lips, carefully averting his eyes from Royce's mocking, sidewise glance. Merrick stalked into the hall and went over to the fire, and Aunt Eleanor gave him a reproving look as she continued to Jenny, who was walking toward her. "Altogether, it was not such a very bad journey. At least, it wasn't when I was not forced to ride with that fellow Merrick, as I was forced to do when we first left Merrick." The knights by the fire turned to stare, and Jenny broke into an alarmed run, heading for her aunt in a futile effort to stop her from treading into such dangerous territory as the axe-wielding giant. Opening her arms wide to Jennifer, her face wreathed in a beaming smile, Aunt Eleanor continued, Eric returned here a full 20 minutes before you arrived, and would not answer my anxious inquiries about you." Anticipating that she might not have time to finish her thought before Jennifer got to her, Aunt Eleanor doubled the speed of her words. "Although I do not think 'tis meanness that makes him look so sour. I think he has trouble with his—" Jenny flung her arms around her aunt, wrapping her in a tight hug. But Aunt Eleanor managed to wriggle free enough to finish triumphantly, "Bowel." The split second of taut silence that followed that slander was exploded by a loud guffaw that suddenly erupted from Sir Godfrey, and was abruptly choked off by an icy glance from Eric. To Jenny's horror, helpless laughter welled up inside of her, too, brought on partly by the incredible stress of the last day, and by the sounds of stifled mirth at the fireplace. "Oh, Aunt Eleanor," she giggled helplessly, and buried her laughing face in her aunt's neck to hide it. Now, sweet little dove," Aunt Eleanor soothed, but her attention was on the knights, who'd laughed at her diagnosis. Over Jenny's shaking shoulders, she aimed a severe look at the fascinated audience of 5 knights and 1 lord. In her severest voice, she informed them, "A bad bowel is not a laughing matter." Then she switched her focus to the glowering Eric and commiserated, "Just look at the sour expression on your face. Poor man. An unmistakable sign that a purgative is called for. I shall fix one for you from my own secret recipe. In no time at all you'll be smiling and cheerful again." Grabbing her aunt's hand, and scrupulously avoiding meeting the laughing gazes of the other knights, Jenny looked at her amused husband. "Your Grace," she said, "my aunt and I have much to discuss, and I am wishful of a rest. If you would pardon us, we will retire to... It occurred to her that the discussion of sleeping arrangements was not a subject she wanted to approach any sooner than absolutely necessary, and she hastily finished, "To, my aunt's chamber." Her husband, with a tankard of ale arrested in his hand, in exactly the same place it had been when Aunt Eleanor had first said Eric's name, managed to keep his face straight and to gravely reply, "By all means, Jennifer." "What a delightful idea, child," Aunt Eleanor exclaimed at once. "You must be fatigued to death." "However," Royce interjected, directing a calm, implacable look in Jennifer's direction, "have one of the maids upstairs show you to your chamber, which I'm certain you'll find more comfortable. There will be a celebration this evening, so ask her for whatever you need to prepare yourself when you awaken." "Yes. Well, thank you," she said lamely. But as she guided her aunt toward the stairs at the far end of the hall, she was acutely aware of the stark silence from the fireplace, and equally certain they were all waiting to hear whatever outrageous thing Aunt Eleanor might say next. Aunt Eleanor did not disappoint them. A few steps beyond the fireplace, she drew back in order to point out to Jennifer some of the merits of Jennifer's new home, several of which Jennifer had already noted. "Look up there, my dear," said Aunt Eleanor with pleasure, pointing to the stained glass window. "Isn't it delightful? Stained glass windows. You won't believe the size of the gallery above, nor the comforts in the cellar. And the candlesticks are gold. The beds are hung with silk, and nearly all the goblets have jewels in them. In fact," she declared in a thoughtful voice, "after seeing this place as I have done, I'm quite convinced pillaging and plundering must be a very profitable thing." With that, Aunt Eleanor turned back to the fireplace and politely inquired of the pillager and plunderer who owned the castle, "Would you say there is great profit to be had from pillaging and plundering, Your Grace, or am I mistaken?" Through her haze of mortification, Jenny saw that her husband's tankard of ale was now frozen in midair, a few inches from his lips. He lowered it very slowly, causing Jenny to fear he was about to have Aunt Eleanor pitched over the castle wall. Instead, he inclined his head politely and said, straight-faced, "A very great profit indeed, madam. I recommend it highly as a profession." "How very nice to hear," Aunt Eleanor exclaimed, "that you speak French." Jenny caught her aunt's arm in an unbreakable grip and began marching her toward the steps, as Aunt Eleanor continued brightly, "We must speak to Sir Albert at once about finding you some suitable gowns to wear. There are trunks of things belonging to the former owners. Sir Albert is the steward here, and he is not a well man. He has worms, I believe. I made him a nice tisane yesterday, and insisted he drink it. He's dreadfully ill today, but he'll be fit tomorrow, you'll see. And you ought to have a nap at once. You look pale and exhausted." 4 knights turned to Royce in unison, their faces wreathed in helpless grins. In a laughter-tinged voice, Stephen said, "God's teeth! She was not quite that bad on the way here, but then she could scarcely talk when she was clinging to a horse for dear life. She must have been storing up her words all those days." Royce quirked a sardonic brow in the direction Aunt Eleanor had disappeared. "She's crafty as an old fox if your hands are tied. Where's Albert Prisham?" he said, suddenly anxious to see his steward and to discover firsthand how Claymore was prospering. "He's ill," Stephen replied, settling down in a chair by the fire, "as Lady Eleanor said. But 'tis his heart, I think, judging from the short time I spoke with him when we arrived yesterday. He's arranged for the celebration tonight, but begs your leave not to join you until the morrow. Don't you want to have a look around the place?" Royce put his tankard of ale down and wearily rubbed the back of his neck. "I'll do it later. For now I need some sleep." "So do I," Sir Godfrey said, yawning and stretching at the same time. "First I want to sleep, and then I want to stuff myself with good food and drink. And then I want a warm, willing wench in my arms for the rest of the night. In that order," he added, grinning, and the other knights nodded in agreement. When they were gone, Stephen relaxed in his chair, eyeing his brother with mild concern, as Royce frowned distractedly into the contents of his tankard. "What is it that makes you look so grim, brother? If it's thoughts of that messy scene in the valley, put them aside, and do not let them spoil the celebration tonight." Royce glanced up at him. "I was wondering if uninvited guests were going to arrive in the middle of it." Stephen understood instantly that Royce was referring to the arrival of a contingent from Merrick. "The 2 emissaries from James and Henry will naturally come here. They'll demand to see proof of the marriage with their own eyes, which the good friar can provide. But I doubt her people will ride all this way when they can do naught once they get here." "They'll come," Royce said flatly, "and they'll come in sufficient numbers to show they have might." "So what if they do?" Stephen said with a reckless grin. "They can do naught but shout at us over the castle walls. You've fortified this place to withstand the worst assault that you could give it." Royce's expression turned hard and implacable. "I'm done with battles. I told you that, and I told Henry that. I'm sick of it. All of it. The blood, the stench, the sound." Oblivious to the fascinated serf who had come up behind him to refill his tankard, Royce finished harshly, "I've no stomach for it any more." "Then what do you intend to do if Merrick does come here?" One sardonic brow lifted over mocking gray eyes. "I intend to invite him in to join the celebration." Stephen saw he was serious and stood up very slowly. "And then what?" he demanded. "And then we'll hope he sees the futility of trying to fight me when he is vastly outnumbered." "And if he doesn't?" Stephen prodded. "Or if he insists on fighting you alone, which is more likely, what will you do then?" "What would you have me do?" Royce snapped in angry frustration. "Slay my own father-in-law? Shall I invite his daughter to watch? Or shall I send her upstairs until we've mopped up his blood from the floor, where her children will play some day?" It was Stephen's turn to look angry and frustrated. "Then what are you going to do?" "Sleep," Royce replied, deliberately misunderstanding Stephen's question. "I'm going to meet briefly with my steward, and then I'm going to sleep for a few hours." An hour later, after meeting with his steward and leaving instructions with a servant to see to a bath and clothes for him, Royce walked into his bedchamber, and with great anticipation he stretched out atop the huge 4-poster bed, linking his hands behind his head. His gaze roved idly over the dark blue and gold canopy above the bed, with its heavy brocaded silk draperies pulled back and held with gold ropes. Then he glanced at the wall across the room. Jennifer was on the other side of it, he knew. A servant had provided that information, along with the information that Jennifer had entered her bedchamber a few minutes ago, after requesting to be awakened in 3 hours, and to have a bath and whatever clothing might be available for her to wear to the celebration. Memories of the way Jennifer looked in sleep, with her hair strewn about the pillow, and her bare, satiny skin exposed above the sheets, made his body tighten in instant need. Ignoring it, Royce closed his eyes. It was wiser to wait to bed his reluctant bride, until after the celebration, he decided. It was going to take some persuasion to make her agree to fulfill this part of her marriage vows. Of that Royce had little doubt, and at the moment he was not in a fit state of mind to deal with her on the matter. Tonight, when she was mellowed with wine and music, he would bring her to his bed. But willing or unwilling, he intended to make love to her tonight, and any night hereafter that he pleased. If she would not come to him eagerly, she would come because he willed it. And it was as simple as that, he decided forcefully. But the last recollection he had as he drifted off to sleep was of his outrageously pretty, impertinent young bride, holding up her fingers and informing him with saucy superiority, 40 is this many. Chapter 19. Jenny climbed out of the wooden tub, wrapped herself in the soft, light blue wrapper a serving-maid handed her, and then parted the curtains that hid an alcove where the shoulder-high tub was kept. The voluminous wrapper, although very fine, had obviously belonged to someone much taller. The sleeves hung down 6 inches past her fingertips, and the hem trailed a full yard behind her. But it was clean and warm, and after spending days in the same soiled gown, Jenny thought the wrapper heavenly. A cozy fire was burning to ward off the chill, and Jenny sat down upon her bed and began to dry her hair. The serving-maid came up behind her, a brush in her hand, and began wordlessly to brush the tangles from Jenny's heavy hair, while another maid appeared with an armful of shimmering, pale gold brocade that Jenny assumed must be a gown. Neither of the maids betrayed any sign of overt hostility, which was little wonder, Jenny thought, considering the warning their duke had delivered in the bailey. The memory of that kept coming back to taunt Jenny like a riddle. Despite all the bitter feelings between them, Royce had publicly and deliberately endowed her with his own authority before one and all. He had elevated her to his equal, and that seemed like a very odd thing for any man to do, particularly a man like him. In this instance he seemed to have acted out of kindness to her, and yet she could not think of a single action he'd ever taken, including releasing Brenna, that he'd done without an ulterior motive that served his purpose. To endow him with a virtue like kindness was to be a fool. She'd seen with her own eyes the full extent of the cruelty of which he was capable. To murder a child for throwing a piece of dirt was more than cruel. It was barbarous. On the other hand, perhaps he'd never intended to let the boy die. Perhaps he'd simply reacted more slowly than Jenny had. With a sigh, Jenny gave up trying to solve the riddle of her husband for the moment, and turned to the maid called Agnes. At Merrick there was always chatter and gossip and confidences exchanged between maids and mistresses, and although it was impossible to imagine these servants ever laughing and gossiping with her, Jenny was determined that they should at least speak to her. "Agnes," she said in a carefully modulated tone of quiet courtesy, "is that the gown I'm to wear tonight?" "Yes, my lady." "It belonged to someone else, I gather?" "Yes, my lady." In the last 2 hours, those were the only words the two maids had said to her, and Jenny felt frustrated and sad at the same time. "To whom did it belong?" she persisted politely. "The daughter of the former lord, my lady." They both turned at the knock on the door, and a moment later 3 stout serfs were placing large trunks upon the floor. "What is in those?" she asked, puzzled. When neither maid seemed able to answer, Jenny climbed off the high bed and went to inspect the contents herself. Inside the trunks was the most breathtaking array of fabrics she'd ever seen. There were rich satins and brocaded velvets, embroidered silks, soft cashmeres, and linen so fine it was almost transparent. How beautiful," Jenny breathed, touching a length of emerald satin. A voice from the doorway made all three of the women whirl around. "I gather you're pleased, then?" Royce asked. He was standing in the doorway, his shoulder propped against the frame, clad in an underdoublet of dark ruby silk, with an overdoublet of pewter gray velvet. A narrow silver belt with rubies at the clasp circled his waist, and from it hung a dress dagger with a huge, fiery ruby winking in its hilt. "Pleased?" Jenny repeated, distracted by the way his gaze had drifted down her hair and stopped at the neckline of her wrapper. She looked down, trying to see what he was looking at, and snatched the gaping fabric together, clutching it with a fist. A faint, mocking smile touched his lips at her modest gesture. Then he glanced at the two maids. "Leave us," he said flatly, and they did so with almost panicky haste, sidling past him as quickly as possible. As Agnes slipped behind him, Jenny saw the woman hastily cross herself. Alarm trickled down Jenny's spine as he closed the door behind him and looked at her across the room. Trying to take refuge in conversation, she said the first thing that came to mind. "You really oughtn't speak to serving maids so sharply. I think you frighten them." "I haven't come to discuss servants," he said calmly, and started walking toward her. Acutely aware of her nakedness beneath the wrapper, Jenny took a cautious step back and inadvertently planted her foot on its trailing hem. Unable to move further, she watched him walk over to the open trunks. Reaching into one of them, he flipped through the assortment of fabrics. "Are you pleased?" he asked again. "With what?" she said, clutching her wrapper so tightly at the throat and breasts that she could scarcely breathe. "With these," he said dryly, gesturing to the trunks. "They're for you. Use them to make gowns and whatever else you need." Jenny nodded, watching him warily as he lost interest in the trunks and started toward her. "What do you want?" she said, hating the shaky sound of her voice. He stopped within an arm's length of her, but instead of reaching for her, he said quietly, "For one thing, I want you to loosen your grip on that gown you're wearing before you strangle yourself. I've seen men hung on ropes no tighter than that." Jenny forced her stiff fingers to loosen a little. She waited for him to go on, and when he continued to study her in silence, she finally prompted, "Yes? And now what?" "Now," he said calmly, "I would like to talk to you. So please sit down." "You've come here to talk?" she repeated. And when he nodded, she was so relieved she obeyed without hesitation. Walking over to the bed, trailing a yard of blue wool behind her, she sat down. Reaching up, she raked her hair off her forehead with her fingers and gave it a hard shake to move it off her shoulders. Royce watched her as she tried to restore order to the lush waves tumbling over her shoulders and down her back. She was, he thought wryly, the only woman alive who could manage to look provocative in a gown that nearly engulfed her. Satisfied with her hair, she faced him, her expression attentive. "What have you come to talk about?" "About us." "About tonight," he said, walking toward her. She shot off the bed as if her little derriere was on fire and backed 2 paces from him until her shoulders were pressed against the wall. "Jennifer." "What?" she gasped nervously. "There's a fire burning behind you." "I'm cold," she said shakily. "In another minute you're going to be on fire." She eyed him suspiciously, glanced down at the hem of her long gown, then let out a cry of alarm as she snatched it from the ashes. Frantically brushing ashes from the hem, she said, "I'm sorry. 'Tis a lovely gown, but perhaps a little—" "I was referring to the celebration tonight," he interrupted firmly. "Not what is going to happen afterward between us. However, since we're on the subject," he continued, surveying her panicky expression, "suppose you tell me why the prospect of lying with me suddenly seems to frighten you so." "I'm not frightened," she denied desperately, thinking it might be a mistake to admit to any form of weakness. "But having already done it, I simply feel no desire to do it again. I felt much the same about pomegranates. After I tried them, I just didn't want them any more. I'm like that sometimes." His lips twitched, and he advanced on her until he was standing directly in front of her. "If lack of wanting is what alarms you, I think I can remedy it."
"Don't touch me," she warned, "or I'll—"
"Don't threaten me, Jennifer," he interrupted quietly. "'Tis a mistake you'll regret. I'll touch you whenever and however I please."
"Now that you've destroyed any pleasure I might have taken in the forthcoming evening," Jenny said stonily, "may I be allowed to dress in private?" Her insulting words didn't put so much as a scratch in his damnable composure, but his voice seemed too gentle. "'Twas not my intention to come in here and give you news that would cause you to dread the night. But 'tis kinder to tell you how things are going to be than to let you wonder. There are many other matters that need to be settled between us, but they can wait until later. However, to answer your original question, this was my real purpose in coming in here." Jenny missed the imperceptible movement of his arm and continued to watch his face in wary confusion, thinking he was going to try to kiss her. He must have guessed it, because his firm, sensual lips twisted with a smile. But he continued to look back at her face without moving toward it. After a long moment, he said softly, "Give me your hand, Jennifer." Jenny glanced down at her hand and, in complete confusion, reluctantly pried her fingers from their grasp on the throat of her wrapper. "My hand?" she repeated blankly, holding it an inch or two toward him. He took her fingers in his left hand, his warm grasp sending unwanted tingles up her arm. Then and only then did she finally notice the magnificent ring resting in a small jewel-encrusted box in the outstretched palm of his right hand. Embedded in a heavy, wide circlet of gold were the most beautiful emeralds Jenny had ever beheld, fiery stones that glowed and winked at her in the candlelight as he slid the heavy ring onto her finger. Perhaps it was the weight of the ring and all that it implied, or perhaps it was the odd combination of gentleness and solemnity in his gray eyes as they gazed into hers. But whatever the cause, Jenny's heart had doubled its pace. In a voice like rough velvet, he said, "We haven't done anything in its usual order. You and I, we consummated the marriage before the betrothal, and I've placed your ring on your finger long after we exchanged vows." Mesmerized, Jenny stared into his fathomless silver eyes, while his deep, husky voice caressed her, pulling her further under his spell as he continued, "And although nothing else has been normal about our marriage thus far, I would ask a favor of you." Jenny scarcely recognized the breathy whisper that was her own voice. "What favor?" "Just for tonight," he said, reaching up and tracing the curve of her flushed cheek with his fingertips. "Could we put aside our differences and behave like a normal, newly wedded couple at a normal marriage feast?" Jenny had assumed tonight's feast was to be a celebration of his homecoming and his recent victory against her people, rather than their marriage. He saw her hesitation, and his lips quirked in a wry smile. "Since it evidently takes more than a simple request to soften your heart, I'll offer you a bargain to go with it." Intensely aware of the effect of his fingertips brushing her cheek, and the magnetism his big body was suddenly exuding, she whispered shakily, "What sort of bargain?" "In return for giving me this night, I will give you one of your own at any time you name. No matter how you wish to spend it, I'll spend it with you doing whatever you'd like." When she still hesitated, he shook his head in amused exasperation. "'Tis fortunate I've never met such a stubborn adversary as you on the battlefield, for I fear I'd have gone down to defeat." For some reason, that admission, made as it was with a tinge of admiration in his voice, did much damage to Jenny's resistance. What he said next demolished it yet more. "I do not ask this favor only for myself, little one, but for you as well. Don't you think, after all the turmoil that has preceded this night, and will probably follow it, that we both deserve one special
unsullied memory of our wedding to keep and hold for ourselves. A lump of nameless emotion constricted her throat, and although she had not forgotten all the valid grievances she had against him, the memory of the incredible speech he had delivered on her behalf to his people was still vibrantly fresh in her mind. Moreover, the prospect of pretending, for just a few hours, just this once, that she was a cherished bride and he an eager groom seemed not only harmless but irresistibly, sweetly appealing. She nodded finally and softly said, "As you wish." "Why is it," Royce murmured, gazing into her intoxicating eyes, "that every time you surrender willingly, like this, you make me feel like a king who has conquered? Yet when I conquer you against your will, you make me feel like a defeated beggar." Before Jenny could recover from that staggering admission, he had started to leave. "Wait," Jenny said, holding out the box to him. "You've left this. It's yours, along with the other 2 things that are in it. Go ahead and open it." The box was gold and very ornate, and the top completely encrusted with sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and pearls. Inside was a gold ring, a lady's ring, with a large ruby deeply embedded in it. Beside it was... Jenny's brow furrowed in surprise, and she looked up at him. "A ribbon?" she asked, glancing down at the simple, narrow pink ribbon, neatly folded, reposing in a box worthy of crown jewels. "The 2 rings and the ribbon were my mother's. They're all that was left after the place Stephen and I were born in was razed during a siege." With that he left, telling her that he would await her downstairs. Royce closed the door behind him, and for a minute he was very still, almost as surprised by the things he'd said to her, and the way he'd said them, as Jennifer had obviously been. It still rankled him that she had twice tricked him at Harden Castle, and that she had collaborated with her father in a scheme that would simultaneously have cheated him of a wife and of heirs. But Jennifer had one irrefutable defense in her favor, and no matter how he'd tried to ignore it, it did exonerate her. "All because I put myself in the way of your marauding brother by walking up a hill." With a smile of anticipation, Royce crossed the gallery and headed down the winding oak steps to the great hall below, where the revelry was already well underway. He was ready to forgive her past deeds. However, he would have to make her understand that he would not tolerate deceit in any form in the future. For several minutes after he left, Jenny remained where she stood, oblivious to the increased sounds of revelry coming from the great hall. Staring down at the jewel-encrusted, velvet-lined box he'd pressed into her palm when he left, she tried to still the sudden outcry of her conscience over what she'd agreed to do. Turning, she walked slowly over to the foot of the bed, but she hesitated as she started to pick up the shining gold gown that lay across it. Surely, she argued with her conscience, she would not be betraying her family or her country or anyone else by putting aside all the animosity that lay between the Duke and herself, just for a few short hours. Surely she was entitled to this small single pleasure. It was so little to ask for out of the rest of her married life. Just one brief period of a few hours to feel carefree, to feel like a bride. The gold brocade was cool to the touch as she slowly picked up the gown and held it up against herself. Looking down at her toes, she noted with delight that the gown was the right length. The maid called Agnes entered, and over her arm was a long overgown of blue-green velvet and a matching velvet mantle lined in gold. The stern-faced woman stopped short, and for a split second, confusion softened her stony expression. For the infamous red-haired daughter of the treacherous Merrick was standing in the center of the room, her bare toes peeping from beneath the hem of a long wrapper, while she clutched a hastily altered gold gown to herself, looking down at it with eyes that were shining with joy. "'Tis beautiful, isn't it?" she said in awe, raising glowing eyes to a startled Agnes. Agnes faltered. "'Twas brought down along with whatever gowns could be found belonging to the old lord and his daughters," she said gruffly. Instead of tossing the used gown aside with contempt, as Agnes half expected her to do, the young Duchess smiled with joy and said, "But look, it's going to fit." "'Twas—" Agnes faltered again as she tried to compare the reality of the ingenuous girl with the stories being told about her. The master himself had called her a slut, according to the serf's gossip. "'Twas cut down and shorted while you slept, my lady," she managed, carefully laying down the overgown and mantle upon the bed. "Really?" Jenny said, looking genuinely impressed as she glanced at the fine seams at the sides of the golden undergown. "Did you sew these seams?" "Aye." "And in only a few hours?" "Aye," Agnes said shortly, disliking the confusion she was being forced to feel about the woman she was set to despise. "They're very fine seams," Jenny said softly. "I could not have done so well." "Do you want me to help you put your hair up?" Agnes said, coldly disregarding the compliment, though she felt somehow that she was in the wrong for doing it. Walking around behind Jenny, Agnes picked up the brush. "Oh, no, I think not," her new mistress declared, smiling brightly over her shoulder at the dumbfounded maid. "Tonight I'm going to be a bride for a few hours, and brides are allowed to wear their hair down." Chapter 20. The noise that had been audible in her bedchamber became a deafening roar as Jenny neared the great hall, a cacophony of male laughter and music overlaying a sea of conversation. With her foot upon the last step, she hesitated before stepping into view of the revelers. She knew, without needing to look, that the hall would be filled with men who knew all about her, men who'd undoubtedly been present in camp the night she'd been delivered to Royce like a trussed-up goose. Other men who'd undoubtedly participated in her removal by force from Merrick, and still others who had witnessed her humiliating reception in the village today. A half hour ago, when her husband had been talking in his deep, persuasive voice about memories to store, the prospect of a celebration had seemed wonderful. Now, however, the reality of how she had come to be here was demolishing all the pleasure. She considered returning to her chamber, but her husband would only come up to fetch her. Besides, she told herself bracingly, she would have to face all these people sometime, and a Merrick never cowered. Drawing a long, steadying breath, Jenny walked down the last step and rounded the corner. The sight that greeted her in the torchlit hall made her blink in momentary confusion. Easily 300 people were present, standing and talking, or sitting at long tables that had been set up along the length of one side of the hall. Still others were watching the entertainment, and of that there seemed to be a dazzling variety. On the gallery above, a band of minstrels was playing, while other minstrels were strolling about the floor, entertaining smaller groups. 4 jugglers in party-colored costumes were tossing balls high into the air in the center of the room and exchanging them with each other, while at the far end of the hall, 3 acrobats hurtled into the air. Behind the great table upon the dais, a lutist played upon his instrument, adding its sweet chords to the general chaotic gaiety of the hall. There were women present, too. Jenny noted in some surprise, about 30 of them, wives of some of the knights, or else neighbors, Jenny decided. She spotted Royce easily, for with the exception of Eric, he was the tallest man in the great hall. He was standing not far away, talking to a group of men and women, a goblet in his hand, laughing at something one of them said. It hit her then that she'd never seen him like this, laughing and relaxed, the master of his own castle. Tonight he did not resemble the predator for whom he was named. He looked like a powerful noble, and a dangerously handsome one, Jenny thought with a tiny tingle of pride, as her gaze drifted over his tanned, chiseled features. Alerted to Jenny's presence by the sudden dropping of the noise level in the hall, Royce put his goblet down, excused himself to his guests, turned, and stopped cold. A slow smile of admiration swept across his face as he beheld the regal young duchess who was walking toward him, in a gown of blue-green velvet with a fitted bodice and a slashed skirt that parted at the front to reveal a shining gold undergown. A matching velvet mantle lined in gold was draped over her shoulders and held in place with a flat gold chain inset with aquamarines. At her tiny waist was a curving, stiffened belt of gold satin, edged in blue-green and set with aquamarines. Her glorious hair, parted in the center, tumbled over her shoulders and back in luxurious waves and shining curls, a ravishing contrast to the rich blue-green of her gown. Belatedly realizing that he was forcing his courageous young bride to come to him, he walked forward, meeting her part way. Taking her cold hands in both of his, he drew her close, grinning down at her with unconcealed admiration. "You are beautiful," he said softly. "Stay still for a moment so they can all look their fill." "I was given to understand, my lord, that one of your many reasons for objecting to marrying me, even if I were the Queen of Scotland, is because I am plain." Jenny saw the surprised bafflement in his gray eyes and knew instinctively that it was genuine. "I'm sure I voiced many objections during that angry interview with Henry, but that was assuredly not one of them." Quietly he added, "I am many things, Jennifer, but I am not blind." "In that case," she answered teasingly, "I yield to your excellent judgment on the matter of my appearance tonight." There was a meaningful note in his deep voice as he said, "And will you yield to me on anything else?" She inclined her head like a queen bestowing a regal favor upon a lesser mortal. "Everything, for as long as we remain down here." "Stubborn wench," he said with sham severity. Then his eyes took on a tender, intimate look as he added, "'Tis time for the bride and groom to join their guests." Tucking her hand into the crook of his elbow, he turned, and Jenny realized that while he'd been talking to her, his knights had formed into a line behind him, obviously by prearranged plan, in order to be formally presented to their new Duchess. At the head of them stood Stephen Westmoreland, who'd scarcely glanced at her except to scowl at her in the hall at Merrick. Now he pressed a light, brotherly kiss to her cheek. When he stepped back and grinned at her, Jenny was struck anew by how very much he resembled Royce, especially when he smiled. Stephen's hair was lighter, and his features slightly less rugged. His eyes were blue, not gray. But like his brother, he did not lack for charm when he cared to use it, as he did now. "An apology for the trouble I have caused you is not enough, my lady, but 'tis long overdue. I make it now, most sincerely, in hopes you will some day find it in your heart to forgive me." The apology was made with such sincerity, and so prettily, that Jenny could not, in the spirit of the evening and the dictates of good manners, do anything but accept it, which she did. Her reward was an irrepressible grin from her new brother-in-law, who leaned forward and said, "Naturally, I needn't apologize to my brother, for 'twas a grand favor I did him." Jenny couldn't help it. That notion was so outrageous that she burst out laughing. Beside her, she felt Royce look down at her, and when she glanced at him, his gray eyes were warm with approval, and something that looked very much like pride. Eric was next, and the stone floor seemed to rumble as the terrifying giant strode forward, each step double the stride of an average man's. As Jenny expected, the granite-faced giant did not demean himself with an apology, let alone a gallant speech, or even so much as a bow. Instead, he stood before her, looking down his nose at her from his towering height, and then, with his strange pale eyes looking into hers, he merely jerked his head in a curt nod. Turning, he stalked off, leaving Jenny feeling as if he had just accepted dominion over her instead of the reverse. Seeing her startled discomfiture, Royce leaned down and chuckled in her ear. "Don't be insulted. Eric has never condescended to actually swear fealty to me, either." Jenny looked into those smiling gray eyes, and suddenly the whole evening seemed to stretch before her with all the promise and excitement of the first warm night of spring. The knights who made up Royce's personal guard came next. Sir Godfrey, a tall, handsome man in his late 20s, was first, and instantly became her favorite because, immediately after kissing her hand, he did something that completely dispelled the tension over their past association. Turning to all within hearing, he proclaimed her the only woman alive with wit and courage enough to dupe an entire army. Then he turned back to her and said with an irrepressible grin, "I trust, my lady, that if you ever decide to escape Claymore, as you did our camp a few weeks ago, you'll spare our pride by leaving us a better trail to follow." Jenny, who was partaking of the goblet of wine Royce had pressed into her hand, replied with sham solemnity, "Should I ever try to escape from here, I shall contrive to do it very badly, to be sure," which made Sir Godfrey roar with laughter and kiss her cheek. Sir Eustace, blond and handsome with merry brown eyes, gallantly announced that if her hair had been unbound when she escaped, they'd have spotted its golden flame and been able to find her no matter where she hid, which earned him a mild, quelling look from Royce. Undaunted, Sir Eustace leaned forward and teasingly told Jennifer, "He's jealous, you can see, of my superior looks and chivalrous conversation." One at a time they came to stand before her, skilled, deadly knights, who once would have killed her at a word from their lord, but who were now bound to protect her, even at the cost of their own lives. Attired in fine velvets and wools, instead of chain-mail and helmets, the older knights treated her with deferential courtesy, while a few of the younger ones actually exhibited an endearing embarrassment for something they had done. "I trust," young Sir Lionel said to Jennifer, "I didn't cause your grace any undue discomfort when I, grabbed your arm and dragged—" Jenny chuckled and raised her brows. "And escorted me to my tent that first night?" "Yes, escorted," he said with a sigh of relief. Gawain, Royce's young squire, was the last to be formally presented to her as his mistress, obviously too young and idealistic to follow the older, more experienced knight's example and let bygones be bygones. He bowed to Jenny, kissed her hand, and then with ill-concealed rancor said, "I suppose, my lady, 'twas not your true intention to make us freeze when you slashed our blankets." That remark earned him a hard cuff from Sir Eustace, who had lingered at Jenny's side and who said to him with disgust, "If that's your idea of gallantry, no wonder young Lady Anne casts her eye at Roderick, not you." The mention of Roderick and Lady Anne made the youth stiffen in umbrage and throw an irate look about the room. Issuing a hasty apology to Jennifer, Gawain hastened off in the direction of a pretty brunette who was talking to a man Jenny didn't recognize, looking more belligerent than gallant. Royce watched him leave and glanced at Jennifer with a look of apologetic amusement. Gawain has lost his head over that pretty maid over there, and evidently his sense as well. Offering her his arm, he added, "Come and meet the rest of our guests, my lady." The fears Jenny had harbored about her reception from those who were not bound to Royce by pledges of fealty were completely allayed during the next 2 hours, as she was introduced to each. The unprecedented words Royce had spoken earlier on the castle steps had obviously been repeated far and wide, including to the guests who'd come from neighboring estates, and though Jenny occasionally encountered a hostile gaze, the owner of it was careful to hide it behind a polite smile. When all the introductions had been made, Royce insisted that Jenny should dine, and at the table on the raised dais there was more conversation, all of it gay and pleasant, interrupted only by the blast of trumpets from the gallery that heralded the arrival of each new course from the kitchen. Aunt Eleanor was in her glory, with a captive audience of more than 300 people to converse with, although the person she was most often seen near was none other than Eric. Jenny watched her, amused by the elderly lady's fascination with the one person who didn't want to talk to anyone at all. "Does the food live up to your expectations, my lord?" Jenny asked, turning to Royce, who was helping himself to a second portion of roasted peacock and another of stuffed swan. "It's adequate," he said with a mild frown, "but I'd expected better fare from kitchens under Prisham's supervision." At that moment the steward himself materialized behind Royce, and Jenny had her first glimpse of Albert Prisham, as he said in a cool, formal voice, "I fear I have little interest in food, Your Grace." He glanced at Jennifer and said, "A cup of mild broth, a lean joint of meat is enough to satisfy me. However, I feel certain your wife will take the kitchens in hand and create menus and recipes to better please you." Jenny, who knew nothing whatever of recipes and menus, paid no heed to that remark, because she was trying to stifle a surge of instant dislike for the man. Wearing a gold chain about his waist and carrying a white staff, the insignias of his exalted position, he was thin to the point of emaciation. His jawbones protruded sharply beneath skin that was white and nearly transparent. But it wasn't that which made Jenny react so negatively to him. It was the coldness in his eyes when he looked about him. "I trust," he continued, showing more respect to Royce, but certainly no more warmth than he'd showed Jennifer, "that with the exception of the food, all else is to your satisfaction tonight?" "Everything is fine," Royce replied, sliding his chair back as the dancing began at the far end of the hall. "If you're well enough tomorrow, I'd like to see the ledgers, and the following day we should tour the estate." "Certainly, Your Grace. But the day after tomorrow is the 23rd, which is customarily Judgment Day. Do you desire me to postpone it?" "No," Royce said without hesitation, his hand under Jennifer's elbow as he indicated she should rise. "I'd be interested to watch and see how it is done." With a bow to Royce and a curt inclination of his head to Jennifer, Sir Albert withdrew. Leaning on his staff, he made his slow way to his own chambers. When Jenny realized Royce meant to join the dancing, she drew back and shot him an apprehensive look. "I have danced little, Your Grace," she explained, watching the swirling, energetic dancers and trying to see what steps they were doing. "Perhaps we ought not to do it, just now, when there are so many." With a grin, Royce took her firmly in his arms. "Just hold on tightly," he said, and began to whirl her expertly. He was, Jenny realized at once, an excellent dancer. Moreover, he was an excellent teacher. By the third dance, she was twirling and skipping and leaping right along with the others. Those dances were followed immediately by a dozen more, as Stephen Westmoreland claimed his dance, and then Sir Godfrey and Sir Lionel and the rest of the knights claimed theirs. Breathless and laughing, Jenny shook her head no when Sir Godfrey tried to lead her into another dance. Royce, who danced with several of the other ladies present, had been standing on the sidelines for the last half-hour talking with a group of guests. Now he materialized at Jennifer's side, as if sensing her exhaustion. "Jennifer needs a rest, Godfrey." Nodding toward Gawain, who seemed to be having a belligerent conversation with the knight called Sir Roderick, in the presence of Lady Anne, Royce added dryly, "I suggest you invite Lady Anne to dance instead, before Gawain does something foolish to win her admiration, like provoking a fight with Roderick and getting himself killed." Sir Godfrey obligingly went off to solicit a dance from the lady in question, and Royce led Jenny over to a quiet corner in the hall. Handing her a goblet of wine, he blocked her from view by standing directly in front of her and bracing his hand on the wall near her head. "Thank you," she said, happy and flushed, her chest heaving with exertion. "I truly needed a moment to rest." Royce's gaze drifted appreciatively to the rosy skin swelling above the square bodice of her gown, making Jenny feel strangely excited and nervous at the same time. "You're an excellent dancer," she said, and he reluctantly forced his gaze to hers. "You must have danced a great deal at court." "And on the battlefield," he said with a disarming grin. "On the battlefield?" she echoed, perplexed. He nodded, his grin widening. "Watch any warrior who's trying to dodge arrows and lances, and you'll see dance steps and footwork that would dazzle you." His ability to laugh at himself warmed Jenny's heart, which was already liberally warmed by several cups of strong wine, and a great deal of dancing. Self-conscious, she glanced sideways and saw Eric only a few yards away. Unlike everyone else who was laughing, eating, or dancing, Eric was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, his legs braced wide apart, staring straight ahead, with an expression on his face that looked absolutely lethal. And at his side was Aunt Eleanor, chattering up at him as if her very life depended on making him respond. Royce followed the direction of Jennifer's gaze. "Your aunt," he teased, "would seem to enjoy courting danger." Emboldened by the wine, Jenny returned his smile. "Does Eric ever talk? I mean in real sentences, or laugh?" "I've never seen him laugh, and he speaks as little as necessary." Gazing up into his compelling eyes, Jenny felt strangely safe and sheltered. and yet uneasily aware that her husband was a virtual mystery to her. Sensing that in his approachable mood he'd be willing to answer a question, she said softly, "How did you meet him?" "We were never actually introduced," he teased. When she continued to regard him as if waiting for more information, he obliged by saying, "The first time I saw Eric, 'twas 8 years ago in the thick of a battle that had been raging for over a sennight. He was trying to fend off 6 attackers who'd singled him out as a target and were pounding him with swords and arrows. I went to his aid, and between the 2 of us we managed to fell the attackers. When the skirmish was over, I was wounded, but Eric didn't give me so much as a thank you for my efforts. He just looked at me, and then he rode off, plunging into the heat of battle again." "And that was all there was to it?" Jenny asked, when Royce fell silent. "Not quite. The next day, near nightfall, I was wounded again, and this time unhorsed as well. As I bent down to pick up my shield, I glanced up, and there was a rider coming straight at me, his lance aimed at my heart. The next instant, the lancer was headless, and there was Eric swooping down to pick up his bloodied axe and riding off, again without a word. My wounds had rendered me virtually useless, and twice more that night Eric appeared, seemingly from nowhere, to fend off my attackers when I was outnumbered. The next day we routed the enemy and gave chase. I looked over to see Eric riding beside me. He's been there ever since." "So you gained his undying loyalty because you rescued him from 6 attackers?" Jenny summarized. Royce shook his head. "I suspect I gained his undying loyalty a week after that, when I killed a large snake that was trying to share Eric's blanket without his knowledge." "You don't mean to tell me," Jenny giggled, "that giant of a man is afraid of snakes?" Royce gave her a look of feigned affront. "Women are afraid of snakes," he explained unequivocally. "Men hate them." Then he spoiled the whole effect with a boyish grin. "It means the same thing, however." Royce gazed down into her laughing blue eyes, longing to kiss her, and Jenny, carried away by this tender, joking, approachable side of him, suddenly blurted the question that had been haunting her. "Did you truly mean to let him murder that child today?" He stiffened slightly, and then he quietly said, "I think it's time we go upstairs." Uncertain just why he'd suddenly made that decision, or if talking was what he intended to do once they got there, Jenny hesitated suspiciously. "Why?" "Because you want to talk," he stated levelly, "and I want to take you to bed, in which case my chamber is better suited to both our purposes than this hall." Short of making a scene which would only humiliate her, Jenny knew she had no choice but to leave the hall with him. A thought struck her before she took the first step, and the eyes she turned on him were imploring. "They aren't going to try to follow us?" she pleaded. "I mean, there'll be no bedding ritual, will there?" "Even if there was, there's no harm in it," he said patiently. "'Tis an ancient custom. We can always talk afterward," he said meaningfully. "Please," Jenny said. "'Twould be a farce, for the world knows we've already done that, and the bedding will only make the talk start up again." He didn't answer her, but as they passed Eric and Aunt Eleanor, he stopped to speak to Eric. The impending departure of the bride and groom was noted almost at once, however, and by the time they'd passed the table on the dais, Jenny's face was scarlet from the bawdy encouragement and advice being shouted at Royce. As they started up the stairs, she stole a frantic glance over her shoulder, and to her relief, she saw that Eric had positioned himself at the bottom of the steps, folded his arms across his chest, and had taken up a post, obviously at Royce's order, to prevent the revelers from following them. By the time Royce opened the door to his bedchamber, Jenny was in a state of generalized terror and helplessness. In frozen silence, she watched him close the door, her startled eyes dazedly registering an extremely large and very luxurious room with a huge 4-poster canopied bed, with fine velvet hangings, and a pair of massive chairs with carved arms placed before a large hooded fireplace. 3 large, ornately carved chests were against the wall, one for clothes, Jenny knew without looking, and the others evidently containing coins and other riches, judging from the size of their massive locks. A pair of tall silver stands with candles burning in them flanked the bed, and another pair stood on either side of the fireplace. Tapestries hung on the walls, and there was even a mat on the polished wood floor. But the most amazing thing about the room was the window, a large bay window with leaded glass that overlooked the bailey and would make the room cheerful and airy in the daylight. A door to the left was ajar and opened into a cellar. The door on the right evidently opened into the chamber Jenny occupied. Scrupulously avoiding looking at the bed, she stared at the two remaining doors, and the instant Royce moved, she jumped and said the first thing that came to mind. Where do those two doors lead?" "One to a privy, the other to a closet," he answered, noting the way she was averting her gaze from the bed. In a calm voice that nevertheless carried an unmistakable thread of command, he said, "Would you mind explaining to me why you seem to find the prospect of lying with me even more alarming when we're married than you did before, when you had everything to lose?" "I had no choice then," she said in nervous defense, turning to face him. "You have none now," he pointed out reasonably. Jenny's mouth went dry. She wrapped her arms around her middle as if she were very cold, her eyes desperate with confusion. "I don't understand you," she tried to explain. "I never know what to expect. Sometimes you seem almost kind and quite rational, and just when I think you're actually quite nice. I mean, normal," she amended quickly. "You do mad things and you make insane accusations." She held out her hands, as if asking him to understand. "I cannot be at ease with a man who is a stranger to me, a frightening, unpredictable stranger." He took a step forward, and then another, and Jenny retreated step for step until the backs of her legs bumped against the bed. Unable to go forward, and adamantly unwilling to move backward, she stood in mutinous silence. "Don't you dare touch me. I hate it when you touch me," she warned shakily. His dark brows pulled together, and he reached out and hooked his fingertip in the neck of her gown, looking straight into her eyes as he drew it downward, until his fingertip was deep in the hollow between her breasts. It stayed there, moving up and down, stroking the sides of her breasts, while tiny flames began shooting through Jenny's body, making her breathing shallow and rapid. His hand forced its way between her bodice and her skin and closed on her full breast. "Now tell me you hate my touch," he invited her softly, his eyes holding hers imprisoned, his fingers teasing her hardening nipple. Jenny felt her breast swelling to fill his hands, and she turned her head aside, staring fixedly at the fire in the grate, drowning in shame at her inability to control her own treacherous body. Abruptly he pulled his hand away. "I'm beginning to think you must enjoy baiting me, for you do it better than anyone I've ever known." Raking his hand through the side of his hair in angry self-disgust, Royce walked over to the flagon of mulled wine resting near the fire and poured some into a goblet. Turning, he studied her in silence. After a minute, he said in a quiet, almost apologetic tone that startled Jenny into looking at him, "The fault for what happened just now was mine, and had little to do with your baiting me. You merely gave me an excuse to do what I've longed to do since I first set eyes on you in this gown." When she remained silent, watching him with wary suspicion, he said with an irritated sigh, "Jennifer, this marriage was not of our choosing, but the deed is done, and we will have to find a way to live in harmony with it. We have wronged each other, and nothing can change that. I'd hoped to bury the past, but perhaps it's best to let you talk about it, as you seem determined to do." "Very well," he said, as if reaching a conclusion. "Go ahead and itemize your grievances. What do you want to know?" "Two things for a start," Jenny replied tartly. "When did you finally come to the realization that I've been wronged? And how in God's holy name can you possibly say I've wronged you?" "I'd prefer to leave the last question unanswered," he said evenly. "Before I came in to see you this evening, I spent 2 hours in this room, coming to grips with the things you have done, and I've decided to put all that behind me." "How very virtuous of you," Jenny said derisively. "It so happens, my lord, that I have done nothing, Nothing for which I require your forgiveness or for which I owe you explanations, for that matter. However, she amended tightly, I will be happy to give any explanations you wish, once you've made yours to me. Is that agreeable? His lips quirked in a reluctant grin as Royce contemplated the stormy beauty in aquamarine velvet, who'd already abandoned fear in favor of anger. He found it acutely painful when she feared him. Making an effort to smooth the grin from his face, he nodded. Perfectly agreeable. You may proceed. Jenny needed no more encouragement. Studying his face, watching for any signs of deceit, she said abruptly, Were you, or were you not, going to let Eric kill that boy in the village today? No, he said flatly. I was not. Some of Jenny's hostility and fear began to dissolve. Then why didn't you say anything? I didn't need to. Eric does not act except on my orders. He stopped, not because you screamed, but because he was waiting for a decision from me. You aren't lying, are you? She asked, searching his inscrutable features. What do you think? Jenny bit her lip, feeling slightly churlish. I apologize. That was needlessly rude. Accepting her apology with a nod, he said civilly, Go on. What's your next question? Jenny drew a deep breath and slowly expelled it, knowing she was treading on dangerous ground now. I would like to know why you felt compelled to humiliate my father and my family by proving you could breach Merrick's defenses and stealing me from my own bedchamber? Ignoring the sudden angry gleam flaring in his eyes, she continued doggedly, You've proved your skill and prowess in such things. Why? If you ever wanted us to live in harmony, did you need to prove it in such a petty, small-minded... Jennifer, he interrupted in a cutting voice. You've made a fool of me twice, and caused me to make a fool of myself once. That's quite a record, he applauded sarcastically. Now take your bow and let the matter drop. Fortified with a considerable amount of wine and a good deal of natural stubbornness, Jenny searched his features. Despite his tone of sarcasm, there was a harshness in his gray eyes that told her whatever plot he was referring to did more than merely anger him. It cut him deeply enough to make him bitter. Trying to ignore the dangerous magnetic tug that seemed to be pulling her toward him with each moment since he'd begun to answer her questions, she said lightly, I shall happily take my bow, but first, I'd like to be absolutely certain what it is I've done to deserve such credit. You damn well know what I'm referring to. I'm not entirely certain. I'd hate to take credit where it wasn't due, she said, raising her glass. You're amazing. You can lie and look me straight in the eye. Very well, he said, his voice reeking with irony. Let's play your game to its distasteful end. First, there was the little ruse that your sister, who I'd have sworn didn't have sense enough to dress herself, pulled off with your help and the help of feather pillows. You know about that, she said, choking on her wine and trying to hide her smile. I wouldn't advise you to laugh, he warned. Why not? Jenny said wryly. 'Twas as much a joke on me as 'twas on you. I suppose you knew nothing about it, he snapped, studying the telltale flush on her cheeks, wondering if it was due to the wine or lying. If I had, she said, turning serious, do you think I'd have been so eager to trade my honor for feathers? I don't know, would you? She lowered her glass and said somberly, I'm not certain. To help her escape, I suppose I might have, but not until I'd exhausted every other possibility, so I can't quite take credit for duping you in this instance. What are the other two? He slapped his goblet onto the table and started toward her. I gather you're referring to my escape with William? She prompted uneasily, backing away a step from the ominous expression in his eyes. I can't take credit for that either. He was standing in the woods, and I didn't notice him until you were about to leave with Eric. Right, he said icily. And although you are aware of my remark about the Queen of Scotland, you aren't aware that while you were escaping, I was telling Gravely, like a besotted fool, that I intended to marry you. And you aren't aware that you were leaving for a cloister immediately after our wedding at Merrick, which would have neatly bound me to you for life at the same time it deprived me of heirs. And if you lie to me just one more time—" He took the goblet of wine from her and jerked her into his arms. "You were doing what?" she whispered. "Enough of this nonsense," he said shortly, bending his head and taking her lips in a hard, silencing kiss. To his surprise, she didn't fight him. In fact, she seemed not to know what he was doing to her. When he lifted his head, she was staring at him with an expression in her blue eyes he'd not seen before. "You were doing what?" she breathed again. "You heard me," he said shortly. An awful, treacherous warmth was seeping through every pore of Jenny's body as she gazed into his mesmerizing eyes. "Why?" she whispered. "Why did you tell him you intended to marry me?" "I was insane at the time," he said coldly. "About me?" she whispered, so carried away with what her heart was telling her that she spoke without thinking. "About your delectable body," he said crudely. But somewhere in her heart, Jenny was accepting something else. Another explanation so exquisite that she was afraid to think it. It explained everything. "I didn't know," she said simply. "I never imagined you would want to marry me." "And I suppose if you had, you'd have sent your stepbrother off and stayed at Hardin with me," he jeered. It was the greatest risk Jenny had ever taken in her life because she told him the truth. "If I'd known how I was going to feel after I left, I might have." She saw his jaw harden, and without thinking she lifted her hand and touched her fingertips to his taut cheek. "Please, don't look at me like this," she whispered, her eyes gazing deeply into his. "I am not lying to you." Trying without complete success to ignore the tender innocence of her touch and to stifle the sudden memory of the way she had kissed his scars, Royce said flatly, "And I suppose you knew nothing about your father's plot." "I was not going to any cloister. I was leaving with you in the morn," she said simply. "I would never have done anything so low." In sheer frustration at her endless deceit, Royce jerked her into his arms and kissed her. But instead of fighting the hard, punishing kiss, she leaned up on her toes and welcomed it, her hands sliding up his chest and twining around his neck. Her parted lips clung to his, moving tenderly, softly against his mouth. And to Royce's astonishment, he realized she was gentling him. And even when he realized it, he couldn't stop it from happening. His hands no longer dug into her arms. They were shifting over her back in a restless, soothing caress, sliding up her nape and holding her lips closer to his hungry mouth. And as his passion built, so did the awful, guilty premonition that he had been wrong about everything. Tearing his mouth from hers, he held her clasped tightly to him, waiting for his breathing to even out. When he could finally trust himself to speak, he moved her slightly away and reached down to lift her chin, wanting to see into her eyes when he asked her. "Look at me, Jennifer," he said gently. The eyes she raised to his were innocent of guile and strangely trusting. It was not a question, it was a statement. "You didn't know anything about your father's plot, did you?" "There was no plot," she said simply. Royce leaned his head back and he closed his eyes, trying to shut out the obvious truth. After forcing her to stand in her own home and endure the barbs of his people, he had dragged her out of bed, forced her to marry him, hauled her across England, and to finish it all off nicely, he had, within the hour, graciously offered to forgive her and let bygones be bygones. Faced with the choice of shattering her illusions about her father, or letting her go on thinking he was a callous madman, Royce chose the former. He was not in a mood to be gallant, not at the expense of his marriage. Stroking her silken hair, he tipped his chin down and stared into those trusting eyes, wondering why he consistently lost his reason where she was concerned. "Jennifer," he said quietly, "I am not quite the monster you've had good reason to think I am. There was a plot. Will you at least listen to my explanation?" She nodded, but the smile she gave him told him she thought he was fanciful beyond belief. "When I went to Merrick Keep, I fully expected either your father or one of the clans to try to violate the pact that guaranteed my safety while in Scotland for our marriage. I put men on the roads leading to Merrick, and left them with orders not to let any group pass without making inquiries. And they didn't find anyone trying to violate the pact," she said with quiet assurance. "No," Royce admitted, "but what they did discover was a caravan of one abbess with an escort of 12, making what seemed to be undue haste toward Merrick. Contrary to what you have reason to believe," he added with a wry smile, "my men and I are not in the habit of harassing clerics. On the other hand, following my instructions, they made inquiries of the party, by the expedient measure of letting the abbess believe they were there to give her escort. She, in turn, happily confided that she was coming for you." Jenny's finely arched brows drew together in a puzzled frown, and Royce almost regretted telling her the truth. "Go on," she said. "The abbess and her party had been delayed by all the rain in the north, which was, by the by, why your father and your pious Friar Benedict dreamt up that nonsensical explanation about the good friar being very temporarily too ill to perform the ceremony. According to the abbess, it seemed that one Lady Jennifer Merrick had decided to cloister herself as the result of an unwanted marriage. The husband, she understood, was determined to stand in the way of the lady's decision to pledge her life to God, and so she had come to assist Lady Jennifer by helping her father get her out of Merrick and out of her husband's godless clutches, in secret. Your father had hit upon the perfect revenge, since our marriage had already been consummated before the fact. An annulment would have been out of the question for me. So, of course, would divorce have been. Without the opportunity to remarry, I couldn't sire a legitimate heir, and so all of this, Claymore and all I have, would have reverted to the king on my death." I don't believe you," Jenny said flatly, and then with heartbreaking fairness she amended, "I believe you believe this, but the simple truth is that my father would never have locked me away for the rest of my life without at least giving me a choice first. He would, and he intended to." She shook her head, shook it so hard and so emphatically that Royce suddenly realized she couldn't bear to believe it. "My father loves me. He wouldn't do that, not even to avenge himself on you." Royce winced, feeling like the barbarian he'd been called for trying to shatter her illusions. "You're quite right. It was a mistake." She nodded. A mistake. She smiled at him, a soft, sweet smile that made his heart pick up its tempo because it was not like any other smile she'd given him. It was filled with trust and approval and something else he couldn't quite identify. Turning, Jenny walked over to the window, staring out at the starlit night. Torches were lit on the battlements, and the silhouette of a guard patrolling the wall was clearly outlined against the orange light. Her mind, however, was not on stars, or guards, or even her father. It was on the tall, black-haired man standing behind her. He had wanted to marry her. And the knowledge filled her with an emotion so poignant, so consuming that she could scarcely contain it. It was so overpowering that feelings like patriotism and revenge became paltry. She reached out, idly following the handsome tracings on the cold glass with a fingertip, remembering all those sleepless nights at Merrick Keep, when she could not tear him out of her mind, when her body felt empty and overheated and cried out for his. Behind her, she heard him start toward her, and she knew what was going to happen between them as surely as she knew she loved him. God forgive her, she loved her father's enemy. She had known it at Hardin, but she had been stronger then, and afraid. Afraid of what would happen to her if she let herself love a man who seemed to regard her as nothing more than a temporary amusement. But as surely as Jenny knew she loved him, she knew he loved her, too. It explained everything, his anger, his laughter, his patience, his speech in the Bailey. She felt his presence like a tangible thing even before he slowly slid his arm around her from behind. drawing her back against his body. In the window pane their eyes met, and Jenny gazed into his as she asked him for the one promise that would free her from all guilt, for giving him her love and her life. Her soft voice shaking with emotion, she asked, "Will you swear to me never to raise your hand against my family?" His answer was an aching whisper, "Yes." Shattering tenderness swept through her, and she closed her eyes, leaning back against him in complete surrender. He bent his head, brushing his mouth against her temple, his hand slowly sliding upward to caress the fullness of her breast. His mouth trailed a hot path down her cheek to her ear, his tongue exploring each fold as his hand slipped inside her gown, cupping her breast, his thumb rubbing over her hardening nipple. Awash in a sea of pure sensation, Jenny made no protest when he covered her lips with his, turning her into his arms. She felt no shame or guilt when her gown slid down around her hips, or when he came to her in bed, his bare, muscled shoulders gleaming like bronze in the candlelight, as he leaned over her, skillfully parting her lips with his tongue. With a silent moan of surrender, she slipped her hand around his neck, her fingers sliding into the curling hair at his nape, holding his mouth pressed fiercely to hers as she welcomed his tongue and gave him hers. End of Side 8. Side 9. A Kingdom of Dreams by Judith McNaught. Continuing on page 332. Her innocent ardor was more than Royce's ravenous body could withstand. Wrapping his arm around her hips, he pulled her into vibrant contact with his straining thighs, molding her body to the rigid contours of his. His other hand cupped the back of her head as he drove his tongue into her mouth again and again, forcing her to give him back the sensual urgency he was offering her. When she tore her mouth from his, he almost groaned with disappointment, thinking he had frightened her with his unbridled passion. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw on her face was neither fright or revulsion, it was wonder. A knot of tenderness swelling in his chest. He held perfectly still, watching her as Jenny took his face between her hands, her trembling fingertips reverently caressing his eyes, his cheekbones and jaw. And then she leaned up and kissed him with an ardor that nearly matched his own. Turning into his arms, pressing him back into the pillows, her hair spilling across them like a satin veil, she kissed his eyes, his nose, his ear, and when her lips closed over his nipple, Royce lost control. "Jenny," he groaned, his hands rushing over her back and thighs and buttocks. His fingers dug into her hair, pulling her lips back to his fevered mouth. "Jenny," he whispered hoarsely, his tongue plunging into her mouth, tangling with hers as he rolled her onto her back and covered her body with his. "Jenny," he murmured hotly, as he hungrily devoured her breasts and stomach and thighs with his mouth. He could not stop saying her name. It played like a melody in his heart when her arms went around him and she lifted her hips, willingly molding herself to his engorged manhood. It sang in his veins as she welcomed the first fierce thrust of his body into hers. It rang through every fiber of his being as she matched his fierce, driving thrusts. And it exploded in a crescendo as she cried out, "I love you," her nails biting into his back, her body racked with wave after wave of ecstasy. His body straining, desperate for release, Royce dragged his lips from hers and leaned up on his forearms, waiting for her tremors to subside as he gazed down into her beautiful, shadowy face. And then, because he could hold back no longer, he drove into her one last time, gasping her name. His body jerked convulsively again and again and again as he spilled his life into her, holding her hips to his hips and her mouth to his mouth. Lying on his back, his wife cradled tightly against his side, he waited for the thundering beat of his heart to subside, his hand roving over her satiny skin, his mind still dazed by the explosion of his body. In all his years of aimless sexual encounters and torrid dalliances, nothing had ever approached the shattering ecstasy he'd just experienced. Beside him, Jenny raised her head, and he tipped his chin down, looking into her eyes. In their slumberous blue depths he saw the same wonder and confusion he felt. "What are you thinking?" he asked with a tender smile at her upturned face. An answering smile touched her lips as her fingers splayed across his hair-roughened chest. Only two thoughts had crossed Jenny's mind, and, rather than admit that she'd been longing to hear him say he loved her, she confessed to the other thought. "I was thinking," she whispered ruefully, "that if it had been like this at Hardin, I don't think I'd have left with William." "If it had been like this," Royce countered, his smile widening to a wicked grin, "I'd have come after you." Unaware that she could so easily stir his desire, Jenny trailed her fingers down the flat planes of his hard stomach. "Why didn't you?" "I was under arrest at the time," he replied dryly. Then he caught her wandering hand in his, flattening it beneath his palm to prevent it from straying lower. "For refusing to turn you over to Gravelly," he added, releasing her hand. His breath caught as her hand slid down the side of his thigh. "Jenny," he warned hoarsely. But it was already too late. Desire was pouring through him, making him rigid. With a smothered laugh at her startled expression, he caught her hips and lifted her, settling her gently but firmly atop his swollen shaft. "Take as long as you like, little one," he teased huskily. "I'm entirely at your service." His laughter faded, however, as his wife leaned down, straddling him, and sweetly covered his mouth with hers. Chapter 21. A smile drifted across Jenny's face as she stood at the window of the sala, looking out into the bailey, her heart filled with the memory of last night. It was mid-morning, judging from the angle of the sun, and she'd only arisen less than an hour ago, later than she'd ever slept in her life. Royce had made love to her, long and lingeringly this morning, this time with an exquisite restrained gentleness that even now made Jenny's pulses race. He had not told her that he loved her, but he did love her. As inexperienced as she was with love, she was certain of that. Why else would he have made such a pledge to her, or taken such care with her when she was in his bed? So lost was she in her reflections that Jenny didn't notice when Agnes entered the room. The smile still in her eyes, Jenny turned to the maid who was holding out another hastily remade gown to her, this one of soft cream cashmere. Despite the servant's stern, foreboding expression, Jenny was absolutely determined to break through the barriers and befriend her serfs as well. Surely if she could gentle a wolf, it could not be nearly as difficult to befriend his servants. Searching for something to say to the maid, she accepted the gown, and then noticed the tub in the alcove. Seizing on that as a safe topic, she said, "That tub is large enough to hold 4 or 5 people. At home we either bathe in the lake, or else make do with a little wooden tub that holds only enough water to cover you to the waist." "This is England, my lady," Agnes replied as she picked up the gown Jenny had worn last night. Jenny shot a startled glance at her, uncertain whether her tone had been laced with superiority or not. "Do all the big homes in England have such enormous tubs, and real fireplaces, and—" She lifted her arm and made a sweeping gesture that included the luxurious chamber, with its velvet draperies and thick mats scattered across the floor. "And things like all this?" "No, my lady, but you're at Claymore, and Sir Albert, the master's steward, and steward to the old lord, too, is under orders to keep Claymore like a castle fit for a king. The silver is polished every week, and no dust is allowed to get into the tapestries, nor on the floors neither. And if something gets ruined, 'tis given away and replaced." "It must require a great deal of work to keep it so perfect," Jenny observed. "Aye, but then the new master has told Sir Albert what he's to do, and Sir Albert, hard, proud man though he is, will do what he's told, no matter how he feels inside about he what's telling him to do it." That last, startling remark was so laced with bitterness and resentment that Jenny couldn't believe she'd heard correctly. Her brows drew together as she twisted around fully to look at the maid. "Agnes, what do you mean?" Agnes obviously realized she'd said too much, because the woman turned white and stiffened, staring at Jennifer in wild-eyed fear. "I meant nothing, my lady, nothing. 'Tis proud we all are to have our new master home, and if all his enemies come here, as they surely will, 'tis proud we'll be to give up our crops and our menfolk and children for his battles. Proud," she uttered in a low, desperate voice that was still filled with a trace of angry resentment. "We are good, loyal folk, and hold no ill will toward the master for what he did, and we hope he holds none against us." "Agnes," Jenny said gently, "you needn't be afraid of me. I won't betray your confidences. What do you mean by what he did?" The poor woman was shaking so hard that when Royce opened the door and poked his head inside to remind Jennifer to join him downstairs for the midday meal, Agnes dropped the velvet gown. Snatching it up, she fled from the room. But as she pulled open the heavy oaken door, she glanced back at Royce. And this time Jennifer distinctly saw her cross herself again. The cashmere gown forgotten in her hand, Jenny stared at the closing door, her forehead furrowed in a thoughtful frown. The great hall showed few signs of last night's merrymaking. The trestle tables that had filled the room had been taken down and removed. In fact, the only remnants of the night's revelry were the dozen or so knights who were still asleep on benches along the walls, their snores rising and falling sonorously. Despite the air of bustling efficiency, Jenny noticed with sympathy that the serfs' movements were sluggish, and that more than one was unable to dodge a half-hearted kick from an irate knight on the bench who did not want his slumber disturbed. Royce looked up as Jennifer came to the table and rose to his feet with that easy cat-like grace that she'd always admired. "Good morning," he said in a low, intimate voice. "I trust you slept well?" "Very well," Jenny said in a voice that was an embarrassed little whisper, but her eyes were bright and sparkling as she sat down beside him. "Good morning, my dear," Aunt Eleanor chirped happily as she looked up from daintily slicing a piece of venison from the tray of cold meats in front of her. "You're looking in fine spirits this morning." "Good morning, Aunt Eleanor," Jenny said, sending her a reassuring smile. Then she cast a puzzled look up and down the table at the silent men who were also present: Sir Stephen, Sir Godfrey, Sir Lionel, Sir Eustace, Eric, and Friar Gregory. Aware of the strange silence and downcast eyes of the men, she said with a hesitant smile, "Good morning, everyone." 5 male faces slowly lifted to hers, pale, strained faces whose expressions ranged from glazed pain to befuddled confusion. "Good morning, my lady," they echoed politely, but 3 of them winced, and the other 2 shaded their eyes with their hands. Only Eric seemed normal this morning, which meant he had no expression at all, and he said absolutely nothing to anyone. Ignoring him completely, Jenny looked at Friar Gregory, who seemed to be in no better condition than the others, and then she looked at Royce. "What's wrong with everyone?" she asked. Royce helped himself to the white wheaten bread and cold meats laid out on the table, and the men reluctantly followed suit. "They're paying the price of last night's orgy of drunkenness and drunkenness," Royce amended, grinning. Surprised, Jenny glanced at Friar Gregory, who just lifted a cup of ale to his lips. "You too, Friar Gregory?" she said, and the poor man choked. "I'm guilty of the former, my lady," he sputtered with chagrin, "but I plead complete innocence of the latter." Jenny, who'd failed to note the word Royce had swiftly altered, gave the priest a puzzled look, but Aunt Eleanor piped up. "I anticipated just such a malady as this, my dear, and early this morning I went down to the kitchens to prepare a nice restorative, only to find there was not so much as a snip of saffron to be had." The mention of the kitchen drew Royce's instant attention, and for the first time he seemed to study Lady Eleanor with great interest. Do you find my kitchens lacking in other items? Items which might make all this," he gestured to the rather tasteless leftover sops from last night, "more pleasing to the palate?"
"Why, assuredly, Your Grace," she replied at once. "'Twas quite a shock to me to find such a woefully understocked kitchen. There was rosemary and thyme, but no raisins or ginger pears, nor cannel, oregano, or cloves to speak of. And I didn't see a nut in the place except one poor wizened chestnut. Nuts are such wonderful complements to delicate sauces and delicious desserts."
At the mention of delicate sauces and delicious desserts, Aunt Eleanor suddenly became the focus of undivided masculine attention. Only Eric remained disinterested, ostensibly preferring the joint of cold goose he was eating to rich sauces and desserts. "Go on," Royce invited her, his speculative gaze riveted on her with rapt fascination. "What sorts of things would you have prepared? Assuming you had the necessary ingredients, of course."
"Well, let me think," she said, her forehead furrowed in a little frown. "It's been decades since I presided over the kitchens in my own lovely castle, but... Oh, yes, there were baked meat pies with crusts so light and lovely they melted in the mouth. And take, for example, that hen you are eating," she said to Sir Godfrey, warming to her new position of culinary expert. "Instead of being cooked on a spit and served dried out and tough as canvas, which it is, it could have been simmered in half broth, half wine, with cloves, mace, fennel, and pepper, then laid upon a trencher, so the juices made the bread ever so tasty. And there's so much one can do with fruits, like apples, pears, and quince. But I'd need honey and almond and dates for the glazes, and cannel too. But as I said, there's little to be found of any of that in the kitchens."
Royce eyed her intently, his cold goose forgotten. "Would you be able to find the things you need here at Claymore? Or perhaps at the village market?"
"Much of it, one would suppose," Aunt Eleanor promptly replied.
"In that case," Royce said in the tone of one issuing a royal edict, "the kitchens are now in your hands, and we will all look forward to excellent meals in future." Glancing toward Sir Albert Prisham, who was nearing the table, Royce arose and informed him, "I've just put the kitchens in the charge of Lady Eleanor." The thin steward's face was carefully blank, and he bowed politely, but the hand on the white cane clenched into a fist as he replied, "As I said, food is of little importance to me."
"Well, it ought to be exceedingly important to you, Sir Albert," Lady Eleanor informed him authoritatively, "for you've been eating all the wrong things. Turnips, fatty foods, and hard cheeses ought never to be eaten by those with gout."
His face hardened. "I do not have gout, madam."
"You will,"
Aunt Eleanor predicted gaily as she, too, arose, all eagerness to begin foraging about in the gardens and woods for her ingredients. Ignoring her, Sir Albert said to his lord, "If you are ready to begin our tour of the estate, we can leave at once." And when Royce nodded, he added coolly, "I trust you will not find my stewardship lacking anywhere other than the kitchens." Royce gave him an odd, sharp look. Then he smiled at Jennifer and pressed a polite kiss to her cheek, but in her ear he whispered, "I suggest you have a long nap, for I intend to keep you awake all night again." Jenny felt the warm flush stealing up her cheeks. As Eric arose, obviously intending to remain at Royce's side during the inspection of the estate, Royce stopped him. "Accompany Lady Eleanor on her expeditions," he said. And then, in an odd, meaningful voice, he added, "and see that nothing untoward happens." Eric's face froze at this flat command to play escort to an elderly lady. He stalked off, positively radiating resentment and offended dignity, while Lady Eleanor trotted excitedly at his heels.
"We shall have a lovely time, dear boy," she said enthusiastically, "although this project will take several days, not merely one, for we're sorely in need of ingredients for my medicinals and ointments, as well as spices for food. I shall require clove to comfort the sinews, and mace, of course. Mace prevents colic, you know,
as well as body fluxes and laxes. And then there's nutmegs, which are very beneficial for the cold and a bad spleen. And I shall take special care of your diet in particular, for you aren't well, you know. You've a melancholy disposition. I noticed that at once." Sir Eustace glanced around at the other knights, grinning wickedly. "Lionel," he called loudly enough to be heard by the departing giant, "would you say our Eric looks melancholy just now, or would piqued be a better word?" Sir Lionel paused in his chewing and studied Eric's rigid, broad back, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he replied, after a moment's thoughtful consideration, "Eric is vexed." Sir Godfrey leaned back to have a look for himself. "Aggrieved," he concluded. "Colicky," Stephen Westmoreland added with a grin. In shared camaraderie, the men looked to Jennifer, inviting her to join in their fun, but she was spared the need to refuse, because at that moment Eric turned and blasted a dark look at his cohorts, which could have pulverized rock, and would easily have terrified most men. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect on the knights, who returned his look and then burst into shouts of laughter, their mirth bouncing off the walls and echoing to the timbers, following Eric out the door. Only young Gawain, who'd arrived just in time to see Eric and Lady Eleanor depart, spoke up in Eric's behalf. Glowering at the others as he seated himself at the table, he said, "'Tis no fit job for a knight, squiring an old woman about while she picks herbs and gathers nuts. 'Tis a job for a lady's maid, not a knight." Lionel gave the boy a good-natured cuff. "'Tis thinking like that which leaves you forever in Lady Anne's bad graces, my boy. Were you to squire her about while she picks flowers, you'd get further with a lady than you do by bristling up and trying to impress her with your manly glower, as you did last night." Turning to Jennifer, Sir Lionel said, "This halfling prefers glowering to gallantry. He thinks it's more manly, you see. And while he glowers, Roderick dances pretty attendance upon Lady Anne and wins the fair maiden's heart. Would you care to enlighten him with a lady's point of view?" Sensitive to Gawain's youthful embarrassment, Jenny said, "I cannot speak for Lady Anne, but I, for one, did not see anything to turn a lady's head in the person of Sir Roderick." Gratitude flashed in Gawain's eyes before he turned a smug glance upon his fellows, and then dug into his somewhat tasteless fare. Jenny spent the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon closeted with the seamstresses whom Sir Albert had recruited from the village to assist her in the preparation of garments. The steward was certainly efficient, Jenny thought, as she delved down into the trunks that had been brought to her. Efficient and cold. She didn't like him at all, though she wasn't certain exactly why. Based on Agnes's words this morning, all the serfs at Claymore certainly held the thin man in high esteem. Esteem and a twinge of fear. Frustrated with her odd emotional reactions to everyone here, and with the endless uneasy silence of the women in the room, she studied the array of rich, colorful fabrics flowing over the bed and draped over the chairs. They lay like bright splashes of liquid jewels, ruby silks shot with gold, silver and gold brocades, amethyst velvets, sapphire taffeta shimmering as if sprinkled with diamonds, and rich, glowing satins in every shade of the spectrum, from pearl to emerald to onyx. Beside them lay soft English wools in every imaginable weight and color, from brightest yellow and scarlets to shades of cream, gray, tan, and black. There were cottons from Italy, striped horizontally and vertically, richly embroidered linen for gowns and shirts, sheer, almost transparent linen for chemises and undergarments, shimmering tissues for veils, and buttery leather for gloves and slippers. Even allowing for complete wardrobes for Royce and herself and Aunt Eleanor, Jenny could scarcely conceive of ways to use so much, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the task that lay ahead, and by her lack of imagination and knowledge of fashion. Jenny turned a little dazedly to the two enormous trunks overflowing with furs. "I think," she said aloud to Agnes as she gathered up an armful of luxurious dark sable, "that this could be used to line a cape made of that dark blue velvet for the Duke. The cream satin," Agnes burst out almost desperately. Then she closed her mouth and her face resumed its habitual frown. Jenny turned to her in relieved surprise that the woman, whom she'd just learned had been seamstress to the former mistress of Claymore, had finally offered a voluntary word. Trying to hide her lack of enthusiasm for the idea, Jenny said, "The cream satin, truly? Do you think the Duke would wear that?" "For you," Agnes said in a choked voice, as if forced to speak by some inner fashion consciousness that cried out against the misuse of the sable. "Not him." "Oh," Jenny said, startled and pleased by the combination suggested. She gestured to the white fur. "And that?" "The ermine to trim the sapphire brocade." "And for the Duke," Jenny persisted, more pleased by the moment, "the dark blue velvet, the black, and that dark brown." "I've little knowledge of fashion," Jenny admitted, smiling with pleasure at the suggestions. "When I was young, 'twas of no interest to me at all, and later, these past years, I've lived in an abbey, and the only fashions I saw were the garments we all wore. But I comprehend already that you've a wonderful eye for how things will look, and I'll gladly take all your suggestions." Turning, she surprised a startled look on Agnes's face, and something that might almost have been a smile, though Jenny rather suspected it was due more to her admission to having been in an abbey than her compliment to Agnes's taste. The other two seamstresses, both plain-faced young women, seemed to have thawed slightly as well. Perhaps they found her less the enemy, if she'd been living in peace as a pious Catholic these past years. Agnes stepped forward and began gathering up the fabrics, including the linen and cottons, which had already been singled out for specific uses. "Can you do the design for the cape and gown?" Jenny asked, bending to scoop up the cream brocade. "I haven't much idea how it should be cut, though I'll help with the cutting, of course. I'm more clever with shears than I am with a needle, I fear." A muffled sound like a swallowed giggle escaped one of the younger women, and Jenny turned in surprise to find the seamstress, called Gertrude, suffused in an alarmed flush. "Did you laugh?" Jenny asked, hoping she had, regardless of the reason, for she longed desperately for some sort of female camaraderie. Gertrude's flush deepened. "You did laugh, didn't you? Was it because of what I said about being handy with shears?" The woman's lips trembled and her eyes almost popped out as she strained to keep her nervous mirth contained. Without realizing that she was staring the poor woman down, Jenny tried to imagine what the maids could be finding funny about her skill with shears. A thought struck her, and her mouth dropped open. "You heard about that, did you? About what I did to your master's things?" If anything, the poor woman's eyes widened yet more, and she looked at her friend, swallowed a giggle, then looked back at Jennifer. "'Tis true, then, my lady?" she whispered. Suddenly the desperate deed seemed rather funny to Jenny, too. She nodded gaily. 'Twas a dreadful thing to do, worse than sewing the armholes closed on his shirts, and "You did that, too?" And before Jenny could answer, the two seamstresses let loose great gusty shouts of laughter, and began to nudge each other in the ribs, nodding with approval. Even Agnes's lips were trembling with mirth. When the two younger women had left, Jenny went into Royce's room with Agnes to give her samples of his clothes, so that she might use them to gauge his measurements for the new ones. There was something strangely intimate and oddly poignant about handling his doublets and cloaks and shirts. He had amazingly broad shoulders, Jenny thought with a tingle of pride as she held a woolen tunic out to Agnes. And surprisingly few clothes, she noted, for a man of such wealth. What he had was of the finest quality, but it had seen much wear. A silent testimony to a man whose concerns had been with matters far weightier than clothing. Many of his shirts were slightly frayed at the wrists, and buttons were missing from two of them. He was badly in need of a wife, Jenny thought with a whimsical little smile, to look after such details. No wonder he'd reacted with such pleasure months ago in camp, when she'd volunteered to do mending. A sharp stab of guilt pierced her for the deliberate damage she'd done to what few articles of clothing he apparently had. Unlike the maids, she no longer found that funny, and the fact that they did puzzled and concerned her. It seemed rather odd. But then there was much about Claymore that struck her as being odd. Now that the dam of reticence had been broken, Agnes seemed willing to talk at length about how to proceed with all the garments, and when she left, she actually smiled shyly at Jenny. But that, too, bothered Jenny as much as it pleased her. When the maid left, Jenny stood where she was in Royce's bedchamber, her forehead knitted into a puzzled frown. Unable to come up with any answers, she flung a light mantle over her shoulders and went out to seek answers from the one person with whom she felt free to talk. Sir Eustace, Sir Godfrey, and Sir Lionel were in the bailey, seated upon a low stone bench, their faces covered in a fine sheen of sweat, their swords dangling limply from their hands, obviously trying to recover their strength after a night of carousing and an afternoon devoted to practice with swords. "Have you seen Friar Gregory?" Jenny asked. Sir Eustace thought he'd seen the friar talking to the wagoner, and Jenny started off in the direction he indicated, not certain exactly which of the stone buildings clustered around the vast inner perimeter of the castle wall was the one which housed the wagons. The kitchen, easily identified by its high, elaborate chimney structure, was next to the castle itself. Beside the kitchen was the store, the brewhouse, and a lovely chapel. Across the bailey from her was the smithy, where a horse was being shod, and where Gawain was busily polishing Royce's shield, ignoring the stacks of armor and weapons waiting to be mended by less exalted hands than his. The wagon shed was beside it, and beyond the wagon shed were the stables, a piggery, and a large dovecote, which appeared to be empty of birds. "Are you looking for someone, Your Grace?" Jenny whirled around in surprise at the sound of the friar's voice. "Yes, for you," she replied, laughing at her own jumpiness. "I wanted to ask you about things," she said, casting a cautious glance at the 100 people about the bailey who were busy at various tasks. "But not here." "A stroll outside the gates, perhaps?" Friar Gregory suggested, immediately comprehending her desire to speak where they'd not be observed or overheard. When they approached the guards at the gate, however, Jenny received a shock. "I'm sorry, my lady," the guard said with polite implacability, "but my orders are that you cannot leave the castle except in the company of my lord." Jenny blinked at him in disbelief. "What? You cannot leave—" "I heard you," Jenny said, controlling a sharp spurt of anger. "Do you mean I'm a prisoner here?" The guard, a seasoned soldier with vast experience in battle, and none at all in dealing with noble ladies, shot an alarmed glance at the sergeant of the guard, who stepped forward, bowed formally, and said, "'Tis a question of, your safety, my lady." Thinking he meant that she might not be safe in the village after what happened yesterday, Jenny made an airy motion with her hand. "Oh, but I don't intend to go further than yon trees, and I'm sorry. My lord's orders were specific." "I see," Jenny said. But she didn't see at all, and she didn't like the feeling of being a prisoner one bit. She started to turn away. Then she rounded on the hapless sergeant. "Tell me something," she said in a low, ominous voice. "Is this restriction against anyone leaving the castle, or only me?" His gaze shifted to the horizon. "Only you, my lady, and your lady aunt." Angry and humiliated, Jenny turned away, and then it occurred to her that Royce had undoubtedly sent Eric with Aunt Eleanor, not as her escort, but her guard. "I know another place," Friar Gregory suggested mildly, taking her arm and guiding her back across the wide bailey. "I can't believe this," Jenny whispered angrily. "I'm a prisoner here." Friar Gregory made a sweeping gesture with his hand that encompassed everything in the enormous bailey. "Ah, but what a glorious prison it is," he commented with an appreciative smile. "Beautiful beyond any castle I've seen." "A prison," Jenny informed him darkly, "is a prison." "It's possible," the priest said without arguing her valid point, "that your husband has reasons, other than those which you think, for wanting to keep you within the bounds of his complete protection." Without realizing where he was taking her, she'd followed him to the chapel. He opened the door and stood back for her to enter. "What sort of reasons?" she asked as soon as they were within the dim, cool confines of the chapel. Friar Gregory gestured to a polished oak chair, and Jenny sat down. "I don't know, of course," he said, "but his grace does not strike me as a man who ever acts without good reason." Startled, Jenny stared hard at him. "You like him, don't you, Friar?" "Yes, but more importantly, do you like him?" Jenny threw up her hands. "Until a few minutes ago, when I discovered I cannot leave the Bailey, I'd have answered yes." Friar Gregory crossed his arms, his hands and wrists concealed by the full white sleeves of his robe. "And now?" he asked, cocking one blonde eyebrow. "After you've discovered it, do you still like him?" Jennifer shot him a rueful smile and nodded helplessly. "I'd say that answers that," he said drolly, sliding into the chair beside her. "Now then, what did you wish to speak to me about in such secret?" Jenny bit her lip, trying to think how to explain it. "Have you noticed anything, odd about everyone's attitude? Not to me, but to my husband?" "Odd? In what respect?" Jenny told him of seeing the maids cross themselves whenever Royce was near, and also mentioned she'd thought it strange when no one cheered their returning master in the village yesterday. She finished with the story of the maid's amusement when she inadvertently confirmed the rumor about damaging his clothes and blankets. Instead of being scandalized by Jenny's destructiveness, Friar Gregory eyed her with something akin to amused admiration. "Did you really cut up their blankets?" She nodded uneasily. "You're a female of amazing courage, Jennifer, and I sense you're going to need it in future dealings with your husband." "'Twasn't courageous at all," she admitted with a wry laugh. "I'd no idea I'd be there to see his reaction, since Brenna and I were planning to escape the very next morning. You shouldn't have destroyed the blankets they needed for warmth in any case, but I'm certain you realize that," he added. "Now, shall I attempt to answer your question about the villagers' odd reaction to their new lord?" "Yes, please. Am I imagining all this?" Friar Gregory abruptly stood up, wandering over to a bank of candles before an elaborate cross, and idly lighted a candle that had fallen over. "You're not imagining anything. I've been here only a day, but the people here have been without a priest for more than a year, so they've been only too eager to talk to me." Frowning, he turned to her. "Are you aware that your husband laid siege to this very place 8 years past?" When Jennifer nodded, he looked relieved. "Yes, well, have you ever seen a siege? Seen what happens?" "No." "'Tis not a pretty sight, to be sure. There's a saying that when two nobles quarrel, the poor man's thatch goes up in flames, and 'tis true. It's not only the castle and its owners who suffer, 'tis also the villains and serfs. Their crops are filched by defenders and attackers alike. Their children are killed in the fray, and their homes are destroyed. It's not unusual for an attacker to deliberately set fire to the countryside about the castle, to destroy the fields and orchards, and even to murder the laborers to prevent them from being enlisted by the defenders." Although none of this was completely new to Jenny, she'd never before been at the site of a siege during it or immediately afterward. Now, however, as she sat in the peaceful little chapel that stood on land that Royce had once laid siege to, the picture took on an unpleasant clarity. "There's no doubt that some of these things were done by your husband when he laid siege to Claymore, and while I'm certain his motives were impersonal, and that he acted in the best interest of the crown, the peasantry cares little for noble motives when they've been impoverished by a battle in which they have nothing to gain and everything to lose." Jenny thought of the clans in the Highlands who fought and fought, without complaint about the deprivations, and shook her head in bewilderment. "It's different here." "Unlike the members of your clans, especially the Highlanders. The English peasantry does not share in the spoils of victory," Friar Gregory said, understanding her dilemma and trying to explain. "Under English law, all the land actually belongs to the king. The king then bestows parcels of this land upon his favored nobles as rewards for loyalty or special service. The nobles choose the sites they wish for their own domain, and then they grant the peasant a measure of land for himself, in return for which the vassal is expected to work 2 or 3 days a week on the lord's fields, or to give manorial service at the castle. Naturally, they are also expected to contribute a measure of grain or produce from time to time. In times of war or famine, the lord is morally, but not legally, obliged to protect the interests of his serfs and villeins. Sometimes they do protect them, but usually only if it's of benefit to themselves." When Friar Gregory fell silent, Jenny said slowly, "Do you mean they fear my husband won't protect them? Or do you mean they hate him for laying siege to Claymore and burning the fields?" "Neither." Ruefully, Friar Gregory said, "The peasantry is a philosophical lot, and they expect to have their fields burned every generation or so when their lord is embroiled in a battle with one of his peers. But in the case of your husband, it's different." "Different?" Jenny repeated. "In what way?" "He has made a life of battles, and they fear that all his enemies will begin descending on Claymore one after another to exact revenge, or that he will invite them here to feed his love of war." "That's ridiculous," Jenny said. "True, but it will take time before they realize it." "And I thought they'd be proud because he's a hero to the English." "They are proud, and they're relieved and confident that he, unlike his predecessor, will be willing and able to defend them if the need arises. His strength, his might, is greatly to his advantage in this instance. Actually, they're completely in awe of him." "Terrified of him, it would seem," Jenny said unhappily, recalling the way the maids reacted to his presence. "That, too, and for good reason." "They have no good reason to be terrified of him that I can see," Jenny replied with great conviction. "Ah, but they do. Put yourself in their minds. Their new lord is a man who's called the Wolf, named for a vicious, rapacious animal who attacks and devours its victims. Moreover, legend, not fact, but legend, has it that he's ruthless to anyone who crosses him. As their new lord, he also has the right to decide what taxes to levy upon them, and he will naturally sit in judgment on disputes and mete out punishment to wrongdoers, as is his right. Now then," Friar Gregory said with a pointed look, "given his reputation for mercilessness and viciousness, is he the sort of man you'd want deciding all this for you?" Jenny was irate. "Oh, but he isn't merciless or vicious. If he were half so bad as that, my sister and I would have suffered a fate far worse than we did at his hands." "True," the priest agreed, smiling proudly at her. "Now all that's left is for your husband to spend time with his people, so that they can draw their own conclusions." "You make it sound very simple," Jenny said, standing up and shaking out her skirts. "And I suppose it is. Hopefully it won't take the people long to realize he—" The door, being flung open, made them both turn around in time to see an expression of relief cross Royce's angry features. "No one knew where you were," he said, stalking toward Jennifer, his booted footsteps ringing ominously on the polished wooden floor of the chapel. "In future, do not disappear without letting someone know where you've gone." Father Gregory took one look at Jennifer's indignant face and politely excused himself. As soon as the door closed behind him, Jenny snapped back, "I wasn't aware I'm to be a prisoner here." "Why did you attempt to leave the castle?" Royce demanded, not bothering to pretend he didn't understand what she meant. Because I wanted to talk privately with Friar Gregory, without having every serf in the bailey watching us and overhearing," Jenny informed him darkly. "Now it's your turn to answer my question. Why am I forbidden to leave this place? Is this my home or my prison? I will not—" "Your home," he interrupted. And to her complete confusion he grinned suddenly. "You have the bluest eyes on earth," he added with a low, appreciative chuckle. "When you're angry, they're the color of wet blue velvet." Jenny rolled her eyes in disgust, momentarily pacified by his answer that this was her home. "Wet velvet?" she repeated wryly, wrinkling her nose. "Wet velvet." His white teeth flashed in a devastating grin. "No? What should I have said?" His smile was irresistible, and Jenny fell in with his teasing mood. "Well, you might have said they're the color of—" She glanced at the large sapphire in the center of the crucifix. "Of sapphires," she provided. "That has a nice ring to it." "Ah, but sapphires are cold, and your eyes are warm and expressive." "Am I doing better?" he chuckled when she voiced no further argument to wet velvet. "Much," she agreed readily. "Would you care to go on?" "Fetching for compliments?" "Certainly." His lips twitched with laughter. "Very well. Your eyelashes remind me of a sooty broom." Jenny's mirth exploded in a peal of musical laughter. "A broom?" She chuckled merrily, shaking her head at him. "Exactly. And your skin is white and soft and smooth. It reminds me of—" "Yes," she prompted, chuckling. "An egg. Shall I go on?" "Oh, please, no," she muttered, laughing. "I didn't do very well, I take it?" he asked, grinning. "I would have thought," she admonished breathlessly, "that even the English court required a certain level of courtly behavior. Did you never spend any time at court?" "As little as possible," he said softly, but his attention had shifted to her generous, smiling lips, and without warning he gathered her into his arms, his mouth hungry and urgent on hers. Jenny felt herself sinking into the sweet, sensual whirlpool of his desire, and with an effort she pulled her mouth from his. His eyes, already darkened with passion, gazed deeply into hers. "You didn't tell me why," she whispered shakily. "I'm forbidden to leave the castle." Royce's hands shifted slowly up and down her arms as he bent his head to hers again. "It's only for a few days," he answered, kissing her between each sentence. "Until I'm certain there'll be no trouble." He pulled her tightly to him from the outside. Satisfied, Jenny gave herself up to the incredible pleasure of kissing him and feeling his big body harden with desire. The sun was already starting its descent as they crossed the bailey toward the great hall. "I wonder what Aunt Eleanor has in mind for supper," she said, smiling up at him. "At the moment," Royce replied with a meaningful look, "I find my appetite whetted for something other than food. However, while we're on the subject, is your aunt as skilled in kitchen matters as she sounded?" Jenny sent him a hesitant sidewise look. "To tell you truly, I can't recall any of my family ever singing her praises in that regard. She was always praised for her curatives. Wise women from all over Scotland used to go to her for ointments and preparations of all sorts. Aunt Eleanor believes that proper food, properly prepared, wards off all sorts of sicknesses, and that certain foods have special curative powers." Royce wrinkled his nose. "Medicine with meals? 'Twas not at all what I had in mind." He cast her an appraising glance, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. "Are you skilled in kitchen matters?" "Not a bit," she replied cheerfully. "Scissors are my specialty." Royce let out a sharp bark of laughter, but the sight of Sir Albert marching toward them across the bailey, his face even sterner than usual, put an end to Jenny's gaiety. The steward's cold eyes, gaunt body, and thin lips gave him a look of arrogant cruelty that made Jenny instantly uneasy. "Your Grace," he said to Royce, "the perpetrator of the mud-throwing incident yesterday has been brought here." He gestured to the smithy at the far end of the bailey, where 2 guards were holding a white-faced lad between them, and a crowd of serfs had gathered. "Shall I handle this?" "No," Jenny burst out, unable to conquer her dislike of the man. With a thinly veiled look of dislike, the the steward turned from Jennifer to Royce. "Your Grace?" he asked, ignoring her. "I've no experience with civil disciplinary measures or procedures," Royce told Jennifer, visibly hedging. They had reached the edge of the rapidly growing crowd, and Jenny turned eyes full of appeal on her husband, her mind still full of all that Friar Gregory had told her. "If you do not wish to handle it, I could do it in your stead," she volunteered anxiously. "I've seen my father sit on Judgment Day times out of mind, and I know how it's done." Royce turned to the steward. "Handle the formalities in the customary way, and my wife will decide on the punishment." Sir Albert clenched his teeth so hard his cheekbones protruded further beneath his flesh, but he bowed in acceptance. "As you wish, Your Grace." The crowd parted to let them through, and Jenny noticed that everyone on Royce's side moved back much farther than necessary to let him pass, well out of his reach. When they reached the center of the wide circle, Sir Albert lost no time in preparing to mete out justice. With his icy gaze riveted on the stricken lad, whose outstretched arms were being held by two burly guards, Sir Albert said, "You are guilty of maliciously attacking the mistress of Claymore, a crime of the most serious nature under the laws of England, and one for which you should have received your just punishment yesterday. 'Twould have been easier on you than waiting until today to face it again." The steward finished harshly, leaving Jenny with the fleeting thought that he'd just made Royce's reprieve seem like a deliberate torment. Tears streamed down the boy's face, and at the edge of the circle a woman, who Jenny instantly guessed must be the boy's mother, covered her face with her hands and began to weep. Her husband stood beside her, his face frozen, his eyes glazed with pain for his son. "Do you deny it, boy?" Sir Albert snapped. His thin shoulders shaking with silent weeping, the lad dropped his head and shook it. "Speak up!" "No." He lifted his shoulder to rub away the humiliating wetness from his face on his dirty tunic. "No." "'Tis best you don't," the steward said, almost kindly. "For to die with a lie on your soul would damn you for all time." At the word die, the boy's sobbing mother tore loose from her husband's restraining arm and hurled herself at her son, wrapping her arms around him, cradling his head against her bosom. "Do it then, and be done with it," she cried brokenly, glaring at the sword-wielding guards. "Don't make him be scared," she sobbed, rocking the boy in her arms. "Can't you see he's scared?" She wept brokenly, her voice dropping to a shattered whisper. "Please, I don't want him to be scared." "Get the priest," Sir Albert snapped. "I fail to see," Royce interrupted in an icy voice that made the boy's mother clutch her son tighter and sob harder, "why we need to have a mass said at this unlikely hour." "Not a mass, but a confession," the steward put in, not realizing that Royce had deliberately misunderstood his reasons for sending for Friar Gregory. Turning to the boy's mother, Sir Albert said, "I assumed that your miscreant son would naturally want to avail himself of the Church's final sacraments." Unable to speak through her tears, the woman nodded helplessly. "No!" Royce snapped, but the hysterical mother screamed, "Yes! 'Tis his right to have the last sacraments before he dies." "If he dies," Royce drawled coldly, "'twill be from suffocation at your hands, madam. Step back and let the boy breathe." A look of tormented hope crossed her face, then wavered as she looked around at the grim faces of the crowd, and she realized no one shared her fleeting hope for a reprieve. "What are you going to do to him, my lord?" "It's not my decision," Royce replied tightly, his anger renewed as he considered the names they'd hurled at his wife yesterday. "Inasmuch as it was my wife who suffered at his hands, 'twill be up to her." Instead of being relieved, the mother clapped her hand over her mouth, her terrified eyes riveted on Jenny. And Jenny, who could no longer stand seeing the poor woman tortured with uncertainty, turned to the boy and said quickly, and not unkindly, "What is your name?" He stared at her through tear-swollen eyes, his entire body shaking. "Jake, lady?" "I see," Jenny said, thinking madly of how her father would handle such a thing. Crime could not go unpunished, she knew, for it would breed more crime and make her husband seem weak. On the other hand, harshness wasn't in order either, especially given the boy's tender years. Trying to offer the child an excuse, she gently said, "Sometimes, when we're very excited about something, we do things we don't mean to do. Is that what happened when you threw the dirt? Perhaps you didn't mean to hit me with it?" Jake swallowed twice, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down on his long, skinny neck. I... He looked at the rigid face of the Duke and chose against lying. "I always hit what I aims at," he admitted miserably. "Really?" Jenny said, stalling for time and thinking madly for some solution. "Yes, Mum," he admitted in a glum whisper. "I can hit a rabbit atween the eyes with a rock, and kill him dead if'n he's close enough to see. I don't never miss." "Really?" Jenny repeated, impressed. "I once tried to hit a rat from 40 paces, and I killed it." "You did?" Jake asked, mutually impressed. "Yes." "Well, never mind," she amended hastily at Royce's look of dry rebuke. "You didn't mean to kill me, did you?" she asked. And lest the foolish child admit that, she added hastily, "I mean, you did not want the sin of murder to stain your soul for all time." He shook his head emphatically at that. "So it was more a matter of the excitement of the moment, wasn't it?" she urged. And to her immense relief he finally nodded. "And of course you were proud of your skill with throwing, and perhaps even showing off a bit for everyone?" He hesitated, and then nodded jerkily. "There, you see," Jenny said, looking around at the taut, waiting crowd, and raising her voice with relieved conviction. "He meant no serious harm, and the intent is as important as the crime itself." Turning back to Jake, she said severely, "'Tis obvious some form of atonement is called for, however, and since you are so very good with your throwing arm, I think it should be put to better use. Therefore, Jake, you'll spend each morning helping the men hunt for game for the next 2 months. And if there's no need for fresh meat, you'll come to the castle and help me here. Excepting Sundays, of course. And if you're—" Jenny stopped in shock as the boy's weeping mother threw herself at her feet, wrapped her arms around Jenny's legs, and wept. "Thank you, my lady, thank you. 'Tis a saint you are. Bless you, thank you." "No, don't do that," Jenny pleaded desperately when the overwrought woman picked up the hem of Jenny's skirt and kissed it. The husband, cap in hand, came to retrieve her, his eyes shining with tears as he looked at Jenny. "If your son is needed to help in your own planting," she said to him, "he can perform his, penance in the afternoons instead." He said in a choked voice. Then he cleared his throat, straightened his shoulders, and said with touching dignity, "Will keep you in my prayers every day of my life, my lady." Smiling, Jenny said, "And my husband too, I hope." The man paled, but he managed to look the fierce, dark man standing beside her in the eye, and to say with meek sincerity, "Aye, and you too, my lord." The crowd disbanded in eerie, wordless silence, casting surreptitious glances over their shoulders at Jenny, who was wondering if perhaps 2 months had been too long a time. On the way back into the hall, Royce was so silent that she cast him an anxious glance. "You looked surprised," she said apprehensively, "when I mentioned 2 months." "I was," he admitted with ironic amusement. "For a while I thought you were going to congratulate him on his excellent aim and invite him to join us for supper." "You think I was too lenient?" she said with relief, as he opened the heavy oaken door of the hall, standing to one side for her to precede him. "I don't know. I've no experience in dealing with peasants and maintaining order. However, Prisham should have known better than to talk of a penalty like death. 'Twas out of the question." "I don't like him." "Nor do I. He was steward here before, and I kept him on. I think 'tis time to look for another to replace him." "Soon, I hope?" Jenny urged. "At the moment," he said, and Jenny missed the wicked gleam in his eyes, "I have more important matters on my mind."
"Really? What are they?"
"Taking you to bed, and then eating supper. In that order." "Wake up, sleepyhead." Royce's lazy chuckle brought Jenny awake. "'Tis a glorious evening," he told her as she rolled onto her back and smiled languorously at him. "A night made for loving, and now," he nipped her ear playfully, "eating." By the time Royce and Jenny came downstairs, many of the knights had already finished eating, and the trestle tables had already been dismantled and propped neatly in their appropriate place against the wall. Only those knights who were privileged to dine at the main table on the dais seemed to want to linger over each course.
"Where is my aunt?"
Jenny asked them, as Royce seated her beside him at the center of the table. Sir Eustace tipped his head to the archway on his left. "She's gone to the kitchens to instruct the cooks to prepare a greater quantity of food for tomorrow. I don't think," he added with a grin, "that she realized what monstrous appetites we'd have if offered tasty food." Jenny looked around at the platters on the table, most of which were already empty, and breathed a silent sigh of relief.
"It is tasty, then?"
"Fit for the gods," the knight exaggerated with a grin. "Ask anyone." "Except Eric," Sir Godfrey said, with a disgusted look at the giant, who had systematically stripped an entire goose down to the carcass and was finishing the last few bites. At that moment Aunt Eleanor bustled into the hall, her face wreathed in a smile.
"Good evening, Your Grace," she said to Royce. "Good evening, Jennifer, dear."
Then she stood at the foot of the table, beaming her complete approbation at the occupants of the table, the empty platters, and even the serfs who were clearing away the debris.
"Everyone seems to have had a veritable feast on my dishes."
"If we'd known you meant to come down and enliven our meal with your presence," Stephen said to his brother, "we'd have saved you more." Royce gave his brother an ironic glance. "Really?"
"No," Stephen said cheerfully.
"Here, have a tart. 'Twill improve your disposition."
"I'm sure we have something tasty left in the kitchen,"
Aunt Eleanor said, clasping her small hands in sublime pleasure at this reception of her efforts.
"I'll have a look while I get my poultice. Tarts will improve anyone's disposition, except Eric's."
Casting an amused look at his fellows, Stephen added, "There's naught that can improve his disposition, not even pine boughs." The mention of pine boughs made all the others grin, as if they were sharing some particularly delicious joke. But when Jenny glanced at Royce, he seemed as perplexed as she. Aunt Eleanor provided the answer as she bustled in with a serf carrying platters of hot food, as well as a small bowl and cloth.
"Oh, my, yes. Eric and I brought back all sorts of them today. Why, by the time we returned, his arms were positively laden with lovely branches, weren't they?"
she said brightly. She paused to cast a puzzled look at the knights, who were suddenly seized with fits of strangled laughter. Then she picked up the bowl and cloth from the serf's tray, and to Jenny's alarm, the elderly lady began advancing on Eric with her poultice.
"You didn't have a pleasant time today, did you?"
she crooned, putting the bowl beside Eric and dipping the cloth in it.
"And who can blame you?"
Emanating compassion and guilt, she glanced at Jenny and said sadly,
"Eric and I encountered the most evil-natured spider I've ever had the misfortune to meet."
Eric's expression turned thunderous as he watched her dip the cloth in the bowl from the corners of his narrowed eyes. But Aunt Eleanor continued blithely,
"The vile little creature bit poor Eric when he did nothing at all to provoke it, except to stand beneath the tree where it had its web. Although," she added, turning to the glowering giant and shaking her finger at him as if he were 6 years old, "I think 'twas very naughty of you to retaliate the way you did."
Pausing to dip the cloth into the bowl, she told him sternly,
"I could understand why you smashed the web with your fist, but I do not think 'twas sensible to blame the tree as well and cut it down with your axe."
She tossed a bewildered look at Sir Godfrey, whose shoulders were shaking with mirth, and then at Sir Eustace, whose shoulders were also rocking and whose blonde hair was nearly in his trencher as he tried to hide his laughing face. Only Gawain looked truly alarmed as Aunt Eleanor said,
"Here, dear boy, let me just dab this on your face."
"No!" Eric's meaty fist slammed on the heavy oaken table, making the platters dance. Shoving away from the table, he stalked out of the hall, his body rigid with wrath. Stricken, Aunt Eleanor watched him march out. Then she turned to the occupants of the table and sorrowfully said, "He'd not be so very testy, I'm sure, if only he'd eat according to my suggestions. 'Twould solve his digestive," she amended hastily for the sake of the diners, "problems, which I thought I explained to him very clearly today." After supper, Royce fell into a discussion of manly topics with his knights, topics that ranged from how many additional men should be assigned to help the castle armorer, with his added burden of repairing the helmets and chain mail of the men-at-arms who'd returned with Royce, to whether or not the big catapult on the battlement had an adequate supply of stones laid by. Jenny listened attentively, loving the quiet authority with which Royce spoke, and generally enjoying the unexpected pleasure of being part of a family of her own. She was thinking how warm it felt, and how strange, when Royce called a halt to the discussion of catapults and turned to her with an apologetic smile. "Shall we walk outside? 'Tis a pleasant night for October, much too pleasant to spend it discussing things that must seem very boring to you." "I haven't been bored," Jenny said softly, unconsciously smiling into his eyes. "Who would have guessed," he teased huskily, "that the self-same woman who once tried to carve my initials on my face with my own knife would be so agreeable a wife?" Without waiting for an answer, Royce turned to the knights as he politely helped Jennifer arise, after reminding them to assemble in the bailey after breakfast for a practice session at the Quinton. Royce escorted Jennifer from the hall. After they left, Sir Eustace turned to the others and said with a grin, "Have you ever known Royce to indulge in moonlight strolls before?" "Not unless he was anticipating a nocturnal visit from the enemy," laughed Sir Lionel. Sir Godfrey, the eldest of the group, didn't smile. "He's been expecting one since we arrived here." Chapter 22. "Where are we going?" Jenny asked. "Up there to see the view," Royce said, pointing to the steep steps that led up to the wall walk, a wide stone ledge adjoining the castle wall that ran through all 12 of the towers, enabling the guards to patrol the entire perimeter of the castle. Trying to ignore the guards who were posted at regular intervals along the walk, Jenny looked out across the moonlit valley, the breeze blowing her hair about her shoulders. "'Tis beautiful up here," she said softly, turning to him. "Claymore is beautiful." After a minute she said, "It seems invulnerable. I can't imagine how you ever managed to seize it. These walls are so high and the stone so smooth. How did you manage to scale over them?" His brows lifted over amused gray eyes. "I didn't scale them. I tunneled under them, shored them up with beams, and then set fires in the tunnels. When the beams collapsed, so did the wall." Jenny's mouth opened in shock, and then she remembered something. "I heard you did that at Castle Glencairn. It sounds dangerous in the extreme." "It is." "Then why did you do it?" Brushing a stray lock off her cheek, Royce said lightly, "Because I can't fly, which was the only other way to get into this bailey." "Then 'twould seem," she remarked thoughtfully, "someone else could get in here the same way." "They could try," he said with a grin, "but 'twould be foolhardy. Just beyond us, a few yards from the walls, I had a series of tunnels constructed, ones that will collapse on invaders should any of them decide to try what I did. When I rebuilt this place," he said, putting his arm around her waist and drawing her against his side, "I tried to redesign it in a way that even I couldn't breach it. 8 years ago these walls were not of such smooth stone as they are now." He nodded at the turrets that rose high above the walls at regular intervals. "And those towers were all square. Now they're round." "Why?" Jenny asked, intrigued. "Because," he said, pausing to brush a warm kiss upon her forehead, "round towers have no nice corners for men to use to climb them. Square ones, like those you had at Merrick, are especially easy to climb, as you well know." Jenny opened her mouth to issue a deserved reprimand, for bringing up such a subject, only to find herself being kissed. "If the enemy can't climb the walls or tunnel beneath them," he murmured against her lips as he kissed her again, "the only other thing to do is to try to set fire to us. Which is why," he whispered as he drew her against him, "all the buildings in the Bailey now have tile roofs instead of thatch." Breathless from his kisses, Jenny leaned back in his arms. "You're very thorough, my lord," she teased meaningfully. An answering smile drifted across his tanned face. "What is mine, I intend to keep." His words reminded her of things of her own she had not been able to keep, things that should have belonged to their children. "What's wrong?" Royce asked, watching her expression turn somber. Jenny shrugged and lightly said, "I was merely thinking that it's natural you'd want children," and, tipping her face up to his, Royce said quietly, "I want your children." She waited, praying he would say, "I love you." And when he didn't, she tried to tell herself that what he had said was nearly as good as "I love you." "I had a great many things, jewels and things," she continued wistfully, "things of my mother's that by rights should have belonged to our children. I doubt my father would give them to me now. I wasn't dowerless, you know, if you read the betrothal contract." "Madam," he said dryly, "you're scarcely dowerless now." Feeling truly belittled by the sudden realization that she'd come to her marriage with only the soiled garments she wore, she turned around in his arms, gazing out across the valley. "I have nothing. I came to you with less than the lowest serf, without so much as a single sheep as dowry." "No sheep," he agreed dryly. "Your only possession is the most beautiful little estate in all England, called Grand Oak, because of the giant oaks that guard its gates." He saw her startled look and added with a wry smile, "Henry gave it to you as a bride gift. 'Twill be your dower house." How nice of him," Jenny said, finding it extremely difficult to speak so of the English king. Royce shot her a sardonic sidewise glance. "He took it from me." "Oh," Jenny said, nonplussed. "Why?" "'Twas a forfeit levied on me for actions pertaining to a certain young Scottish girl captured from an abbey." "I'm not so certain we were on the grounds of the abbey." "According to the abbess you were."